Chapter 1371, Central Citizens. After listening to what Gao Tian said, Lao Xiaowu finally understood why Chen Mobai was still fixated on such a small matter even after reaching the Void Realm. It turned out that his disciple had been greedy for so much. "You wretched creature, you are unworthy to be my disciple." Lao Xiaowu was furious. If Huo Gaiyuan hadn't stopped him, he would have torn Gao Tian to pieces on the spot. "I'll take him to Wangxing to apologize to fellow Taoist Chen. You'll come with me too, and we'll explain this matter clearly in front of senior brother Cheng." Huo Gaiyuan hadn't forgotten why he came to help the injured star. After suppressing Gao Tian, he said to Lao Xiaowu with a wary expression. He began to suspect that Lao Xiaowu was trying to silence him, since if Gao Tian were gone, he would have no way to defend himself when he returned to Wangxing. "We need to talk it out face to face and apologize properly." Lao Xiaowu understood what was going on when he saw Huo Gaiyuan's eyes. The thought of Takata greedily taking a Taoist skill gave him a slight headache. He knew that Gao Tian had already spent his entire life savings on the suspended void pill, and now all his assets probably wouldn't even amount to a single Dao cultivation point. If he wanted to get past Cheng Yunlin and Chen Mobai, he would have no choice but to advance the apology. Realizing that this matter also concerned Huo Gaiyuan, Lao Xiaowu immediately sent a telepathic message to discuss it with him. "Prepare 10 times the compensation first." To everyone's surprise, Huo Gaiyuan showed no mercy and caused Lao Xiaowu to bleed profusely. "Is this too much?" Lao Xiaowu cursed Huo Gaiyuan in his heart. So much Taoist cultivation had almost cost him half of his assets. This is the rule for apologies. Besides, fellow Taoist Chen is a cultivator of the innate saintly virtue Great Tao, a person of high moral character. If you adopt a humble attitude, he might just forgive you and refuse to accept the apology. After hearing Huo Gaiyuan's words, Lao Xiaowu felt that they made sense. In addition, since this matter was indeed somewhat related to him, he sighed and went to prepare his Taoist practice. "Then I shall accept it without hesitation." Above the starry sky, Huo Gaiyuan reported the results of the investigation to Cheng Yunlin with Lao Xiaowu. The latter immediately expressed her apology, and then Chen Mobai was not polite at all. Lao Xiaowu's lips twitched, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. But in front of Cheng Yunlin, he could only force a smile, handing over the 10 Taoist talismans he had just exchanged from the bank with both hands, watching Chen Mobai accept them with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Chen, what do you think is the best way to deal with Takata?" Cheng Yunlin then spoke up and asked a question, showing Chen Mobai great respect. Takata's failure to cultivate to the void is probably retribution. However, heaven cherishes life, and since fellow Taoist Lao has already made compensation on his behalf, I will not pursue the matter further. Chen Mobai had only intended to retrieve one Taoist cultivation point that had been embezzled from Gao Tian, without any intention of causing any harm. Now, having received tenfold compensation, and considering that Gao Tian was, after all, a member of the Xuanhu Taoist temple, he pushed the matter back. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Yunlin said to Lu Jing beside her, "Announce to all star regions within the territory of the Xuanhu dojo that Gao Tian be stripped of all his positions and never be employed again." Huo Gaiyuan and Lao Xiaowu both breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This means the matter is over. Both of them have been exonerated, and all the blame should be borne by Takata, the culprit. Thinking of the 10 Dao merits he had sacrificed, Lao Xiaowu was already planning to bring Gao Tian back to Fushing Star, and then confiscate his family's assets to compensate him. However, as a mere medicinal herb merchant, and having undoubtedly invested considerable resources to exchange for the suspended void pill for Gao Tian, he probably couldn't possibly repay the loss of 10 Dao cultivation points. But at least the Gao family still exists, and generation after generation, they will eventually be able to pay it off. "Thank you for your understanding, fellow Taoist Chen. Senior brothers, I will take my unfilial disciple back now." Seeing that Huo Gaiyuan was already signaling with his eyes, Lao Xiaowu was also afraid that Cheng Yunlin would hold him accountable for his poor management of Fushengxing after Chen Mobai left, so he immediately said goodbye. "This guy spends all his time in the alchemy room refining pills, leaving everything else to his subordinates. That's why his disciples are running wild. I think if a new void refinement cultivator emerges in Fushing Star, we can replace him." As soon as Lao Xiaowu left, Huo Gaiyuan immediately reported to Cheng Yunlin that, in addition to Gao Tian, Lao Xiaowu, who usually indulged and did nothing, was also jointly responsible for Chen Mobai's temporary household registration. Yes, I've got it. I'll mention this to my master during the Millennium Assessment. Cheng Yunlin nodded. In theory, the cultivators of the various star systems and planets of the Xuanhu Taoist Temple should report to the Xuanhu Taoist Lord, but the latter doesn't actually care about such trivial matters at all. It's up to Cheng Yunlin and a few other direct disciples to make the decisions. Therefore, Huo Gaiyun was relieved. Fellow Taoist, these are the currently empty sixth-tier cave dwellings on the star-gazing peak. Which one do you prefer? After dealing with Takata's matter, Cheng Yunlin waved his hand, and a phantom planet appeared in the room. It was Wangxing, with various mountains and waters clearly distinguished, not to mention buildings and caves. Chen Mobai noticed that there were only a few empty cave dwellings near the central building, and the spiritual veins there were not very high level, at most only mid-grade 6th rank. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. The best locations are mostly already taken. If you can wait a little longer, the leases for these 7 cave dwellings are about to expire. I'll try to persuade them not to renew the leases. Cheng Yunlin pointed to some cave dwellings with 6th-grade high-quality spiritual veins, giving Chen Mobai a choice. That would be too much trouble for you, fellow Taoist. I prefer peace and quiet, and I am an ascetic, so I don't mind if it's a bit far. This place will do. Chen Mobai, however, followed his usual practice and chose a cave dwelling that was far away from the central immortal city of Wangxing, since he had many secrets. Since you don't mind, I'll take care of the transfer procedures for you right away. Cheng Yunlin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chen Mobai was so easy to talk to. She instructed her secretary, Lu Jing, to handle the matter and then carefully reminded her. Also, don't forget to take care of the household registration issues of those 3 fellow villagers of fellow Taoist Chen on Fushing Star. Thank you, fellow Taoist Cheng, Chen Mobai said, then hesitated slightly. Fellow Taoist, is there anything else on your mind? Tell me all of it and see if I can help. Cheng Yunlin understood Chen Mobai's meaning and asked accordingly. There is indeed one more thing, Chen Mobai sighed and continued. I was born in the northernmost small star system of the suspended pot dojo. The Xuan Palace is located over there. I only found out about this after I came to Fushing Star. That's why none of my 3 fellow villagers and I have household registration. Now I've risen to the top, but my fellow villagers on my home planet are still unregistered migrants in the Purple Cloud universe. This has always been a worry for me. I wonder if it's possible to directly integrate my home planet into the Xuanhu Dojo, so that they can all have official residency. Chen Mobai has always been a sentimental person. He had suffered enough from not having a local household registration, and now that he had the ability, he was determined to help his hometown. If we can open up the interstellar passage between Diyuan Star and Xuanhu Dojo, then the nascent soul cultivators on Diyuan Star will have a wider world to explore and won't have to repeat the mistakes of ancestor Longzhuo and others. As for this matter, I am certainly willing to help. However, since all living beings on a new planet are to be incorporated into the Xuanhu Dojo, according to the rules set by my master, we need to conduct an actual investigation into their lineage to ensure that they have not been contaminated by demonic thoughts. The investigation period will be quite long. Cheng Yunlin nodded and took the opportunity to ask Chen Mobai a question. I wonder where your home planet is and where your master came from. There are 2 parts in total, Zixel Palace and 5 nascent soul cultivators from Bei Dojo. Chen Mobai also didn't hide anything, and told them in detail about the cultivation situation on Earth Origin Star. The White Crane Dojo isn't that far from here. Why did those 5 nascent soul cultivators come here back then? Cheng Yunlin automatically ignored Zixel Palace, since most planets with life initially obtained their cultivation techniques from Zixel Palace. He delved into the information about the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sects. That's right. Back then, Taoist Wangji of the White Crane Dojo was suppressed by the Demon Lord. If you check the records of the Starry Sky teleportation array of the suspended pot dojo, you should still be able to find traces of the entry of our ancestors, such as Zhang Daesun. After briefly explaining the origins of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai, thinking of the records of using the Realm Gate Dao technique, offered a reminder. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Because Lu Jing went to handle Chen Mobai's household registration, Cheng Yunlin personally got up to check the relevant information. With the detailed names provided by Chen Mobai, they indeed found the entry records of Zhang Daesun and 4 others from thousands of years ago. So you and I are from the same school. No wonder you were able to embark on the path of saintly virtue and cultivate emptiness. After tracing back to the end, Cheng Yunlin finally understood why Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator from a rural planet on Earth origin star, possessed the cultivation method of the innate Great Tao. As a disciple of Daejun, Cheng Yunlin had heard of the White Crane Dojo. Besides Daejun Wangji, Daoran Danding had also attended classes at Zixil Palace and was a classmate of his master, Daejun Xuanu. The Pure Yang Scroll of the Danding School does indeed contain the inheritance of the Great Tao of innate saintly virtue. Not at all, not at all. The relationship is actually quite distant now. I can't really call myself a successor of the Danding School. Chen Mobai shook his head repeatedly. Cheng Yunlin thought he was being modest, but what Chen Mobai was really thinking was that, as a disciple of the Purple Cloud Taoist, and even in the first row, once the cauldron came to life, it would have to call him senior brother. How can we allow the Danding sect to turn against Tiangang and claim that he is their master? If you don't mind, let's address each other as fellow disciples. Leave the matter of the household registration on Earth origin star to me. After verifying the origins of the Earth origin star, Cheng Yunlin immediately took on all the responsibilities. Since Chen Mobai was able to cultivate emptiness with innate saintly virtue, the other 4 lineages of the Earth origin star are probably not much worse. It would definitely be a good thing if they were incorporated into the suspended pot dojo. Thank you, senior brother Cheng. Actually, besides me, there are 2 other nascent soul cultivators who came from Earth origin star who have also reached the void refinement stage. However, they weren't as lucky as me. They didn't have the ability to use the boundary gate for positioning and communication. Chen Mobai also took the opportunity to clear the names of Lingzun and Bai Guang. After he reached the void realm, besides dealing with the matter of Earth origin star, his next task was to find Bai Guang. However, relying solely on his own strength to find the white light in the boundless starry sky would be like finding a needle in a haystack, so it would be best to rely on the power of the suspended pot dojo. Oh, there are even 2 junior sisters practicing the void realm. It seems that, although the White Crane Dojo was destroyed, its essence of inheritance has been taken to Earth origin star. This is truly a cause for celebration. Cheng Yunlin was also greatly surprised when she heard about this. After all, according to Chen Mobai, Lingzun and Baiguang did not rely on the suspended void pill to cultivate the void, and they did so in the cosmic starry sky. In the suspended pot dojo's ranking, this is second only to the innate Great Tao cultivation of the void. For example, junior sister Ryuan Kaimping, who is in charge of the star inquiry, was promoted to a direct disciple because she did not take any pills and relied solely on her own cultivation of the void realm. Upon realizing that Earthly Star possessed 3 such outstanding void refinement cultivators, Cheng Yunlin raised the level of importance she placed on this planet once again. Alas, to be honest, one of them is named Yu Baiguang, my wife. Although she is also from the Wookiee lineage, she cultivates the void realm through the immortal sword sect inheritance of Taoist Wangji. Previously, due to demonic thoughts, Earthly origin star attracted the approach of Pluto. To prevent the Grim Reaper from descending personally, my wife had to go and stop it, and there has been no news of her since. As Chen Mobai spoke, he expressed his wish to use the Bounty Dojo to find information about Bai Guang and the God of Death. Don't worry, I will immediately notify all the void refining guards in the 76th star system of the suspended pot dojo. As soon as there is news of junior sister Yu, they will inform junior brother immediately. Cheng Yunlin already regarded Chen Mobai as a fellow disciple. After all, someone who could step into the path of innate saintly virtue must be trustworthy, and he was very willing to make this friend. The only pity is that the path of saintly virtue is already taken, so no matter how high Chen Mobai's talent is, he can only stop at the peak of the void refinement stage in this lifetime. Despite her inner regret, Cheng Yunlin did not mention this matter, lest Chen Mobai, who had just been promoted, suffer a collapse of his Tao heart upon learning of it. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother Cheng. Chen Mobai immediately thanked him, thinking that after a dozen years, he would have the spirit venerable make an appearance in the Xuanyang star system, and then rightfully obtain a formal household registration for the Xuanhu Dojo, replacing him as the representative of Diyuan Star in Wangsing to seek benefits for his hometown. Just then Lu Jing rushed in, her face showing undisguised surprise. What's wrong? Cheng Yunlin was slightly surprised to see her usually composed secretary acting this way, and asked a question. Reporting to the chief, fellow Taoist Chen's household registration cannot be transferred to Wang Xing. When Lu Jing said this, she secretly glanced at Chen Mobai, her eyes showing a hint of shock. Why is this happening? Is one of our fellow disciples trying to stop us? Cheng Yunlin frowned, thinking it might be due to the factional struggle between herself and her fellow disciples. After all, only those who are also direct descendants could stop Lu Jing from doing this. No, it's because fellow Taoist Chen's household registration is at the central Taoist temple. When Lu Jing explained the reason, Cheng Yunlin's eyes widened. Chapter 1372, Drawing Lines for the Nuxuan Palace. Chapter 1372, Drawing Lines for the Nuxuan Palace. Cheng Yunlin, which star region is the central dojo registered in? Lu Jing, Purple Cloud Star River Domain. As is well known, the central dojo upholds the lineage of the Purple Cloud Taoist, so its core star field is named Purple Cloud, which is also the very center of this universe. In terms of prestige, if we were to compare it to the Xuanhu Taoist Temple, only Taoist Xuanhu is qualified to obtain residency in the Zixao domain. For others, settling there would be extremely difficult. Even someone like Cheng Yunlin, who had been waiting in line for 1,000 years, had not yet been able to get a turn. Junior brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be someone who likes to joke around. Cheng Yunlin's lips twitched slightly as she turned to Chen Mobai with the gentlest smile. What's with this central government affiliation thing? I have absolutely no idea about it. Chen Mobai was completely baffled. He had never been to the central dojo in his life. Could it be that the spirit of the Zixao Palace had already reincarnated and taken care of it for him? That's way too fast. The household registration of every cultivator at the Xuanhu dojo needs to be reported to the central dojo so that the Grand Void Ancestor can control the collapse and contraction of the universe. After I filled in Junior Brother Chen's household registration information, I found that he had already settled in the Purple Cloud domain of the central dojo. Because we are a subordinate dojo, we cannot access all of your files. But it is definitely impossible to transfer your household registration to Wang Xing, Lu Jing said apologetically. After listening, Chen Mobai asked the question he was most concerned about. Is the 6th-tier cave dwelling still going to be given away? Send it. Although it's against the rules that my junior brother isn't registered in my Wang Xing clan, I will take care of that. Before Lu Jing could speak, Cheng Yunlin nodded emphatically, indicating that she should register and transfer the 6th-tier cave dwelling that Chen Mobai had taken a liking to Chen Mobai's name. To purchase the cave dwelling for stargazing, one must reside there for a full century without local residency. However, the household registration of the central dojo is higher than that of any other place in the suspended pot dojo, let alone the most noble household registration in the Purple Cloud domain. Even if someone wanted to buy the cave dwelling in the Dharma realm of the Taoist master Xuanhu, the Taoist master probably wouldn't stop them. Junior brother is truly a man of great hidden talent. I never expected that someone with such a background would be willing to remain hidden on Fusheng Star for 100 years. Huo Gaiyuan, who hadn't left, also snapped out of his shock and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He deeply regretted not paying attention to Healing Star. If he had been able to establish a relationship with Chen Mobai beforehand, he might have been more favored by his master. I guess there are still survivors from the White Crane dojo back then. Chen Mobai guessed that among his network of connections, only the true king of Taixu and the spirit of the Purple Cloud Palace could have done this, but he certainly couldn't reveal these details to Cheng Yunlin and others he had just met. Even if a disciple of Taoist Wangji wants to join the Zixao domain, he still has to wait in line for a spot. Cheng Yunlin said this in a solemn tone. The central dojo is the center of this universe, with Chun Yang presiding over it. Because it involves the quota for refining the void, the review of the application process is extremely strict, and even the face of many true immortals and Tao lords is of no use. Chen Mobai's background is clean and clear. He is indeed a phoenix cultivator from the Earth origin star. According to him, he has a wife outside. It can't be that when his wife registered, he also transferred his Taoist partner's household registration. Thinking of this, Cheng Yunlin's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but ask. There is absolutely no such possibility. After my wife left Diyuan Star, she just wandered around the star field near the Xuanhu dojo. Later, she went to find the true body of the god of death for her hometown. She probably doesn't even know which direction the central dojo is in. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head, indicating that Bai Guang could not possibly have that ability. Then what's going on with your household registration, junior brother? It can't be that you were born in the central dojo and were brought to Earth Star from a young age due to special circumstances, right? Cheng Yunlin's words made Chen Mobai slightly suspicious. He wondered if his parents, who had long since passed away, were actually people from the central dojo who were hiding their identities. Can I apply to the central dojo to view my household registration information in my own name? Chen Mobai asked directly, puzzled. That's acceptable. Cheng Yunlin nodded, her face also full of anticipation. She personally led Chen Mobai to a department and operated a machine. Chen Mobai followed her instructions to verify various information. 15 minutes later, Chen Mobai's household registration file appeared on the screen. Junior brother actually became a member of the Purple Cloud domain 130 years ago. After glancing at the time, Cheng Yunlin gasped in shock. If Chen Mobai was born into the central government, then it could only mean that he was born noble. But if he settled there later, it means that he either has a powerful backer or someone in the central government's Taoist temple. This person must have connections to the highest levels of society. As he spoke, Chen Mobai had already turned to the next page and seen the reason for his citizenship: ordination. Using Liangsu's memories, Chen Mobai quickly figured out what receiving the ordination meant. He used the Dharma realm to refine the 7 heavenly books and complete the creation of the world. According to the rules of the central dojo, this was the direct lineage of the Xuan men, but unexpectedly, it was this kind of direct lineage method. In other words, he had already come into the central dojo's sights at that time. After Cheng Yunlin learned the real reason why Chen Mobai had become a citizen, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, but was even more amazed by Chen Mobai's talent. It should be noted that all of the direct disciples of the Taoist master of the suspended pot had purchased the Gate of Realms and possessed the Genesis Heavenly Book gift pack, yet none of them were able to complete the ordination process at the nascent soul stage. Because cultivators need to step into the Great Tao to reach the Void Realm, they are already inseparable from the Great Tao of the Purple Cloud universe. The Dharma realm formed at this level will contain the power of the Great Tao of the Purple Cloud universe. If they really encounter a great calamity that destroys the universe, the power of the end times will erode in along this path, and they will be unable to escape. Therefore, only by cultivating the Dharma realm before cultivating the void, and then integrating the 7 great heavenly books, can one completely transcend and evolve into a new universe in the future. No wonder Junior Brother was able to step into the innate Great Tao. His talent is so high that he can be said to be the first person in the history of the suspended pot dojo. After Cheng Yunlin understood why Chen Mobai was from the central government, she wanted to befriend him even more. He was a genius even more outstanding than herself. If one can find the right path, one might be able to revert to the acquired path of sainthood and virtue and unite with the Tao. That's exactly how Xuanhu Daijun came to be. Cheng Yunlin felt that her master would definitely like Chen Mobai, this genius, and if he gave him some guidance, perhaps the Xuanhu Taoist temple could produce a second true immortal. It's all illusory. No matter how great your talent is, if you don't convert it into a higher realm, you'll just end up as a tombstone when your lifespan comes to an end. Chen Mobai, however, was very clear-headed. After all, he had heard such words many times in the immortal sect, such as peerless genius and the potential to become an immortal. I hope that this ascension to immortality will lead to becoming a 7th-tier true immortal. Thinking this, Chen Mobai reached out and exited his profile page, then left with Cheng Yunlin. By the way, if Junior Brother's hometown is to be incorporated into the Xuanhu Dojo, since it belongs to the Xuanyang star system, Junior Sister Song will need to personally go to Diyuan Star to check and confirm that the civilization complies with the rules. But don't worry, this is just a formality. I will make arrangements with Junior Sister later. After learning that Chen Mobai was from the central government, Cheng Yunlin became even more polite. After all, if another great calamity of the Demon Lord's rebirth were to occur in the future, having him would allow them to directly seek refuge at the central government's training ground. Why are all of Xuanhu Daijun's disciples now young and vigorous? Besides the fact that the older generation has passed away, it's also because many of them died during the Demon Lord's tribulation. Cheng Yunlin and the others were newly accepted disciples of Xuanhu Daijun, after the Demon Lord's calamity. A true calamity has arrived. In the entire Purple Cloud universe, the safest place is none other than the Purple Cloud domain, where the Grand Void Tao Ancestor resides. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. After the matter of Earthstar was resolved, whether or not Chen Mobai was to become a citizen of Wangsing was no longer important. Previously, I wanted the suspended void pill, which is why I craved a formal household registration. Now that I've already reached the void refining stage, I can't possibly still have the Tao integration pill, can I? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai recalled the Harmony Flower, a rare and precious material worth 100 Tao merits. The Lesser Harmony Flower of Healing Star is an improved version of the true Harmony Flower, which means that there might really be a 7th-order Harmony Flower in the Suspended Pot Dojo. However, there might be a Xuanhu Dojo, and there definitely is one at the Central Dojo. Thinking about it this way, it seems that having a central government affiliation is indeed a good thing. After finishing his tea with Cheng Yunlin, Chen Mobai returned to his temporary cave dwelling. He was about to go to the upper realm gate to check if there were any resources in this universe that could help him achieve Tao integration when he found someone already waiting at the door. There were 2 female cultivators, and Chen Mobai knew one of them. Congratulations, Uncle Master Chen, on reaching the Void Realm. May you live 10,000 years, Su Lingwei spoke first. The female cultivator beside her was tall with long brown hair and a rather cold and hard face. This woman was none other than Song Qingyi's eldest disciple, Ba Yilin. She had successfully cultivated to the Void Realm and should have been enjoying great success, but now she is largely ignored. All the cultivators who gazed at the stars were discussing Chen Mobai, who had stepped onto the path of innate saintly virtue. Greetings, Uncle Master Chen. Congratulations on your mastery of the innate great Tao. Your future is bright. However, Ba Yilin herself was in a good mood. She was already very satisfied with her success. After learning about Chen Mobai's background from Lu Jing, she specially brought Su Lingwei to wait here. Congratulations to you both. Chen Mobai greeted the 2 women with a smile. He planned to move out of the cave dwelling once the transfer was complete. Since Song Qing was not there, he could simply hand the key to her disciple. He explained the matter to Su Lingwei, who immediately nodded. She knew about the benefits of practicing the void refinement skill, and even asked for Chen Mobai's new home address so she could come and give him a gift on his housewarming day. Chen Mobai invited the 2 women into his room and then talked about the matter of Diyuan Star. After all, Song Qingyi, as a cultivator, didn't usually manage things in the Xuanyang star system. It was mostly the disciples like Ba Yilin who were in charge. If Master Cheng agrees, our Xuanyang star system will definitely cooperate fully. Ba Yilin, representing Song Qingyi, also gave an affirmative answer. After she reaches the void refinement stage, Song Qingyi estimated that he would gradually entrust her with the task of guarding the Xuanyang star system, since the Xuanyang star system was quite barren compared to the cultivation conditions and resources of the Xuanhu 4 stars. Is your hometown around here, Uncle Master? Are there any star regions you need? These are areas that are not under the jurisdiction of any power. You can draw the lines yourself. Knowing that Chen Mobai was a virtuous cultivator with a bright future, and that he was also a friend of her master, Bailin tried her best to make things easier for him. She took out a star map of the central northern territory, enlarged it, and pointed to the dark starry sky near the Earth origin star. Because that area borders the Xuan Palace, which is practically the border of the central Taoist center, the spiritual energy there is thin, and demonic cultivators occasionally emerge from the Xuan Palace. Therefore, any powerful entity in the Xuanyang star system would not send anyone to develop that area. That is why, when the immortal sect's ancestor Long Zhuo and other nascent soul cultivators left, they were unable to teleport to a planet where they could replenish their energy. Since nobody wants them, then give them all to me. Chen Mobai always believed in the principle of the more the merrier, regardless of whether he could manage it all, as long as sovereignty was secured first. The management of the suspended pot dojo is also very loose. Apart from the core area in other star fields, as long as the major forces follow the decrees of the 4 stars of suspended pot, they have a lot of autonomy. Therefore, Chen Mobai directly used Earth origin star as the center and drew the entire dark starry sky that no one wanted. The line went straight to the doorsteps of other nascent soul forces. When he was halfway through drawing, he saw the Xuan Palace, which was even darker and almost 10,000 times larger than the Xuan Yang star system. After the Xuan Palace was destroyed, that place became a forbidden area. Demonic cultivators, true spirits, evil forces, and other forces were all entangled there. Xuanhu Daijun only cared about his own territory, and the central Taoist center did not respond to this, so it became a no-man's land. With senior sister Tianhai and senior sister Galing no longer here, as their junior brother, it is my duty to help them manage the Xuan Palace. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai expanded the thread he had originally intended to retract, encircling the entire Xuan Palace under the wide-eyed gazes of Ba Yilan and Su Lingwei. Uncle Master, this. Bailin, who had just finished practicing the Void Realm, trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? I see this Xuan Palace is empty. Let's draw it in first. If we can achieve Tao in the future, we can organize it and see if we can open it up as my Taoist temple, while also expanding the territory of the central Taoist temple. Su Lingwei was thrilled by Chen Mobai's words, thinking to herself that he truly deserved to be a cultivator at the innate Tao refinement stage, already thinking about achieving Tao integration. When will she be able to utter such bold and ambitious words? Even Bailin felt that compared to Chen Mobai, her perspective was too narrow. No wonder this Uncle Chen was able to step into the innate Great Tao, while she could only follow the rules and step into the cloud Great Tao. Then I'll write down the lines my senior uncle drew first, and when the next version of the star map is updated, I'll report it and include these areas in the territory of the Earth Origin Star Immortal sect. Thank you for your trouble, my two junior disciples. After finishing his story, Chen Mobai stored everything he had left in the cave into the Dharma realm and then handed the key to Su Lingwei. It will take some time for my cave dwelling to be transferred. In the meantime, I'll go back to Fushing Star and Diyuan Star to take a look. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chen Mobai gracefully teleported away into the distance. Chapter 1373, Return to the Healing Star. Chapter 1373, Return to the Healing Star. As Chen Mobai escaped from the celestial membrane of Wangxing, several divine senses surged over. These are all void refining cultivators responsible for the outermost defense of the 4 stars of Suspended Pot. The core area is guarded by the Kang Sheng Pot, so they don't need to worry about it. They all greeted Chen Mobai in a very friendly manner. After all, if a cultivator who had mastered the innate Tao and was not arrogant, the probability of him achieving Tao integration by regressing to the acquired Tao was far greater than theirs. After responding to each of them, Chen Mobai had already flown to the teleportation array base in the starry sky. Coincidentally, he saw 2 familiar faces here, Lao Xiaowu and his apprentice Gao Tian. They and Chen Mobai were using the same star teleportation array to return to Fushing Star. Although cultivators at the void refinement stage can already traverse the starry sky and do not need to worry about running out of mana, they would not choose to exhaust themselves if there were teleportation arrays that could get them there in an instant. It's like being able to take a car and never having to walk on your own 2 legs. Unless you are an ascetic. Fellow Taoist Lao, what a coincidence. Having received 10 Taoist merits, Chen Mobai had already resolved his past grievances with Lao Xiaowu. When the latter felt awkward, Chen Mobai took the initiative to greet him. Greetings, fellow Taoist Chen. Are you also returning to Fushing Star? Lao Xiaowu suppressed his resentment, trying not to think about the 10 Taoist merits, and forced a smile to return the greeting and ask. That's right. Although I'm practicing my void refinement skill under the star gazing, Fushang Star is my other home, where I've lived for over 100 years. I plan to return home in glory. Chen Mobai spoke frankly, saying that for cultivators of the earthly origin star, reaching the void refinement stage was a source of great honor for their families, and such good news should definitely be shared with acquaintances like Chengxuan as soon as possible. Congratulations on your success, fellow Taoist. I will immediately notify the relevant departments to organize a grand welcoming ceremony. Lao Xiaowu pretended to take out a communication artifact, thinking that a cultivator with innate saintly virtue would be very humble, dislike showing off, and would stop such a grand affair. Ah, fellow Taoist, you're too kind. A simple setup will suffice, there's no need for extravagance. I'm not one for such ostentation. Chen Mobai waved his hands repeatedly, but his meaning was clear. The ceremony had to be held, and it was best if it was grand. Lao Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. He was very puzzled as to how this brat was able to step into the path of innate saintly virtue. This personality is anything but virtuous. Greetings, Uncle Master Chen. I was blinded by greed before, and I sincerely apologize to you. I also want to thank you for sparing my life. I will try to earn back the Dao merits I embezzled and strive to compensate you tenfold. At this moment, Gao Tian, who had been ignored by Lao Xiaoyu, suddenly raised his head and sincerely confessed his sins to Chen Mobai. Upon hearing Takada's words, Lao Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. Takada knew that Lao Xiaoyu had already paid 10 Dao Gong as compensation, but he still said it, clearly intending to use this opportunity to curry favor with Chen Mobai. If Chen Mobai coveted Takada's 10 Dao Gong, he would definitely guarantee the latter's life, or even support him so that he would have the ability to earn the repayment. By incurring debts and integrating into Chen Mobai's circle, Gao Tian no longer needs to worry about Lao Xiaoyu's excessive oppression. After all, the master and disciple had lost all affection for each other after this incident. Moreover, if Takada performs well in the future, he might actually have a chance to turn things around with Chen Mobai. Considering Chen Mobai's personality, Lao Xiaoyu felt that Gao Tian had a good eye for people. I accept the apology, but there's no need for compensation. Your master has already paid 10 Dao merits on my behalf. You should work hard to repay him in the future. But Chen Mobai refused without even thinking. Although he lacked the noble virtues of a sage, his basic values and morals were still sound. Since he had accepted Lao Xiaoyu's Taoist teachings, his karmic ties with Gao Tian and his disciple were considered settled, and there was no need for him to take any more compensation. Although Taoist practices are very tempting, they should be acquired through proper means. I misunderstood. This kid does have some character. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Lao Xiaoyu's opinion of the latter changed greatly, and he realized that Chen Mobai was a gentleman who did not compromise on principles. At this moment, a starship bathed in the light of the sun, moon, and stars flew towards them. Immediately, a female cultivator in uniform approached Chen Mobai and his companions with a respectful expression. Seniors, the teleportation array you are on is about to activate. Would you like to proceed? There is a VIP lounge for cultivators at the Starry Sky Station. It was after Chen Mobai entered that he saw Lao Xiaoyu. Fellow Taoist, please go first. Lao Xiaoyu spoke very politely to Chen Mobai. After some polite refusals, he followed the female cultivator into the teleportation array and sat in a separate area designated by the array. I didn't expect there would still be seats. This was Chen Mobai's first time entering the VIP area. He saw that each seat was engraved with a void-stopping talisman, which was several levels higher than the standing tickets he had received before. Lao Xiaoyu, as a fellow Taoist, you can enter the VIP area for free wherever you go in the future, as long as you are in the Xuanhu Taoist Temple. The staff, unaware of the feud between Lao Xiaoyu and Chen Mobai, assumed they were friends and seated them near each other. Gao Tian, however, was not there. He didn't receive the benefits of practicing the Void Realm and owed Lao Xiaoyu 10 Dao Gong points, so to save money, he bought the cheapest standing ticket. By the way, fellow Taoist, I plan to go back to my hometown in a while, but since it's quite far, I wonder if I can use that ancient teleportation array. Chen Mobai remembered something else and asked Lao Xiaoyu. When he and Chengshuan arrived, they took an abandoned star teleportation array that could directly connect Fusheng Star to Zhui Star, the closest star to Diyuan Star. Upon hearing this, Lao Xiaoyu immediately explained, Fellow Taoist, it's like this. In this universe, all the teleportation arrays belong to the great void Tao ancestor. For example, the one we are riding in now, the Xuanhu Dojo only has the operating rights, and every 1,000 years it needs to hand over 20% of the profits to the central dojo. Without permission from the central dojo, no new star teleportation array routes may be opened. The one you were in before was abandoned and accidentally activated, so it doesn't count. If you want to reopen it, we, Fushengsing, need to apply to the relevant departments of Wangsing to add a teleportation route, and then Wangsing will apply to the central dojo. The process is quite complicated. Of course, if you pretend you don't know anything about these things and start it yourself, it will be fine if the people don't investigate and the officials won't report it. But if someone reports it in the future, it may become a stain on your record. Lao Xiaoyu knew that Chen Mobai had a bright future. Although he harbored resentment, he hoped to befriend him. Therefore, he explained the ins and outs of the Starry Sky teleportation array to prevent Chen Mobai from losing more than he gained. The teleportation arrays here are also monopolized. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately thought of the rule in the Heavenly River realm that the Taeksu Misty Palace monopolized all teleportation arrays in the 5 continents and 4 seas. He couldn't help but feel envious and hoped that he could also monopolize an industry and have a steady stream of Dao cultivation points coming in while lying down. But he was also very clear that this was based on absolute strength. If the Grandmaster of the Void were not pure Yang, this rule certainly wouldn't be followed by many people. This star station has a teleportation route to the Xuanyang star system, but there's no direct route. You need to transfer between star systems. Lao Xiaowu pointed, and a dense map of the Central Dojo Northern Territory teleportation array routes immediately appeared in the void before him. After setting the starting point and destination, the Xuanyang star system, 6 or 7 transfer options quickly emerged. Then Lao Xiaowu suggested another method. If you are willing to spend 1 Dao power, the star station can activate intergalactic teleportation, allowing you to teleport freely within a distance of 100 galaxies. However, it is too expensive. We who are at the void refining stage don't mind spending that little bit of time. Chen Mobai was also aware of this intergalactic teleportation array. Back when the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came to Earth Origin Star from the Central Dojo, there were records of their Taoist cultivation expenditures in this area. It's incredibly expensive. Only true immortals and Taoist masters would make such purchases. For example, the fact that Master Xuanhu led a group of people to the Central Dojo for a meeting this time is what started this. In contrast, poorer dojos or those without a 7th rank leader might set off from their own star field hundreds or even thousands of years in advance to participate in the tournament, using teleportation or ordinary star teleportation arrays to avoid being late. I see, thank you, fellow Taoist. After listening, Chen Mobai's eyes were opened. At this moment the star teleportation array was activated. Amidst the flashing silver light, the power of the void rippled, and space began to fold, reverse, and finally unfold. Now that Chen Mobai has reached the void realm, his understanding of the starry sky teleportation array is completely different from when he was standing room only. He clearly understood the principle behind the great shift of the stars. He could set up an ancient teleportation array on Earth Star and connect it to Zhui Star whenever he wanted. But doing so would disrupt the monopoly of the Grandmaster of the Void. Fellow Taoist, please look. After Lao Xiaowu got up, he pointed outside the starry sky station. Chen Mobai looked up and saw a huge banner flashing within the celestial membrane of the Fushing Star, on which were written a line of large characters. Congratulations to Chen Mobai, a cultivator from my star, on your advancement to the void refinement stage and your glorious return home. Beneath the banner were the heads of various departments of Fushingsing, led by Hua Yingsu. Basically, all the leadership teams were present, as well as capitalists and local notables such as Yuenshin from Liaoyuan Animal Husbandry. With a glance through Chen Mobai's void sky orbit view, all the top-tier nascent soul cultivators he knew from Fushing Star came into view. They even spotted Chengshuan, Taohua, and Qi Yuheng among them. They were surrounded by the crowd and stood in the very center, like stars around the moon. After all, the news of Chen Mobai's cultivation of the Void Realm had already spread throughout Fushing Star with Hua Geiyuan's arrival. While Lao Xiaowu was forcing Gao Tian to apologize, the higher-ups of Fushingsing, who already knew about Chen Mobai's information, had already humbly gone to find Cheng Xuan and the others. Knowing that Chen Mobai had reached the Void Realm, the 3 of them were naturally very excited, yet it also felt somewhat expected. After all, they had watched Chen Mobai cultivate and break through realms all the way. His talent was so high that he could be called the #1 person in the history of Diyuan Star. Only Bai Guang could be compared to him. The realm of refining emptiness is certainly not difficult for someone with the potential to become an immortal. In the minds of the 3 of them, only by reaching the 7th level of Dao integration could Chen Mobai's unparalleled talent be truly realized. Oh dear, this is too grand. Why did you even inform senior brother Chengshuan and the others? I was planning to give them a surprise. Looking at the grand spectacle before him, Chen Mobai couldn't help but speak to Lao Xiaowu beside him. However, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Fellow Taoist, let me introduce them to you one by one. At this moment, Lao Xiaowu had completely given up the idea of opposing Chen Mobai and only wanted to befriend him. After personally leading Chen Mobai out of the star station, he pointed at Hua Yingsu and the other nascent soul cultivators who were rushing over and said. Takada obediently followed behind the two, never even considering running away. After all, his cultivation was almost ruined after his failure to cultivate into a void realm. If he stayed on Fusheng Star, he would still have some foundation and connections. If he left, he probably wouldn't even be able to leave a single star system. Chen Mobai was the first to approach Changshuan and the other two. Senior brothers, junior sister Peach Blossom, it's been a long time, I've missed you dearly. Because Peach Blossom achieved nascent soul later than Chen Mobai, and because they both learned the one Yuan Dao scripture, the two can be considered to be senior and junior brothers and sisters. Chunyang, I knew you would succeed. Changshuan was the first to speak, and in his excitement, he couldn't help but pat Chen Mobai's shoulder hard. Although Bai Guang had also reached the Void Realm, she broke through using the immortal sect sword technique. Now, Chen Mobai's practice of the Void is the pure Yang Scroll, the fundamental technique of the dance weapon lineage, so its significance is completely different. With Chen Mobai's success, it means that the martial arts lineage can reach the Void refinement stage without any problem. Wang Changshuan will also be able to aspire to even higher realms in the future. Chunyang, you have brought glory to the ancestors of the earthly origin star. Qi Yuheng also looked proud of Chen Mobai. Beside him, Chen Mobai saw Yuanchen. Yuanchen, holding Qi Yuheng's hand, greeted him graciously. Greetings, junior brother Chen. I often hear Yuheng mention you. You truly deserve the potential to become an immortal. Chen Mobai looked surprised, but Qi Yuheng had already secretly explained the reason behind it via telepathy. It turned out that after Yuanchen failed in her cultivation of the Void Realm, her Dao heart collapsed, and she spent her days drinking and drowning her sorrows. Coincidentally, Qi Yuheng had also failed in his stock market investment at that time, so he simply became a director of Leyline Livestock and began to take over its management. Because Qi Yuheng had experience in this field and had accumulated some experience over the years, Leyline Livestock, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, was miraculously brought back to life under his leadership. Yuanchen, who had been giving up, saw that Qi Yuheng was so reliable that she felt he was a man she could entrust her life to, so she decided to pursue him. Qi Yuheng also couldn't resist the temptation and became a Taoist couple with his boss. Because Chen Mobai was in seclusion practicing his void refinement in Wangxing, he was not notified to avoid distracting him. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was also happy for Qi Yuheng. Since this happened before she reached the Void Realm, the two must be truly in love. Moreover, although Yuanchen failed to reach the Void Realm and her wealth plummeted, she was still a well-known rich woman in the Healing Star. Qi Yuheng is blessed. Chapter 1374 Reunion with Qing Nu. Chapter 1374 Reunion with Qing Nu. It's our first meeting and I wasn't prepared at all. This pair of jade pieces is quite nice. Congratulations on your marriage. As the leader of the Earthly Star, Chen Mobai certainly had to make a gesture, so he carefully selected a pair of 5th-grade superior quality, water-patterned snow jade from the Dragon Palace treasures of the Dharma realm. This. Yuanchen looked at Qi Yuheng somewhat embarrassedly, unsure whether she should accept the gift. Then thank you very much, junior brother. Qi Yuheng knew that Chen Mobai was wealthy, and that the treasures that Ancestor Yunya had brought from the White Crane Dojo were all in his hands. In addition, he understood that this would bring him honor, so he smiled and gestured for Yuanchen to take it. In fact, given the relationship between Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng, he intended to refine the snow jade into a magic weapon before sending it away. However, he would not linger on Fusheng Star. At most, he would catch up with Changshuan and the others before rushing back to Diyuan Star. Moreover, given Yuanchen's wealth, she has no shortage of 5th-tier magic weapons, and it would take Chen Mobai too much time to acquire 6th-tier magic weapons. They might as well just send the raw materials directly, and then Yuanchen can find someone or have Changshuan make them into the style she wants. Congratulations, senior brother, on reaching the Void Realm. You truly deserve to be the most talented person in our immortal sect throughout history. At this moment, Peach Blossom also seized the opportunity to come and offer her congratulations. Not at all, Madam started practicing the Void Realm earlier than me, and her talent is even greater than mine. Chen Mobai, however, was quite self-aware. After all, compared to someone who had no resources but relied solely on talent to successfully reach the Void Realm, and who also possessed the same innate Dao light, his achievement was far less impressive. However, Cheng Xuan and the others believed that Chen Mobai was being modest. So fellow Taoist Chen has a partner who has reached the void refinement stage. Lao Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, was taken aback when he heard the news. He thought to himself, why didn't you say so back then, given your background? If he had, he certainly wouldn't have ignored them and left Chen Mobai and the other three to Takata. He would have treated them with utmost courtesy. She left her hometown quite early. Chen Mobai had already asked Cheng Yunlin to help find Bai Guang's whereabouts, so there was no need to hide her existence. He briefly mentioned Bai Guang's background. The surrounding healers, now transformed into deities, showed even greater respect upon hearing this. After all, to them, someone who has mastered the void refinement skill is already a big shot. In this small borderland planet, it's astonishing that two cultivators at the void refinement stage could emerge in this era, and that they were even Taoist partners. This is something many people aspire to. For example, Yuanchen couldn't help but hold Qi Yuheng's hand tightly, already looking forward to a beautiful future where the two of them could practice the void together and stay together for 10,000 years. This is my disciple, Hua Yingsu. Now that Gao Tian has been dismissed, she will be in charge of the political affairs of Fusheng Star from now on. Of course, you can also come to me directly if you have any questions. As Lao Xiaoyu was speaking, a beautiful and voluptuous female cultivator gracefully bowed. Chen Mobai nodded to acknowledge her, and then had Tao Hua add Hua Yingsu's contact information. After all, he won't be staying here for long. Even if they return from Earthly Star, they will definitely go directly to Wangxing to settle down. Cheng Xuan and the other two have officially registered as citizens of Fusheng Star. In particular, Qi Yuheng has settled down here. In the future, if there are any matters that need to be communicated with the authorities, it would be better to let Tao Hua, who is also a female cultivator, handle the communication. Despite this, Hua Yingsu remained all smiles and quickly began chatting and laughing with Tao Hua. After getting to know everyone present, Chen Mobai was surprised to discover for the first time that there were so many nascent soul cultivators on the healing star. However, he knew without asking Lao Xiaoyu that these people had taken Chuangsu Dan, a traditional Chinese medicine formula. After all, if one fails to cultivate to the void, their primordial spirit will merge into the great Tao. Even if they recover their cultivation, without the replenishment of their severely damaged foundation by rare and precious materials, they will end up like this. However, those who can take the suspended void pill are all giants from various industries on Fusheng Star, which is why they were able to come and welcome Chen Mobai. Afterwards came a welcome banquet, and Chen Mobai, unable to refuse the hospitality, attended and had a few drinks. Fellow Taoist, although your household registration has been transferred to Wangxing, your original home is still Fusheng Star. According to the rules, after reaching the void refinement stage, the government needs to subsidize you with a sixth-order spiritual vein cave dwelling. When you have time, I can take you to see those unclaimed ones. Lao Xiaoyu was unaware that Chen Mobai was from the central government. After inquiring about the situation of the God Transformation Master of the Land Spirit Vein of Fusheng Star, he tried to win him over and build a good relationship with him. I see. Actually, in my Dharma realm, there is another void refining senior from Earth Origin Star, whose Dharma name is Spirit Venerable. I wonder if he could apply for 2 sixth-order cave dwellings. After hearing this, Chen Mobai shamelessly asked for it on behalf of the Spirit Lord. Oh, there's one more. Upon hearing this, all the official cultivators of the Healing Star, including Lao Xiaoyu and Hua Yingsu, were greatly shocked. Although Fusheng Star is protected by a grand array, it is not fully activated under normal circumstances in order to conserve spiritual energy. If a cultivator enters with malicious intent, it is possible to damage the most precious medicinal herbs on this planet. You've disguised yourself as a void refiner in the Dharma realm, yet you're keeping such a low profile on Fusheng Star. Lao Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mobai, full of surprise and doubt. It was very fortunate that he had not offended Chen Mobai too much. Fellow Taoist Lingzun, would it be convenient for you to come out? Fusheng Star has a policy for special talents, and the refining void realm is just right to qualify, but you need to be employed by a local company and have a residency period. Lao Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't refuse Chen Mobai's request, since the sixth-order cave dwelling in Fusheng Starry Sky wasn't his either. This was a generous contribution to the Xuanhu Dayashi. Why don't we invite Senior Lingzun to come to my Liaoyuan animal husbandry? Qi Yuheng immediately suggested. After all, Lingzun was the ancestor of his Kunpeng lineage. Chen Mobai nodded. After reaching the Void Realm, his identity as a spirit venerable was also cleared, allowing him to appear openly at the suspended pot dojo. Whether it was the healing star or the star-gazing star, having another sixth-order spiritual vein cave dwelling was definitely a good thing. Moreover, Chen Mobai had not forgotten the enemies he had robbed from the spirit venerable Dharma realm. Previously, we couldn't beat them and were afraid of them coming after us. Now, however, they hope that the dark vortex will come looking for them, so they want to spread the news of the Spirit Lord in a big way. After all, Chen Mobai hadn't fought anyone since reaching the Void Realm, and needed a worthy opponent to test his current strength. Even if we can't defeat the dark vortex, it's fine. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the Purple Cloud Palace. After refining this treasure of saintly virtue, Chen Mobai began plotting against Lian Su, who was his sworn enemy. Unfortunately, he has always been low-key and cautious, and he doesn't interact much with the outside world in this universe. On the Demon Market platform, there are mostly verbal disputes and business rivalries, and it hasn't come to the point of fighting and killing offline yet. Besides death, the only other person with whom one has a life-or-death feud is this dark vortex. Chen Mobai had already planned that after dealing with things here, he would find the Spirit Lord and try to unseal the Death God's incarnation to see if he could find the true body through this incarnation and rescue Bai Guang. Senior Lingzun prefers tranquility and dislikes social engagements. I will take her to visit fellow Taoist Lao in a while. Chen Mobai's words made Lao Xiaoyu nod repeatedly, but at the same time, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Lao Xiaoyu was practically a local tyrant on Fushing Star. After all, even though it nominally belonged to Hugh Gaiyuan, the latter rarely came. Now, not only is Chen Mobai above him, but there's also another cultivator who will be stationed there permanently. In the future, his influence will be diluted no matter what. But Lao Xiaoyu had no way to deal with this, and could only try to please them. After all, Chen Mobai alone represents 3 people at the void refinement stage. This earthly star is truly a place of outstanding people and abundant resources. At this moment, Lao Xiaoyu and the other cultivators from Fushing Star were filled with great curiosity about this border planet they had never heard of before. They wanted to know what kind of inheritance could cultivate such outstanding cultivators as Chen Mobai. After the banquet, Chen Mobai led Chengxuan and the other 2 back to his cave dwelling in the suburbs. Qi Yuheng told Yuanchen to go back first, since he knew that what they would discuss next would definitely be important matters concerning their hometown. You 3 wait a moment, I will go and invite the Spirit Lord over. Chen Mobai asked Qi Yuheng and the other 2 to sit down, and before he could finish speaking, he had already turned into a silver light and disappeared from the spot. Tian Realm Xuanhai. Chen Mobai cautiously stepped out of his own Dharma realm, and only after confirming several times that he had not triggered any ascension light did he feel at ease and fly out. Your Majesty, what brings you here? He landed in the medicinal field in front of Xuan Heihai, where a Xuan Jiao was locked up. It was the last Dragon King Xuan Zi. When it saw Chen Mobai appear out of thin air, it immediately flew over to greet him. Where are Madam and Senior Spirit Lord? Chen Mobai dared not use his void sky orbit vision. After scanning with his divine sense, he found neither Qing Nu nor Ling Zun in the Xuan Hai, which surprised him slightly. Just then, Xuan Zi came over and immediately asked. He finally succeeded in cultivating the void realm, and he would only feel a sense of accomplishment in front of the people he knows best. Xuans, the first madam and the senior are cultivating in the CI. Should I, little dragon, notify them with a dragon's roar? Chen Mobai shook his head. Xuan's dragon roar was an innate divine ability that could be transmitted into the CI through the water path. However, it might disturb them if they were in a critical moment of seclusion for cultivation. Don't move around here. I'll go find them in the eye of the sea myself. After saying this, Chen Mobai turned and walked towards the CI opening. Master, without the first Madam's sea stabilizing pearl to protect you, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist the suction of the CI, Xuan's asked with some concern. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and summoned the Hunyuan bell, holding it in his palm. After reaching the void refinement stage, he could now fully unleash the power of this peak 6th-tier magic weapon. Chen Mobai felt that it was sufficient to resist the suction of the CI. Moreover, he also possesses the power of the Purple Cloud Palace. Now that the heavenly river realm is so vast, Chen Mobai doesn't know what could possibly stop him. With that thought in mind, he had already flown into the eye of the sea. Upon seeing this, Xuan's was first stunned, then realized something, and his dragon eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Has the master reached the stage of emptiness cultivation? It should be noted that Chen Mobai previously needed to activate the power of the Hunyuan Bell by connecting with the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. But now, the little dragon has not sensed that the innate water element array with the Dragon Palace spirit vein as its core has been activated. Only those who have mastered 6th-tier magical artifacts can truly control them. Xuan's calculated the duration of Chen Mobai's seclusion and couldn't help but marvel at it. As Chen Mobai stepped into the CI, Qing Nu, who was refining the primordial qi, suddenly sensed the fluctuations of the water path around her and couldn't help but open her eyes. Did you notice it too? Opposite Qing Nu, the golden-haired spirit lord emerged from seclusion and spoke. It seems there are some uninvited guests. As she spoke, King Nu rode the 2 sea-stabilizing pearls, which hovered above her and the spirit lord's heads respectively, and flew out of the CI spirit cave where they were located. Soon, they saw a figure fly in from the opening of the CI and step towards them. Although vision was impaired within the CI due to the entanglement of the primordial origin stream and the Great Tao, they still saw the familiar bell in the palm of the sea-stabilizing pearl through its blue light. The 2 women immediately went to greet him and soon met the figure coming down. Looking at Chen Mobai's beaming face, King Nu asked with delight, "Husband, you've come out of seclusion." "Spirit Lord, pure Yang, congratulations." When Chen Mobai first entered the Void Realm, he visited the profound sea once, even triggering an ascension aura. Now, 10 years have passed since then, and given his exceptional talent and the ease with which he achieved this breakthrough, he must have succeeded. Haha, I have to thank the experience passed down by my seniors, plus some resources, for my lucky success. Amidst Chen Mobai's loud laughter, he sensed that even without the Hunyuan Bell, his own holy virtue and pure light alone were enough to resist the suction force of the CI, so he simply returned the bell to the Dharma realm. With his hands free, he couldn't help but hold King Nu's hand. His seclusion to cultivate his inner energy was the longest period he had ever been away from Qing Nu. A feeling of longing welled up in his heart at this moment, making him somewhat unable to control himself. The senior is still here. King Nu was a little embarrassed and looked at Lingzhen. Let's go outside and talk. The spirit lord seemed used to it, and Qing Nu immediately rode the sea-stabilizing pearl, casting a deep blue glow that enveloped the 3 of them. As he left, Chen Mobai felt a strange palpitation and couldn't help but look into the depths of the CI that had caused it. What's wrong? Seeing his strange actions, King Nu asked him a question. I feel a force drawing me from the depths of the CI. Isn't that strange? Chen Mobai had nothing to hide from Qing Nu, so he told her directly. Could it be that your great Tao also lies deep within the CI? The spirit venerable realized this, because she found the great Tao power corresponding to the great Freedom Emperor's law within the CI. Maybe. Chen Mobai nodded. Although he had the power of the Purple Cloud Palace protecting him, he would definitely not venture into the depths of the CI. Nodding to Qing Nu, the 3 of them left the CI together, protected by the power of the sea-stabilizing pearl. Outside the CI, Chen Mobai dared not use his void refinement power again, lest he be visited by the ascension spiritual light. However, he deliberately exposed the scene of him concealing his holy virtue and pure light to the 6th order medicine kings in the medicine field. Chapter 1375, The Return Journey. Chapter 1375, The Return Journey. Although these medicinal kings in the Xuanhai medicinal field have fallen into the hands of the 5 Elements sect, they have never truly submitted. After all, they are also a different kind of void refining cultivators. However, while cultivators like Chen Mobai have stepped into the Great Tao and mastered the Great Tao, they have entrusted themselves to the Great Tao and become a part of it. Therefore, even though the 5 Elements sect had the means to refine them, it did not make these medicine kings submit. After all, in their limited intelligence, even if they were refined, it would only mean that their souls would return to the Great Tao. This time, when these medicine kings saw the holy light, they felt that they had been imprisoned here by the dragons at the bottom of the sea precisely to meet such a sage and wise ruler. Those who can step onto the path of innate saintly virtue are definitely not bad people. You can't go wrong by following him. So when Chen Mobai returned to the medicine field from the CI with Lingzun and Qingnu, the sixth order medicine kings who had previously ignored the five-element sect all crawled out of the ground and surrounded Chen Mobai's feet, paying their respects. He kept calling out, "Master." Others with slightly higher intelligence, having heard of Xuan's title, changed their address to offer congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your progress in the void refinement stage and your ascent to the immortal path." Qingnu looked on with envy at the sight. After all, as an alchemist, she and Zhu Ming had communicated with these medicinal kings one after another, and only reached cooperation agreements with two of them. Now that Chen Mobai has achieved sainthood, all these sixth-tier medicine kings are bowing down in worship. "From now on, you will all follow Madam's orders." Chen Mobai displayed his saintly virtue in order to help Qingnu subdue these sixth-tier medicine kings, since rare and precious herbs were no longer of much use to him. The cultivation after reaching the void refinement stage is a process of gradually mastering the entire Great Tao, and most of this can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Of course, Chen Mobai has the Purple Cloud Palace. This treasure of saintly virtue possesses the Great Tao. After he refines it, it's like directly entering an unguarded vault. How much gold he can move depends entirely on his strength. There are no other difficulties. For Chen Mobai, the only challenge in his future cultivation will be the time to achieve Tao integration. After reassuring the medicine kings, Chen Mobai inquired about the situation in the heavenly river realm during his years of seclusion. "Everything is fine, except that many powerful demonic beasts have suddenly appeared over the desolate sea, causing the cultivators of the Myriad Star Alliance to suffer repeated defeats. However, the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance has already dispatched troops to provide support, and they have also purchased a number of treasure ships from our sect, so the situation has been stabilized for now. Since the last time we fought the Jellyfish Palace, they stopped sealing off the sea and started sending many nascent soul cultivators to travel through the heavenly river realm. It seems they are forming alliances and planning to do something. Currently, only in our five-element sect's territory have no Jellyfish Palace disciples set foot, but their traces can be found even in the desolate sea. In addition, in the Central Plains Holy Land, the Qingwei Sword Sect has gained two more nascent soul cultivators. According to the information from Wuqingjai, it is said that the Taoist disciples and saintesses who obtained the Taking and Teiwei twin swords in the previous generation have broken through. They focus on the sword, and the sword is the Tao fruit. Therefore, although they have just entered the nascent soul realm, even the top nascent soul true monarchs in the Tian realm would not dare to face their sharpness directly under their swords. The Wuqingjai records describe these two nascent soul sword cultivators as having the same charisma as you when you wielded the Hunyuan bell and roamed the 5 continents and 4 seas. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile. In terms of seniority, these two nascent soul cultivators from the Qingwei Sword Sect were actually of the same generation as him. However, his strength and status rose too quickly. Before he even reached the void refining stage, he was already the top nascent soul cultivator in the heavenly river realm. Therefore, in the Wuqingjai, he is now a benchmark figure across the 5 continents and 4 seas. When the most talented Taoist disciples and saintesses of this generation are praised, they are said to possess 3/10 of the brilliance of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. To be honest, I've been in the heavenly river realm for over 300 years, but I've never been to the central continent. I might as well go and take a look before I ascend. Would you like to come along, madam? Chen Mobai said that he used to stay home because he always felt that someone outside the sect wanted to harm him, but now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Not to mention the mark left on his left hand by the Tai Su measuring ruler, he also gathered the holy virtue power of Zai Zio Palace into another mark and sealed it on his right hand. Ordinary practitioners of the void realm can only make him use one hand at most. Perhaps only if Nangong Jin held the primordial water control flag could Chen Mobai take it seriously and use both hands. With such strength, Chen Mobai felt that there was no power in the heavenly river realm that could harm him. My second primordial spirit has already opened a branch of Dangxia Pavilion in Jiangsu. Fellow Taoist Shan Maiasu has already taken me to all the places I wanted to visit. However, if my husband wants to go, I will definitely accompany him in my true form. Qingnu smiled sweetly, very willing to travel and enjoy the scenery with Chen Mobai. Then I'll go back to Diyuan Star and take care of the matter of merging my hometown into Xuanhu Dojo, and then I'll come back and take you to Jiangsu." Chen Mobai nodded, and it was settled with King Nu. "My husband, should I inform the others in the sect about your void refinement cultivation?" After listening to Qing Nu's words, Chen Mobai pondered for a moment. In the past, he would have preferred to keep a low profile, but that wasn't his true nature. Having spent over 300 years in the Heavenly River realm, it was time for him to be high profile for once. It's not just about informing the sect. We also need to notify all the other forces that are on good terms with our 5 Elements sect, so they know that I've reached the void refinement stage. Chen Mobai's words surprised King Nu slightly, as she felt this was unlike her husband's personality. A great change is about to happen in the Heavenly River realm. Is Chunyang planning to use his void refinement realm to suppress the 5 continents and 4 seas? After hearing this, the Spirit Venerable felt that this was Chen Mobai's true purpose in announcing his void refinement realm. On the contrary, I plan to let those in the Heavenly River realm who have ill intentions towards our 5 Elements sect come out, and then kill them all in the process, to clean up the mess in advance for the great change in the world. Chen Mobai shook his head and revealed his true plan. "Oh, Chunyang, please explain in detail." Upon hearing this, the Spirit Venerable couldn't help but wonder how Chen Mobai would manage to do this. "As long as I am in the Heavenly River realm, even if those villains have designs on the 5 Elements sect, they will only dare to spy in the dark because of my strength, and will not dare to make a move. But what if I ascend in front of everyone?" As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, both Lingzhen and King Nu realized what was going on. "King Nu, if you ascend, they will only care about Master. But Master is only at the void refining stage, and can only make one move before ascending. Although the sect's Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array has shown some power before, it was mostly controlled by you in conjunction with the Primordial Bell. So if the karma is big enough, some people will be willing to take the risk." At this point, Qing Nu became somewhat nervous, because if the Water Mother Palace intervened, they might use the Primordial Water Control flag again. And if Chen Mobai ascended and left, the Taixu Measuring Ruler might not be willing to lend a hand. When she brought up the question, Chen Mobai burst into laughter. "Don't worry, madam. Even if my true body ascends to the immortal realm, I still have a second primordial spirit. Besides, who says that once you ascend, you can't come back?" As Chen Mobai spoke, he pointed at Qing Nu, and one of her Dinghai pearls immediately lit up with a silver light. Then, the pure Yang pearl that she had entrusted to him was instantly teleported out. This incredible manipulation of the void greatly astonished the Spirit Lord. At least she, being a fellow cultivator of the void realm, couldn't do that. Chen Mobai reached out and touched the pure Yang pearl, and soon flames appeared. His second primordial spirit was already standing beside him. With Chen Mobai's current cultivation level and weapon refining skills, advancing the pure Yang pearl to the 6th rank would be a piece of cake. However, he has kept it stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, for a reason similar to that of the 1 Yuan Dao body. Even if the avatar displays 6th rank strength, it will still trigger the ascension light. If you're stuck at the peak of the 5th tier, you don't need to worry about this. Moreover, Chen Mobai can use his second primordial spirit to control the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array, and even many 6th-order magic artifacts, which would make him invincible as a nascent soul cultivator. When Chen Mobai returned this time, he brought his second primordial spirit into the Zixel Palace and sealed the 7th-order saintly virtue Dao into his body. Even if the primordial water control flag came, he would be able to put up a fight. In that case, I won't worry. Upon seeing the second primordial spirit, Qing Nu felt all the pressure vanish. "Chunyang, do you perhaps have a way to descend back to the mortal realm after ascending? Or are you just going to pretend to ascend, and then hide in the Dharma realm halfway through the 9 heavens tribulation?" The Spirit Lord, however, focused on the second half of Chen Mobai's sentence and asked curiously. "After I practiced the Void realm, my understanding of the 4 volumes of the Great Void Heavenly Book deepened. After I pay my respects to the true King of the Great Void, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will come down to find you as soon as possible." Chen Mobai didn't mention the tortoise treasure, since he hadn't tried it yet, and didn't know if he could be teleported back after ascending to the Spirit Void Immortal realm. However, since teleportation is possible even between the Heavenly River realm and the Purple Cloud universe, and location can be established within the Purple Cloud Palace, he felt that the Spirit Void Immortal realm couldn't possibly stop it. Indeed, as a primordial void spirit, if you were to become a disciple of the Taixu Dao ancestor, even if you were unable to inherit his mantle, you might still be able to wield the Taixu measuring ruler. The spirit venerable knew that Chen Mobai had entered the innate sacred virtue path in his void refinement, and he felt it was a pity. After all, if he had started towards the void path from the beginning, with his talent, he would probably already be a direct disciple of the pure Yang Dao ancestor. I hope so. Chen Mobai was somewhat apprehensive about this. After all, he didn't know what kind of scheme the true king of Taixu was using the turtle treasure to set up. But since he had been taught the 4 books of Taixu, and the Taixu measuring ruler was also in a friendly manner, it shouldn't be a bad thing. However, even with Chen Mobai's composure, the thought of facing Chen Yang directly was enough to make him uneasy. After finishing their conversation, considering that Cheng Xuan and the others were still waiting on Fu Shangxing, Chen Mobai reluctantly said goodbye to Qing Nu, took Ling Zun into the Dharma realm, and clicked to return to the city. All of this was done in front of Qing Nu, who felt that her husband's mastery of the great Tao of the Void was even more impressive than before. Greetings, Spirit Lord. After Chen Mobai appeared out of thin air with the golden-haired spirit, Cheng Xuan and the other 2, who were drinking tea, immediately stood up and respectfully greeted him. No need for formalities. Chen Yang has already told me everything. Tomorrow I will go with Yu Heng to Leyline Animal Husbandry to go through the hiring process and get the subsidy for a 6th-tier cave dwelling. As soon as the Spirit Lord finished speaking, Qi Yu Heng nodded repeatedly and began to recount the relevant details. I plan to unseal the incarnation of death and see if I can find its true form through this. After finishing discussing the miscellaneous matters, Chen Mobai addressed the group of people present with his plan. Although the star-pulling sword and the heavenly calculation beads were in his hands, they were the 4 of them who brought them out of the earthly origin star together, so he had to say something out of both courtesy and reason. You can make the decision. Qi Yu Heng and the other 2 immediately nodded, indicating that they had no objections. After all, this concerned Bai Guang. Although so many years have passed and there has been no news, it is estimated that he is in grave danger. However, no one dared to mention this matter in front of Chen Mobai. Even if a couple's relationship is very strained, they are still husband and wife. Chen Mobai is known for his loyalty and affection, and the 2 have a daughter. After so many years, he must have developed some feelings for Bai Guang. Chen Yang, when do you plan to lift the seal? The Spirit Lord shared the same attitude. Although the god of death was powerful, she believed that with her cultivation of the great Freedom Emperor's law and Chen Mobai's entry into the innate saintly virtue realm, they could suppress the god of death's incarnation. The star-pulling sword and the heavenly calculation beads contain the lifelong Tao fruit of the star-pulling ancestor's previous life. Although I could directly and violently unseal them, the Tao essence left within would completely dissipate. I need to return to Earth Origin Star soon, and then have Ah Xing retrieve these before unsealing them. Chen Mobai explained his plans. Kaixing is quite lucky to have met such an outstanding junior like you, said the Spirit Lord after hearing this. If it were her or Bai Guang, they would have unsealed it without hesitation and wouldn't have thought about any of this. When does senior brother plan to return to Earthly Origin Star? After the Spirit Lord appeared, Peach Blossom, who had been keeping her head down and silent, suddenly asked a question in a low voice. After I receive the cave dwelling allowance from Fushengxing, I'll take a look at that ancient teleportation array. Is there anything you need me to tell you? Chen Mobai answered, thinking of Tao Hua's daughter on Earth Yuan Star, and couldn't help but empathize, feeling that Tao Hua must be missing Pei Qing Shuang. Because this time he was going back, he would be using the star teleportation array of the Xuanhu Dojo to open up a path to the universe for Earth Origin Star, so he only planned to bring the Spirit Venerable with him in the Dharma realm. Once the route is completed, Chengxuan and the others will be able to return to Diyuan Star on their own. Thank you, senior brother. I will write a letter when I get back and send it to you tomorrow. Please give it to Cuyer for me. Peach Blossom thanked him repeatedly, echoing Chen Mobai's words. Chen Mobai nodded. The next day, Lingzhen went to Liaoyuan Animal Husbandry with Qi Yuheng. Yuanchen received them throughout the trip and showed great respect to this elder of her husband's sect. After receiving the news, Lao Xiaoyu, along with Hua Yingsu and other official staff, personally cooperated to simplify all procedures. After completing his tasks on Fusheng Star, Chen Mobai did not linger. He once again used the star teleportation array to instantly teleport to the star station on Chuanhu Star 4. Soon, billions of stars began to flow by in one teleportation after another. After being reborn, they all wanted to be the baby's mother. Reborn as a childhood sweetheart, the latest work by author Cao Manjun. Chen Yu is reborn in 2005 and saves his deceased best friend's daughter from a fire. In order to obtain legal custody, he uses this opportunity to reunite with the relationships he missed in his previous life. A lovely daughter and a sweet romance. I want them all. Chapter 1376, The Century-Long Development of Earthly Star. Chapter 1376, The Century-Long Development of Earthly Star. Earth Star. Since Chen Mobai left with Qi Yuheng and the others more than 100 years ago, the country has entered a period of the fastest-growing era of peaceful development. First, there was a major surge in mid-level cultivators, such as those at the foundation establishment and core formation stages. Following Chen Mobai's excellent example, many talented cultivators began to try to break through their limits on their own, rather than waiting for resources. In response to this situation, Yuangsu and Sanju joined forces to develop some new elixirs. The main purpose of these elixirs was not to assist in breaking through realms, but to preserve life. Although they would still be severely injured after the failure, at least they wouldn't die. This made many cultivators willing to take the risk. After Chen Mobai left, studying his life story has become a source of income for many scholars on Earthstar. Some experts believe that advancing through talent without relying on resources can help cultivate a cultivator's ability to break through independently, and only in this way can one climb to a higher realm. Some believe that the effect of elixirs in assisting breakthroughs is limited, and that with repeated attempts, cultivators will lack the ability to break through on their own, which poses a huge hidden danger for cultivators who want to climb to higher levels. After all, in the immortal sects, resources for foundation establishment and core formation can be obtained by waiting in line, but resources for nascent soul and deity transformation require great merit and the background and power of the four major academies to have any hope of obtaining them. Moreover, even if you manage to traverse this path to immortality, what about your future cultivation of the void realm? At this level, there are no elixirs to help. Take Chen Mobai, the pure Yang ancestor, for example. From childhood to adulthood, he has always relied solely on talent and hard work. Therefore, no bottleneck can hold him back, and sooner or later he will be able to succeed in the void refinement stage on his own, just like the white light ancestor. As a result, the experts from the immortal sect reached this conclusion, which led many ambitious cultivators to follow suit. In the beginning, many people died when the breakthrough failed. The three halls cannot say they should not follow the example of the pure Yang ancestor. After all, although he is gone, the cultivators who have benefited from his grace are all over the world, and even 2 of the 3 hall masters are his people. Faced with the endless stream of cultivators from the immortal sects who failed to break through and died, the 3 great halls could only appeal to the pure Yang ancestor, who was destined to become an immortal. If one wanted to learn from him, one should at least be destined to become a nascent soul cultivator. In short, don't try to emulate mediocre people. However, the young people in the immortal sect nowadays are all ignorant and arrogant, living in a honey pot. Those who can enter the 4 major academies all believe that even if they are not as good as the pure Yang ancestor, they are at least half a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, quite a few die at the core formation and nascent soul formation stages. After all, the breakthrough is one's own decision, and the 3 great halls cannot control it. Faced with this situation, the 3 halls could only invite the 2 great masters, Yuangsu and Sanju, to come out of seclusion and research life-saving elixirs. Among them, Yuansu successfully transformed into a deity using the shocking spirit condensing pill. Under his guidance, and with the 3 absolutes rich experience, they quickly developed a pill formula to save lives for those who failed to break through to various realms. After these pills were launched on the market, the trend of mid-level cultivators in the immortal sects breaking through on their own became even more unstoppable. Within a short span of a century, the number of newly promoted foundation establishment and core formation cultivators began to explode. However, since it takes at least 100 years of accumulation to go from core formation to nascent soul formation, the number of nascent soul cultivators has been growing relatively steadily. However, compared to the era of stargazing and white light, it still represents an increase of about 20%. This is mainly due to the doubling of nascent soul cultivators in the dance weapon lineage, which raised the average number. Before leaving, Chen Mobai prepared a lot of resources for the people around him and left a huge amount of foundation for his successor, Ming Yihua. Basically, any cultivator in the dancing weapon lineage who has reached the core formation stage can obtain a portion of 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi and a top-grade spirit stone. Thanks to this, Meng Huinger, Chen Zhao, Yun Yanbing, Hua Zijing, Zhuang Jialan, and Chen Xingxing all successfully formed their nascent souls. This led many experts in the immortal sect to refer to the 50 years surrounding Chen Mobai's enrollment as the golden age of the Dance Weapon Academy. Besides Chen Mobai, Ming Yihua, Meng Huinger, and Chen Zhaohe all showed signs of becoming nascent soul cultivators. In particular, Ming Yihua has already cultivated to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage in just over 100 years. If he hadn't wanted to solidify his foundation, he could have tried to break through to the divine transformation stage long ago. Chen Zhaohe, who formed her nascent soul later than others, is already at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. After she switched to cultivating the 3 yin meridians, she has never encountered any bottlenecks again. She easily breaks through after accumulating her true chi to perfection, fully demonstrating the supreme talent of her pure yin body. Those in the know all praised her, saying that she was indeed the daughter of those 2 men. Even in swordsmanship, she seemed to have inherited only 3/10 of her parents' talent. However, this was understandable, as her talent was likely focused entirely on her physique at birth. Among the 3, Meng Huinger's cultivation progress is the slowest. She is currently at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, but she is still far behind Ming Yihua and Chen Zhaohe. Compared to other nascent soul cultivators from other immortal sects, her breakthrough speed is quite fast. Many experts in the immortal sect also believe that Meng Huinger has the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, because she has been in seclusion for a full 45 years since she formed her nascent soul. It is said that she had a good relationship with the pure Yang ancestor. Before the ancestor left the Earth origin star, she received his careful guidance, which enabled her to understand the celestial music from the 5 notes of the phoenix facing the sun diagram and fall into a state of enlightenment. With this sudden enlightenment, Meng Huinger not only easily succeeded in forming her nascent soul, but also completely transformed the accumulation of her experience from playing the divine melody on 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain into her own, laying the foundation for her nascent soul transformation. The reason why cultivators of the dance weapon lineage have had a much higher success rate in breaking through than the other 3 lineages in recent decades is because Meng Huinger often returns to school to perform the heavenly melodies, and many students who hear the wonderful methods of the melodies for the first time frequently fall into a state of enlightenment. Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan were able to overcome the final obstacle and successfully form their nascent souls only with the help of Meng Huinger. Many experts believe that Meng Huinger's cultivation progress is slower than Ming Yihua and Chen Zhaohe, not only because she was delayed by her own enlightenment, but also because she was distracted by helping others break through. If she had focused solely on her own cultivation, her current level would at least be no worse than Chen Zhaohe's. Meng Huinger remained very low-key about this, because she has self-awareness. The reason she secluded herself for 45 years was not because of an epiphany, but because she had failed twice before in forming her nascent soul. Fortunately, Chen Mobai left her enough resources, and she finally succeeded on her 3rd attempt. Besides the 3 spiritual herbs for nascent soul formation, Chen Mobai also left her top-grade spirit stones and other resources to improve her cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Even so, her advancement speed was still far slower than that of true geniuses like Ming Yihua and Chen Zhaohe. Of course, the reason Ming Yihua was able to reach the nascent soul stage so quickly was because he also had the resources left by Chen Mobai and had refined the pure Yang Golden Lotus Dao fruit. Compared to the situation in the Heavenly River realm, this was almost equivalent to Yi Qing's treatment in the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Needless to say, Chen Zhaohe, as the daughter of Chen Mobai and Yu Beiguang, inherited their talents and connections. Meng Huinger wouldn't dare compare herself to her. Knowing her own true nature, after Meng Huinger formed her nascent soul, apart from occasionally leading the younger students of the arts department in evening performances as a senior, she spent most of her time refining the resources given to her by Chen Mobai, desperately improving her cultivation, and maintaining her genius persona. After all, besides her, Jiang Yuyuan also successfully formed his nascent soul. If the immortal sect were to perform the divine melody again in the future, although both of them could participate, only the leader would receive the greatest benefits, and might even be able to directly entrust their minds to the great Tao of music, achieving nascent soul and divine transformation. Although Meng Huanger has the background of the dance weapon lineage, if her cultivation is not as good as Jiang Yuyuan's, even if she seizes the initiative, she will still be secretly ridiculed. For Meng Huanger, who had always been proud and pretended to be a genius her whole life, the thought of such a scene was unbearable. This day marked the 340th anniversary of the Pure Yang ancestors' enrollment in the Dance Weapon Academy. After Meng Huanger finished her performance on stage, she sat at a table with nascent soul cultivators such as Ming Yihua and Deng Dayan. Where's Zing? After sitting down, Meng Huanger noticed an empty seat opposite her and looked surprised. He prefers peace and quiet, so he sat for a while during the opening performance and then left. Deng Dayan said helplessly, knowing Chen Xingxing's true identity, but he dared not reprimand her. Ignore him, let's just talk about our own things. When Ming Yihua spoke, all the nascent soul cultivators present immediately became solemn. Currently, within the Wuki lineage, not counting the nascent soul cultivators of branches like the Jade Flute, there are 11 direct descendants of the Tao Academy alone. Aside from Chen Xingxing, who was missing because she was too busy with her duties as the Deputy Hall Master of Kaiyuan Hall, and Hua Zijing, who was assisting her, almost everyone else was present. Today, we'd like to take this opportunity to discuss the following 3 matters. Firstly, Director Yu Yi's term is coming to an end and he is about to retire, with Zhao Hai's niece as the Deputy Director and the other 3 lineages also giving Chunyang face. She will basically succeed him. Sister Zijing has already made arrangements for this matter, but we will still need everyone to attend the conference to support us. When Ming Yihua said this, everyone nodded in agreement. They might be too lazy to do other things, but when it comes to Chen Mobai's daughter, they have to make time for her no matter how busy they are. Ming Yihua. Secondly, Zhongli Tianyu's term is also coming to an end, and Jumeng Dao Academy is eyeing the vacancy in the Zhengfa Hall. A few days ago, True Monarch Yunhua even called me specifically, saying that he would give up this term to pay King Shuang and fully support Yun Yangbing in the next term. Thirdly, I plan to break through to the nascent soul stage, so I need to use a divine soul gathering pill. The nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain have all agreed, but they also indicated that the pills for me and my niece are the last 2 of the dance weapon lineage. These are the 3 main things. Let's all share our thoughts. After listening to what Ming Yihua said, the nascent soul cultivators present were also discussing it animatedly. The reason why the immortal sects have started a trend of breaking through by relying on their own talents is not only because of Chen Mobai, but also because Wenren Zuwei did not take any pills and successfully became a god on her own. Wenren Zuwei and Yuangsu are the only 2 newly promoted nascent soul cultivators after Chen Mobai left. This has put considerable pressure on the dance equipment lineage, because among the 4 major academies, only they do not have a nascent soul true lord presiding over them. Although the upper-level cultivators respected them out of respect for Chen Mobai, the influence of the dance weapon lineage was gradually fading over time. Chen Ziohei's succession as the master of Kaiyuan Palace and Ming Yihua's use of a Jing Shen Ningling pill can be considered as the last vestiges of his legacy. Back when Chen Mobai was alive, he directed the immortal sects to refine a batch of 10 divine spirit condensing pills, with each of the 4 major academies receiving one. One of the pills from the Wuki Dao Academy was given to Yu Yi, who was then appointed as the master of Kaiyuan Hall to provide a suitable reason. Unfortunately, she failed after taking it, but she still served the people for 2 jiazi, 60 years. Recently, her term of office was completed, and she plans to let Chen Ziohei succeed her, so that the latter can also receive a Jing Shen Ningling pill. In addition, Gong Ajixu and Zhongli Tianyu will each take one, and Ming Yihua will use Chen Mobai's influence to secure one, leaving only the last 2. As for the Immortal Affairs Hall, Lan Haitian has already completed the substantive succession in the previous session, and with the support of True Monarch Kingping, he can be considered a pre-selected successor. The reason why True Monarch Yunhua is pushing Pei Qingshuang to the position this time is because he wants this last divine spirit gathering pill. Even if Yun Yangbing is able to successfully take over as the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall next time, he will no longer have the nascent soul pill. I think the Wookiee lineage still needs to help their own people and help him fight for it. The one who said this was Deng Daeyun. As the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, he was definitely on Yun Yangbing's side. But that would mean competing with the Jumeng lineage. Haven't the true lords of the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain already hinted that they're giving us the last two pills? Bian Jingchen said, frowning. With this distribution, their dance weapon lineage received the most. Pei Qingshuang originally intended to give this pill to Wenren Zuwei, but the latter overcame the obstacles by constantly trying and failing with the Changchun Gong, which is why there was an extra one. Even so, the chance to reach the nascent soul stage is extremely rare. Qin Baikan meant that he wanted to compete for it. Especially since the Dance Weapon Academy has no nascent soul cultivators, each additional spirit shocking and spirit condensing pill is equivalent to having another chance. Nowadays, the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect have all received the true Lord's favor, although that's what they say, as long as we follow the rules and support Yun Yangbing to sit on the throne of the Righteous Law Hall Master, they won't say anything. Zhuang Jialan, who had been silent until now, said this. She had been through thick and thin with Chen Mobai, and knew better than anyone how influential he was. Senior Meng, what do you think? Seeing that among the nascent soul cultivators present, only Meng Huinger had not spoken. Ming Yihua, who was preparing to make a decision, couldn't help but ask. Before Chen Yang left, he only decided on the ownership of the first 4 Jing Shen Ning Ling pills. As for the remaining 6, his original words were, "It depends on each person's ability." Meng Huinger recalled what Chen Mobai had said to her on the pillow. At that time, she had already obtained 3 resources for nascent soul formation and felt confident that she would succeed in forming her nascent soul. She was also fantasizing about achieving the divine transformation, which was why she asked this question. Since Chen Yang has said so, then let's fight for it. Ming Yihua did not doubt Meng Huinger's words, nodded, and made a solemn decision. Chapter 1377, The Back Mountain of the Taoist Temple. Chapter 1377, The Back Mountain of the Taoist Temple. Azing, are you really okay here? After all, it's Chen Yang's memorial service. On the back mountain of the Dance Weapon Academy, Yu Tianguang looked at Chen Xingxing lying on a chair playing games and said with some helplessness, "Our ancestor has just passed away, not died. Besides, these memorial services are being held far too frequently. Once every 100 years would be more appropriate. Our ancestor was not someone who cared about such empty fame." Chen Xingxing spoke while holding her phone, appearing incredibly lazy. What he cares about most is these empty titles. Yu Tianguang knew Chen Mobai's personality. After all, he had seen the latter swaggering around during the entrance exam in Dangxia City, and had also experienced Chen Mobai's peak years in the immortal sect. But he dared not speak his mind, lest he tarnish Chen Mobai's glorious image. The main purpose is to use the name of Chen Yang to gather you nascent soul cultivators together and discuss the future development of our dance weapon lineage. Although Yu Tianguang was a gatekeeper, he was very knowledgeable about the major events in the immortal world, and his favorite pastime was to discuss politics on the forum. Knowing that the situation in the 3 main halls is very delicate, because among the 4 academies, Wookiee is not under the command of a nascent soul cultivator. After Chen Mobai left a century ago, many young people no longer have the same reverence for Wookiee Academy as the older generation, and the Academy's enrollment rate has been declining year by year. Anyway, they'll let me know once they've discussed it, so I won't waste my time there. Chen Xingxing suddenly sniffed the air and immediately reminded him, keep an eye on the heat, or the rabbit will get tough when you roast it any longer. The two are now outside the security guard's room on the back mountain. Since Chen Xingxing was transferred, this place has become Yu Tianguang's little world, where he often goes into the mountains to hunt some wild game. Every time Chen Xingxing returned to the Taoist temple, he would treat him to a good meal. Chen Yang thinks highly of you. He told me privately that the academy will rely on you in the future. As Yu Tianguang spoke, he gathered his true energy into a blade and cut off a leg from the roasted rabbit in his hand, handing it to Chen Xingxing. The latter, unusually, pressed the pause button, put down her phone and got up from the recliner. I am the lowest-ranking nascent soul cultivator among the dance weapon lineage, while there are so many nascent soul cultivators above me. There's no reason for me to take the lead. Chen Xingxing talked as she ate. Quack. Just then, a bird's chirp rang in their ears. Chen Xingxing looked up at the birdcage hanging at the entrance of the security booth. Inside was a blue bird, staring at them longingly, seemingly hungry as well. She reminded them not to forget to feed it. This silly bird has a pretty long lifespan. It's been so many years and it's still alive. Chen Xingxing clicked her tongue in amazement, casually tossing the bone in her hand toward the birdcage, where it landed precisely on the gap in the cage. But the blue bird looked disgusted, opened its mouth and exhaled a gust of wind, blowing away the flying bones. After all, it was sent by Chen Yang, so this silly bird probably has quite a background. As Yu Tianguang spoke, he cut off another rabbit leg and threw it to the blue bird. The bird immediately rode the wind, opened the cage, flew out, caught the leg and landed on the roof, where it ate it with relish. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. After all, ordinary birds can't live that long. Our Wookiee lineage originated from the Dan Ding sect of the White Crane Dojo. Our ancestors' 3 azure bird dharma forms roamed the world. Could this silly bird be the true spirit azure bird? Chen Xingxing recalled what Principal Deng Dayan had told her after she reached the nascent soul stage, and her gaze became intense as she looked at the blue bird that was eating meat. If that's really the case, then maybe when the two of us die of old age, this silly bird will still be alive. Are we going to have to make it come and visit our graves? Yu Tianguang made a joke, but Chen Xingxing nodded solemnly. That's quite possible. Should I try to please the silly bird so it won't just burn paper money for you in the future? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianguang rolled his eyes, ignored him, picked up the roasted rabbit head in his hand and began to devour it. Give me another piece, I'll go feed it. After snatching a piece of rabbit meat from Yu Tianguang, Chen Xingxing teleported to the rooftop and handed it to the silly bird. The bird glanced at him warily but couldn't resist the temptation of the meat. It put the meat in its mouth and then transformed into a streak of green light, flying into the mountains. It's okay. It likes to take a stroll after it finishes eating, and it will come back when it goes to sleep at night. After hearing Yu Tianguang's words, Chen Xingxing ignored them and went back to her recliner to continue playing games. Not long after, Deng Dayan called. Chen Xingxing learned from him that Ming Yihua and the others had moved directly to Wanggu Cave after the meeting to work on the important matter of the upcoming change of the 3 hall masters. Understood, I will attend the Kaiyuan Hall assembly. Chen Xingxing acknowledged the message, then hung up and continued playing. Late at night, Yu Tianguang was already meditating in his guard post. Chen Xingxing had finally completed the latest storyline and felt that she had completely wasted her time. Just as he stretched and was about to use the void teleportation technique to return to the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Management Bureau, he suddenly discovered that the birdcage was empty. Just as he was wondering why the silly bird hadn't returned yet, a streak of green light flew from the mountain like lightning and darted into the cage in a panic. What's going on? Are there wild animals in the mountains that prey on birds? Chen Xingxing made a slightly teasing remark, but the blue bird huddled in a ball in the cage, trembling as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Old Yu, I'll be going now. I have to go to work tomorrow morning. Chen Xingxing didn't pay any attention to the silly bird. She checked the time, and it was already 4 in the morning. She called out into the house, yawned, and started requesting location tracking. After Yunyang Bing formed his nascent soul, he was transferred from the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Management Bureau to the Hall of Righteous Law. Under the operation of the dance weapon lineage, he began to strive for the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. Chen Xingxing succeeded Yunyang Bing, and with true monarch Yunhai in seclusion, he currently holds the highest authority over the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network array of the immortal sect. Even so, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. Remember to come visit often. I don't have many years left to live. Yu Tianguang came out after hearing the commotion, looked at the unusually young Chen Xingxing, and suddenly said with some emotion. His peak years were delayed by the devouring god technique. Although he removed the divine seed with Chen Mobai's help and gradually recovered his cultivation, his foundation was severely damaged, and it was impossible for him to form a nascent soul. According to the lifespan of a core formation cultivator, he was nearing his end. Moreover, in recent years, Yu Tianguang had indeed felt his energy waning. That's why Chen Xingxing, who usually doesn't like to move around, would almost always come back to participate in the activities of the Dance Weapon Academy, because he knew that every time he met Yu Tianguang, it would be one less time. Everyone dies eventually, don't worry. After you go down to the underworld, just tell that silly bird what kind of paper money you need in your dreams." Chen Xingxing was just joking, and Yu Tianguang couldn't help but laugh. Just then, a strange, fishy wind came from the mountains. Chapter 13, 78 Fifth Order Bash. Chapter 13, 78 Fifth Order Bash. Chen Xingxing, who was about to teleport away, suddenly stopped. His expression turned cold as he turned to look at Mount Akagi, hidden in the darkness. This fishy smell was like a ferocious beast about to emerge from the depths of the mountains and forest. Although Chen Xingxing mostly lay on a chair playing games while guarding the gate, he also frequently went into the mountains for walks and fresh air, knowing that there were absolutely no beasts above the second level in Chicheng Mountain. Even those at the second tier are gentle and won't hurt anyone. Did the silly bird encounter this in the mountains? Chen Xingxing's expression suddenly changed, and at that moment the stench grew stronger, and the sound of footsteps grew closer. Although Chen Xingxing was the most arrogant among all the nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, he was not the weakest. In fact, he might even be the strongest. Therefore, instead of informing Deng Daiyun, Qin Baikan, and the other nascent soul cultivators from the Tao Academy, he stepped forward, blocking the main gate of the back mountain, and coldly asked, "Who goes there?" "My pet is lost, and I followed its trail here. I apologize for bothering you, young man." A gentle voice rang out, and a tall, handsome young man with squinting eyes emerged from the dark Chicheng Mountain. When he saw Chen Xingxing, he was slightly taken aback. He obviously did not expect to encounter a nascent soul cultivator in such a remote back mountain, so he was quite polite in his words. Chen Xingxing was even more surprised, because under the interaction of their energies, he found that he could not see through the cultivation level of the person in front of him and felt that he was unfathomable. Did they cultivate some special concealment technique? Or perhaps his cultivation level is no lower than his. "Zing, this person seems unusual." Yu Tianguang transmitted his voice to Chen Xingxing. He had also noticed something was wrong and felt an instinctive sense of fear when facing the young man who stepped out of the mountain. You should know that, although his foundation was destroyed, he is now a cultivator in the late stage of core formation. The only one who can make him feel this way is at least a nascent soul cultivator. Yu Tianguang knew all the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect, and none of them could match the young man outside the sect. Since it's not from the immortal sects, then it can only be an ancient heretical lineage. "Leave it to me. If a fight breaks out later, go find the principal and the others." Chen Xingxing calmly transmitted her voice to Yu Tianguang, but her eyes remained fixed on the young man outside the door. "I wonder if you could make an exception and let me go in to take my pet home." At this moment, the long-haired young man spoke again with a slight smile. "Outsiders who want to enter the Taoist temple need to go through the main gate and fill out personal information. The back gate is not an option." Over the years, Chen Xingxing has never forgotten his duties as a gatekeeper. Back then, many outsiders would accidentally come here and want to come and go, and he would always use this method to get rid of them, and it is no different now. "Since the Dance Weapon Academy has rules, I'll give you face and not come in. Just hand over my pet to me." Upon hearing this, the long-haired youth said something, then looked at the trembling bluebird huddled in the cage. Seeing his gaze, Chen Xingxing and Yu Tianguang both frowned. "Is this your bird?" "Yes, it's my pet that I've raised since it was a puppy. It's just a pity that more than 100 years ago, I had to go out on business, and when I came back, I found that it had flown away. I searched for a long time before I finally found it here. I hope you can help me reunite with it." The long-haired youth spoke earnestly, but Chen Xingxing noticed a hint of coldness in his gaze as he looked at the blue bird. "Words alone are not enough. You say this bird is your pet, but what proof do you have?" Chen Xingxing would definitely not agree. Not to mention that he and Yu Tianguang had raised this silly bird for so long that it was practically a partner, and it was also left behind by Chen Mobai. "As for evidence, let me think." As the long-haired youth spoke, he seemed to be recalling something. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and reached into his pocket to take out a ceramic jar. Just as Chen Xingxing and Yu Tianguang focused their attention on it, a jet-black snake suddenly darted out like a black lightning bolt, opening its blood-red maw at the two of them. Faced with this sudden situation, Chen Xingxing, who had already activated his divine sense, formed a hand seal with his 5 fingers. Starlight shone around him, as if a vast sea of stars had descended, spreading out in an instant and protecting the area behind the mountain with himself as the center. Buzz! As the starlight shifted, a grand formation appeared out of thin air, like a star field descending, blocking the black serpent in midair. Oh! The long-haired youth was slightly surprised to see this. You see, this bash, after years of cultivation, had recently devoured many of its kind and an entire planet, finally advancing to the 5th rank. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators would basically only be eaten by it. But now Chen Xingxing's move was able to block it, and he did so unexpectedly, forming an array with his thoughts, fully demonstrating his skill as a 5th-level array master. Why aren't you listed among the 5th-tier registered array masters in the immortal sects published list? The long-haired youth asked curiously. I'm too lazy to take the exam, Chen Xingxing told the truth. These words left the long-haired youth speechless. He then opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of dark blue spiritual light, which he poured into the pottery jar. Then, to the astonishment of Chen Xingxing and Yu Tianguang, the black snake, which had been blocked outside the door by the starlight array, suddenly expanded its mouth without limit, turning into a black hole that swallowed the array and the void it was attached to. In an instant, the world changed. Yu Tianguang was horrified to discover that they were no longer at the Dance Weapon Academy, but had arrived in a mysterious, boundless, dark void. Like the pitch-black universe, they are as insignificant as specks of dust. Old Yu, are you all right? Fortunately, Chen Xingxing's voice rang in his ears at this moment, which reassured Yu Tianguang a little. I'm fine, by the way, where's the silly bird? Yu Tianguang's body burst into flames, piercing through the surrounding darkness, and he saw Chen Xingxing, but he quickly remembered another companion. Within my formation. Chen Xingxing pointed, and a point of starlight lit up above their heads, transforming into a birdcage supported by Xingxuan, with a blue bird inside. But at that moment, a foul gust of wind swept in, and the black snake appeared from the void, opening its mouth to swallow the birdcage whole. You wretched creature, how dare you? Upon seeing this, Chen Xingxing's eyes flashed with golden light, all her emotions vanished, and she used the square-inch book to unleash her strongest combat power. A dazzling starlight suddenly shone in the black snake's mouth, instantly transforming into a bright silver flame. It seemed to have no temperature, yet it made the black snake involuntarily open its mouth and spit out the birdcage. Starry sky, true fire. Isn't this the divine power of star pulling? I never thought that someone would be able to master it after his death. As he spoke, the long-haired youth slowly emerged from the darkness. The black snake immediately shrank and returned to the pottery jar in his hand, while the starfire, like silver fireworks, shot out from the mouth of the jar and dissipated. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingxing remained expressionless under the influence of the Fangkun book, but inwardly he was already guessing what the person in front of him was. You should know that his starry true fire was bestowed upon him by the pure peace true lord of the 5 peaks immortal mountain after he formed his nascent soul. It was said that the star-pulling ancestor left it to the heaven-mending Tao Academy. Originally, it could only be given to the successors of the heaven-mending lineage, but because Chen Xingxing's attributes were so well suited, he was allowed to refine it. This is a peak 5th-order true fire, on the same level as the Daoshui fire left by pure Yang true monarch Chen Mobai to the Dance Weapon Academy. It is precisely because of this that Chen Xingxing knows his own combat strength and is among the best in the nascent soul stage. But to his surprise, his first move today only managed to repel one snake. Is this the Dharma realm? At this moment, Yu Tianguang finally realized something was wrong. He looked at the boundless dark void around him, and his expression changed drastically. It hasn't reached the level of the Dharma realm yet. Chen Xingxing shook his head. He was in charge of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, which connected all the spiritual veins of the immortal sects, blessed lands, and grotto heavens, including the jade flat small world of the Dance Weapon Academy. He knew how difficult it was to advance to the Dharma realm. Of all the nascent soul true monarchs in the history of the immortal sect, only Chen Mobai has truly mastered the Dharma realm. Even so, this dark void still felt terrifying to Chen Xingxing. Even if it wasn't the Dharma realm, it was still at the level of a minor realm. This is the void realm within the body of the Bash. Any living being that enters it will be completely refined and devoured. At this moment, the black snake in the pottery jar in the long-haired youth's hand stretched out its head again and actually spoke human language. And what are you? Yu Tianguang was even more shocked when he saw this. Only Chen Xingxing, in his state of being within the square inch of the book, would not experience any emotions. Have you already forgotten me? That's normal after all, it was hundreds of years ago that I planted the divine seed in you. A silver light appeared on the black snake's forehead, turning into a mark that Yu Tianguang would never forget for the rest of his life. Master Shen Yuxuan. Yu Tianguang gritted his teeth, his face flushed, and his aura surged violently. If Chen Xingxing hadn't suppressed him with a finger, he probably would have already detonated his golden core at the black snake. Don't act impulsively. Just as Chen Xingxing was speaking, the long-haired youth released the pottery jar, letting the divine imperial pavilion master control it, while he walked towards the birdcage in midair. But Chen Xingxing snapped her fingers, and soon the starlight supporting the birdcage began to burn fiercely. The long-haired youth had just reached out when his fingers were burned to ashes by the starry night fire. With a snapping sound, the long-haired youth tore off his right hand, which had been ignited by the starfire at the wrist. Then, blood surged, and a perfectly intact right hand regenerated. It seems I need to kill you first. The long-haired youth frowned and looked at Chen Xingxing with a cold gaze. Let's work together. This is the Dance Weapon Academy after all. That Chunyang brat must have left something behind. If we alert them, even the two of us could be caught off guard, said the divine master of the Imperial Pavilion, who was controlling the bash with the devouring god technique. Since you appeared with the divine Imperial Pavilion master, then you must be the dragon tiger ancestor of the ancient evil sect, right? Chen Xingxing asked the long-haired youth at this moment. Not bad, I didn't expect anyone to still remember me. The long-haired youth was none other than Yan Xinji, and the body he was in now belonged to Kong Feiken, who had been possessed. Chapter 1379, Ancestor Changchun. Chapter 1379, Ancestor Changchun. Yan Xinji integrated the immortal sect's great techniques with the ancient Taoist traditions, accumulating profound knowledge. Based on Lin Daoming's successful experience, as long as he refined the essence of the embryonic transformation, he could transform into a deity. However, after seclusion following the possession, he was still unable to overcome that bottleneck and transform from a nascent soul into a deity. After careful study, Yan Xinji discovered that the reason was that the embryonic essence in this body was incomplete. He examined all the traces left by Kong Feiken in the Ascension sect and discovered that the remaining essence of the embryonic transformation was in the blue bird created by Kong Feiken's two divine techniques. Although it is unknown whether Kong Feiken did it intentionally or unintentionally, Yan Xinji must find this bird to devour and refine if he wants to reach a higher level. This was a needle in a haystack. When Chen Mobai took charge of the immortal sect, all the spies of the Ascension sect who had infiltrated the various departments of the three main halls were wiped out. Yan Xinji could only develop new members from the bottom up while searching for the blue bird. However, more than 100 years have passed, and there has still been no news. Just when Yan Xinji was in despair and was about to disregard everything and force himself to become a god, he received a mysterious message. The higher-ups said they knew where the blue bird was and asked him to come over for a face-to-face meeting. Yan Xinji was very surprised by this, because the meeting took place at the Jumeng Taoist Academy, where he had been reincarnated and studied. Keep in mind, he faked his death to sever all ties with the Jumeng Dao Academy. And why would the Jumeng Dao Academy know about the Azure Bird, and how could they pinpoint his location? But since it concerned his own transformation into a god, even if it was a trap, Yan Xinji had no choice but to keep the appointment. Moreover, it just so happened that when Yan Xinji was studying at Jumeng Academy, he left behind several puppets at the academy. After activating one of them, he arrived at an island of Jumeng Academy as agreed. He never expected that the person waiting for him there would be the venerable Sanju. The two entered Jumeng Dao Academy only 3 years apart, but under Yan Xinji's brilliance, Sanju was like Zhongli Tianyu and Chen Mobai. However, the two had a very good relationship when they were at the academy. The reason why Yan Xinji chose to have his reincarnated body join the Jumeng Academy was because there were remains left by cultivators who practiced the Changchun Gong there. Using these as materials, he could complete many of the forbidden studies he envisioned. Sanju is a medical student, and that's his ambition too. After the two distinguished themselves at the Jumeng Taoist Academy, they easily gained the full support of this lineage and obtained the right to use the remains for research. They subsequently collaborated on numerous research projects and even co-authored over a dozen papers. Before meeting Chi Yucheng, Yan Xinji and Sanju were best friends. It was during this research process that Yan Xinji saw a lot of information in the Imperial Medical Academy and discovered the truth that the Jumeng Academy was built on their ancient holy land, the embryo transformation furnace. One day, Yan Xinji found an unsigned and unpublished paper in the database, which mentioned a hypothesis. Could an infant's spiritual root talent be adjusted in the womb through artificial intervention to solve the harsh entry requirement of having 3 heavenly spiritual roots for practicing the everlasting spring technique? After reading it, Yan Xinji was immediately inspired. This is the inspiration for the Fairy Bud project. Then he met Lin Daoming by chance, and they hit it off immediately, starting to adjust the immortal sprout in Yumu City. After meeting with Sanju, Yan Xinji learned that the paper had been deliberately left for him to see. I wanted to walk the righteous path in the immortal sect, so I dragged you into this mess. I know that, given your personality, you would definitely give it a try. After Sanju said those words, Yan Xinji couldn't help but punch him. But at that moment, a terrifying pressure of divine sense came, causing Yan Xinji to stiffen and become unable to move. Then the 3 experts led him deeper into the island. There, Yan Xinji met the original author of the unsigned paper. It was a peach tree, and on the peach tree was a human face. In fact, he knew Yan Xinji's true identity on the very first day of his enrollment, and it was under his guidance that Yan Xinji embarked on this path. At that time, Sanju was merely a pawn in his game. However, since we can use outsiders, there's no need to taint the 3 delicacies. After all, in the immortal sects, having a nascent soul cultivator allows one to do many things. If I could cultivate a celestial sprout with 3 innate attributes, I could break free from the shackles of spiritual plants and return in my prime. Unfortunately, your research only completed its first step. You could only cultivate a single attribute celestial root before it was discovered and halted by Kaixing. After learning the truth, Yan Xinji, with his strong will, naturally could not accept it, and even felt a sense of collapse of his Tao heart. He had always thought he was the darkest villain in the immortal sect, but little did he know that he was just a puppet of the person in front of him. Yan Xinji wanted to rebel and rebuild his Tao heart. However, this thought only flashed through my mind for a moment before it vanished. Because the mastermind behind it all is just too powerful. The mere pressure of divine sense made Yan Xinji feel as if he had returned to the sense of powerlessness he felt when he first encountered Chen Mobai in the starry sky. He truly deserves to be one of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. The founder of the Jumeng Taoist temple was the old ancestor Changchun. I don't know why I've been able to live for so long. Could it be that I've already reached the void realm? After surrendering, Yan Xinji decisively gave in and even wanted to become Changchun Patriarch's disciple. Because the old ancestor of Changchun had something for Yan Xinji to do, he did not refuse. Previously, the immortal sects relaxed the restrictions on Peach Blossom's spiritual energy, allowing her to successfully transform into a deity. After Chen Yang and the others took Peach Blossom away from Earth Origin Star, they did not stop supplying spiritual energy here. Over the years, without triggering the alarm of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array, I have been absorbing and refining spiritual energy. Combined with the accumulation of the previous thousands of years, I have now almost recovered to my peak condition. However, if I were to take human form, it would immediately attract the attention of the entire immortal sect. Therefore, the best approach is to create a nascent immortal body compatible with the everlasting spring technique for my reincarnation. If you were to reach the nascent soul stage, could you help me harmonize this 3-attribute heavenly spiritual root immortal sprout? If you succeed, you will become my personal disciple. Faced with the conditions put forward by the ancestor of Changchun, Yan Xinji naturally nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. Anyway, let's focus on achieving the divine transformation first. Even if we fail, we can just say that the technology isn't mature enough and we need more time. The bird you're looking for, over 100 years ago, was in my possession. Using a secret method, I glimpsed fragments of its memory and discovered traces of you. Upon hearing this, Yan Xinji felt that it was fate, and it seemed that heaven wanted him to help the ancestor Changchun be reborn. Knowing that Chen Mobai had taken the blue bird away, Yan Xinji's face showed bitterness. But since it concerns his own hope of becoming a nascent soul cultivator, even if it's a dangerous place, he will bring his bird back. Yan Xinji had already investigated the relationship between Kong Feiken and Chen Mobai. He knew that both of them were from Dangxia City, but they were able to know each other mainly because of his most outstanding experimental subject, Qing Nu. Strangely enough, when Chen Mobai tried to stop Qing Nu from taking her away, she did manage to escape. However, Qing Nu was never found again, neither by the immortal sect nor by any of the planets controlled by their ascension sect. It vanished into thin air. Even if Chen Mobai is keeping a mistress in a golden house, with Qing Nu's heavenly spiritual root talent, she should at least be able to break through to the nascent soul stage by now. Such a commotion could not be hidden no matter what. But even now, Yan Xinji has not found Qing Nu in the immortal sect. Could it be that Chen Mobai brought her to the Dharma realm? Having come up with this most likely answer, Yan Xinji stopped worrying about it, since all he needed was the bird that Kong Feiken had created with his divine magic. Over several years, he managed to recruit a member of the Ascension cult into the Chicheng Mountain Canteen, where, while working in logistics, he investigated the whereabouts of the blue bird. Persistence pays off. One day, while delivering takeout to the back hill, I finally saw the birdcage hanging under the eaves of the gatekeeper's house. After comparing the photos sent by the informant with those given by the old ancestor of Changchun, Yan Xinji concluded that, although the blue bird had become much fatter, it was undoubtedly the same bird. Just then, his other masterpiece, the bash that evolved from the devouring serpent, successfully advanced, and he felt that even the heavens were not letting him wait any longer. But since the purpose of his fame was ultimately the Dance Weapon Academy, Yan Xinji also invited his old friend, Master Shen Yuxuan, to join him. Moreover, before going there, he specifically sent the puppet to Jumeng Taoist Academy to ask the question of ancestor Changchun. Go without worry. The Dance Weapon Academy doesn't have any nascent soul cultivators. Their greatest protection is the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. I'll give you a talisman. In a critical moment, you can tear open the array and escape to the heavens. With the support of the Patriarch of Changchun, Yan Xinji became a little bolder. But then he remembered something else. I've heard that the Dance Weapon Academy has the deepest foundation among the four lineages. When Ancestor Yunya left the White Crane Dojo, he practically emptied the Dan Ding sect's treasury. Could he have encountered a sixth-tier magic weapon? When Chen Mobai took out the items from the Heavenly River realm one by one, he said they were left behind by Ancestor Yunya, which led not only the immortal sect, but also the Ascension sect to hear about them. After all, the Dance Weapon Academy is the ancestral home of the immortal sects in weapon crafting. Both the Lingxiao Palace and the Lingxiao Immortal Armor were crafted by Ancestor Yunya. Moreover, Chen Mobai is also an excellent weapon refiner. If he leaves a sixth-order magic weapon for the Dance Weapon Academy, even if Yan Xinji has a fifth-order bash, he will probably still be doomed. HMPH, those are all rumors. Back then, the five of us came to Earth Origin Star from the Central Dojo together. Yunya was the poorest of us. He couldn't even afford a single pill along the way. Having spent hundreds of years together, how could I not know how wealthy he is? Hearing what the Patriarch of Changchun said, Yan Xinji felt even more at ease. However, just to be on the safe side, he asked again for a means of self-protection. This is a branch of mine, containing a divine power I unleashed with all my might. Even when Long Zhu and the Spirit Lord joined forces, they couldn't break it. With this, you can go anywhere in the vast immortal realm, except for the Lingxiao Palace. When the old ancestor of Changchun realized he needed Yan Xinji to do things for him, he had to put in some effort, even breaking off a tree branch. Chapter 1380 I have a substitute. Chapter 1380 I have a substitute. Thinking of this, Yan Xinji reached out and touched her long hair. He tied the branch of the Changchun ancestor to it. This gave him boundless courage. Hiss! At this moment, the divine imperial pavilion master could no longer hold back and made his move. He rode the bash and roared, unleashing a powerful suction force that caused Yu Tianguang and the birdcage to be unable to resist rushing forward. Heaven and earth, starlight, heed my command. Faced with this attack, Chen Xingxing shouted, and the starlight array around him suddenly shone brightly, pinning him and Yu Tianguang, who were in birdcages, to the spot. Rumble! At the same time, Yan Xinji had also activated his Dragon Tiger Great Technique. The two enormous Dharma forms, the Cloud Dragon and the Wind Tiger, suddenly erupted, carrying wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and crashed into the starlight array amidst a violent roar. Chen Xingxing trembled instantly. Because he had already left the immortal sect's territory, he could not use the power of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Faced with the siege of the divine imperial pavilion master and the dragon tiger ancestor, he could only rely on his own strength to withstand it. Fortunately, his protective starlight array was his forte, and with the addition of fifth-order starfare, he barely managed to hold on. However, in the state of the square-inch book, Chen Xingxing calculated that he could only last for a maximum of 30 seconds. As expected, the difference in cultivation level is too great. Realizing this, Chen Xingxing sighed. At this moment, the starlight array could no longer withstand the pressure and began to scatter like fireworks. "Ah Xing, quickly use your void walking ability to leave. Don't worry about us." Seeing this, Yu Tianguang knew that the situation was hopeless. He gritted his teeth and decided to self-destruct his golden core to buy Chen Xingxing time to teleport. It's no use. The space inside the Bash body is a world of its own. Although it is not a Dharma realm, it has the power to isolate the void of the immortal gate. Even if you use the technique of walking through the void, you can only stay inside it and cannot escape. The voice of the divine imperial pavilion master rang out, and as he spoke, the suction force in the mouth of the Bash became even stronger. The starlight array, which already had some cracks, finally shattered completely. After a dazzling burst of light followed by an annihilation, Chen Xingxing lifted his sleeve, revealing dragon patterns on his wrist that lit up, forming the phantom of a cauldron. Then, it unleashed a brilliant burst of starlight, forcefully illuminating the dark void within the body of the Bash. "You actually have a fifth-tier magic weapon. The Dance Weapon Academy really values you." After Yan Xinji's dragon tiger Dharma form clashed with the starlight dragon, he found that he could not suppress it, which surprised him slightly. He knew about the 9-dragon cauldron of the Dance Weapon Academy. However, because there were so many imitations of the true dragon cauldron over the thousands of years, he believed that Chen Xingxing's cauldron was a fifth-order cauldron-shaped magical artifact treasured by the Dance Weapon Academy. "Leave it to me." At this moment, the master of Shenyu Pavilion spoke. After possessing the body of a fifth-tier Bash, he indirectly gained the power of a nascent soul cultivator and mastered the innate divine abilities inherited from this true spirit within his bloodline, making him many times stronger than his true self. However, because the Ascension sect had no rivals outside the immortal realm, the divine imperial pavilion master was also unaware of just how powerful the Bash he had taken control of truly was. So when he came to the immortal sect this time, he was hoping to find a nascent soul cultivator to fight. First, to vent his pent-up frustration from not daring to show his face for over 100 years, and second, to test the true strength of this fifth-tier Bash. Now, facing a fifth-tier magic weapon, he immediately activated the Devouring God technique. A darker black light shone from the eyes of the Bash, and the void power of this small world began to twist continuously around Chen Xingxing. With a piercing creaking sound, the starlight dragon, which was locked in a stalemate with the dragon tiger Dharma form, shattered into pieces as if it had been torn apart. "Boy, prepare to die." With no obstacles in sight, Yan Xinji's eyes turned cold and sharp, and he smashed down the dragon and tiger Dharma images without hesitation. At the critical moment of life and death, Chen Xingxing held nothing back, summoning the 9-dragon cauldron. The boundless spiritual energy surged forth, once again summoning one starlight dragon after another. Amidst a deafening roar, Yan Xinji's dragon tiger technique was instead sent flying backward. This made him lose face. However, at this moment, he also noticed that Chen Xingxing's cauldron was different. It seemed to be more than an ordinary fifth-order cauldron. Seeing Yan Xinji suffer a setback, the serpent eyes of the divine imperial pavilion master lit up with a dark light once more. As his gaze fell upon it, the void power of this small world began to move accordingly, twisting and breaking off the starlight dragons that were rising from the cauldron one by one. This time, the divine imperial pavilion master did not give the head to Yan Xinji again, and the distorted void power began to surge towards Chen Xingxing from all directions. Sensing the danger to its master, the 9-dragon cauldron actively absorbed Chen Xingxing's nascent soul essence, unleashing even greater power. In addition to the starlight dragon, dragon patterns such as the fire dragon, yellow dragon, and black dragon lit up. The phantoms of the 9 true dragons formed an even more powerful magic array with the cauldron as the center, completely blocking the distorted void power of the Bash. Another space has been isolated inside this place. What kind of magical artifact is this? Seeing that he had already activated the power of the Bash bloodline, but still could not crush Chen Xingxing, Shen Yuxuan was slightly taken aback. This looks like the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. At this moment, Yan Xinji finally realized something was wrong. He carefully examined the Nine-Dragon pattern on the cauldron, and his expression changed drastically. I never expected to have such a gain. Upon hearing this, the master of Shenyu Pavilion was overjoyed. Because he had already sensed that the power of the Nine Dragons formation was constantly weakening. Clearly, Chen Xingxing, being at the nascent soul stage, was unable to fully unleash the power of this magic weapon. Once his essence, energy, and spirit were exhausted, he would naturally be at the mercy of others. Silly bird, I'm sorry. Yu Tianguang also sensed that Chen Xingxing's aura was waning. Under these circumstances, he made the most ruthless choice, directly spitting out his golden core and rushing towards the silly bird in the cage. Since Yan Xinji wants this silly bird, whatever his purpose may be, he cannot be allowed to succeed. With no way to escape, Yu Tianguang has to take the silly bird he's raised for 100 years with him to the underworld. But just as he spat out his golden core, Chen Xingxing pointed at it and blocked it in midair, even sealing off the self-destructing spiritual power that had already been activated. Don't worry, I have a substitute player. Just as Yu Tianguang was filled with surprise and doubt, Chen Xingxing said something, then bit her fingertip and applied her blood essence to her forehead. In an instant, a 5-colored jade seal lit up beneath the blood. Chen Xingxing's aura had changed to that of a different person. Yan Xinji's expression changed slightly. However, the Divine Palace Master was unaware of this and continued to unleash the power of the Bash's distorted void, attempting to exhaust Chen Xingxing's energy and spirit as quickly as possible. You evil heretics actually managed to get your hands on Chicheng Mountain. The current generation of nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect is truly getting worse with each generation. Chen Xingxing's voice changed at this moment, and Yan Xinji's face turned horrified when he heard it. Although I have never seen the stars directly, I have seen related video footage. If it was just a guess before, I can now be sure. You are the reincarnation of Kaixing, damn it. Even the immortal sect's nascent soul stage uses our ancient lineage's disintegration technique. How shameless. When Yan Xinji couldn't help but curse, he didn't hesitate at all and directly took out the tree branch that the ancestor Changchun had given him. Although Chen Xingxing is only at the nascent soul stage, Kaixing is already halfway to the void refinement stage. With the latter's help, let alone if he hadn't reached the divine transformation stage yet, even if he had, he might not be a match for him. Moreover, in Kaixing's hands, the Nine-Dragon Cauldron certainly wouldn't only possess this level of power. As it turned out, Yan Xinji's response was correct. After Kaixing went online, the colorful and dazzling heaven-mending immortal light continuously poured into Chen Xingxing's purple mansion sea of consciousness from the heaven-mending seal between his eyebrows, instantly elevating his essence, energy, and spirit to a new level. If Chen Mobai were here, he would be able to see that this is a similar supernatural power that Yuan Qing used when she descended into Yuan Zhen's body. The heaven-mending seal is equivalent to the Tao fruit. Faced with the distorted void power of the Bash, Kaixing's pupils had turned pure gold. This was the pinnacle of the Fangkun book. Watch closely, this is how you use the starry sky true fire. As he muttered to himself, Kaixing made a sweeping motion with his right hand, and tiny sparks of silver light appeared along the path of his fingertips, like drawing a galaxy in the dark void, brilliant yet not dazzling. The Milky Way spilled from the fingers of the stargazing hand, spreading in all directions like a meteor shower, falling into every corner of this deep and boundless little world. Each of these sparks, starting as tiny flames, quickly began to burn fiercely, illuminating the void within the Bash's body like a series of stars. After all the darkness was dispelled by the starlight, the fifth-tier Bash, which the Divine Lord of the Divine Palace was controlling with the Devouring God technique, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Yu Tianguang was shocked to see strands of silver starlight fire igniting from the Bash's body, burning its skin and flesh to shreds. Shen Yuxuan Master immediately rode the Bash back into the pottery jar, using the magic artifact to transfer the starlight. But soon, cracks began to appear on the pottery jar. At the same time, the small void realm they were in trembled and cracked open. Through the crack, Yu Tianguang could see the Chicheng Mountain outside. With a single move, Starfire, Kaixing easily shattered Bash's innate divine power. Kaixing, unless you are reborn at your peak today, you will not escape. Faced with such power, Yan Xinji gritted his teeth and threw out the branch of the Changchun ancestor. Kaixing, however, was too lazy to waste words with Yan Xinji. With a flick of his finger, the star fire burning in the surrounding void was transformed into silver fire swords under his divine sense, slashing out like 10,000 swords at once. But something unexpected happened to him. A branch still sprouting tender buds suddenly shone with a bright blue light, then grew roots that plunged into the dark void. Subsequently, countless thick tree roots burst forth from all parts of the void, colliding with the longsword formed from the starfire. However, the flames that were powerful enough to burn the bash and break through the small world could not ignite the tree roots. Instead, they were suppressed and had their power absorbed by the tree roots. This is Changchun Gong. Kaixing was no ordinary person. He discovered the source of the branch's power in an instant. He made a decisive move, dispersing all the starfire to prevent his supernatural powers from reinforcing the Tao of life. He activated the 9-dragon cauldron, enveloping Yu Tianguang and the blue bird within it. Kaixing turned into silver light and was about to escape from the body space of the bash. Although he was at the half-step void refinement realm, this alt account had not yet been fully leveled up. Even with the help of the heaven-mending seal, he could only reach the nascent soul realm at most. He could easily suppress the bash, who had just entered the 5th level, by relying on the Fankun book. However, the Changchun Gong realm that Yan Xinji, this branch of the tree, unleashed was no less than his peak. Even with the help of the 9-dragon cauldron, he still couldn't break the code. Rather than that, it would be better to retreat to the immortal sect. Within the range of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, he was confident that he could suppress anyone who did not actually reach the void refinement stage. It's too late to leave now. But Yan Xinji also thought of this the moment he was about to use the star-pulling technique, which is why he decisively threw out the branch of the old ancestor Changchun. After all, if Kaixing were to return to the immortal sect, he would then have to face all the nascent soul cultivators of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Even if the old ancestor of Changchun were to intervene, there would be no way to resolve the situation. He used the start-raveling void technique, and as he flashed with silver light, he was pulled out by a thick tree root just as he was about to enter a spatial rift. After his form reappeared, Kaixing expressionlessly condensed the void into a sword blade and unleashed his strongest divine power from his previous life. A flash of silver light, and the tree roots in front of him had already been severed by his void blade. However, in the short time that was wasted, the dark void illuminated by the starlight was already filled with tree roots. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst a series of loud roars, tree roots surged forth like dragons and snakes, not only repairing this small realm but also filling and reinforcing it. Kaixing tried several times to cut through the boundary with the void blade, but found that no matter how many he cut through, all he saw were grayish-brown tree textures. This void has been completely incorporated into the domain of Changchun Gong. Even the dragon ancestor, who rides the spirit venerable and wields the sea-stabilizing sword, cannot break through this divine power. Today, I will not even attempt to kill you. After I take you back, my master will deal with you. Seeing that Kaixing had tried several times but could not leave, Yan Xinji breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt even more awe for the power of the Changchun ancestor. A single branch was enough to suppress a nascent soul cultivator like Kaixing. Considering that ancestor Changchun had lived for thousands of years, he must have already reached the void refining stage. Zing, ancestor, what do we do? Yu Tianguang, inside the 9-dragon cauldron, could also see the scene outside. Looking at the expressionless and drastically changed Chen Xingxing, he understood why Chen Mobai had said he was the future hope of the Dance Weapon Academy. We can only trust the current generation of nascent soul cultivators, who are the pillars of the immortal sects. Kaixing exited the state of Fankunchu, not only to conserve his energy to deal with the absorption power of Changchun Gong, but also because he knew that he really had no way to break through this absolute defense. If Bai Guang were here, he could transform into the star-pulling sword, and with the help of Bai Guang's unparalleled swordsmanship, still have a chance to try his best. But even at his peak, he wasn't known for his destructive power. Walk, Yan Xinji told the master of Shenyu Pavilion, not daring to delay, and planned to return to Jumeng Dao Academy immediately. Good. Because the tree branch of the Changchun ancestor had transformed and absorbed all the star fire in this dark void, the silver flames burning inside the Bash body had also been extinguished at this time. The Lord of Shenyuxuan felt that he had lost most of his spiritual power. Although he was heartbroken, he was also glad that he had survived. Just as he was using his innate supernatural power to control the Bash and prepare to take Yan Xinji away from this dark void, a ray of golden light suddenly shone from between his brows and then spread throughout his entire body in the blink of an eye. In Yan Xinji's eyes, it was like a golden thread emerging from the head of the serpent to its tail. Then, the incredibly powerful fifth-tier Bash was neatly sliced open along the golden lines, its blood splattering all over Yan Xinji's face as he landed. Chapter 1381 Chen Mobai returns. Chapter 1381 Chen Mobai returns. A fifth-tier Bash was dismembered just like that. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, Yan Xinji still couldn't believe it. It's astonishing that Caixing possesses such power. No wonder he's capable of suppressing the incarnation of the god of death. But when Yan Xinji turned around, he found that Caixing also looked confused, as if she didn't know what had happened. Are there more experts? Which nascent soul cultivator from the immortal sect is it? Or perhaps the foundation of the Dance Weapon Academy? In an instant, all the possibilities flashed through Yan Xinji's mind, and at that moment, the golden threads that had been used to dismember the fifth-order Bash began to spread endlessly throughout the dark void. Wherever it passed, it immediately triggered a violent reaction from the roots of the everlasting spring tree, which surged out from the void like dragons and snakes, completely enveloping and submerging the golden thread. Yan Xinji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, I borrowed this supernatural power from ancestor Changchun this time. Otherwise, I would have surely met my end here at the Dance Weapon Academy today. No wonder he is one of the 4 masters who nurtured Chen Mobai. But before Yan Xinji could even feel happy, he suddenly noticed that the golden thread had reappeared before his eyes. The massive tree root that had been wrapped and suppressed by the golden thread was now being sliced open by the golden thread, just like a tree placed in front of a cutting machine. No matter how many tree roots emerge from the void, they are as fragile as a serpent before the golden thread, and all are split in 2. Then the golden thread embedded itself into the entire dark void, cleaving this world apart. Caixing sensed the heavenly curtain and earthly network array within the immortal sect. Without hesitation, he immediately drew upon the array's power to protect himself and help him leave the area. But something terrifying happened. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array ignored him. This means that someone with higher authority than him now controls this immortal sect formation. You should know that this was a privilege that Caixing himself had reserved in his previous life, not Chen Xingxing's. Even the authority of true monarch Yunhai over the heavenly curtain and earthly network array is at most equal to his. Who is it? Is it the great camellia tree? There really is a mastermind behind Jumeng Taoist Academy. Thinking of the Changchun Gong tree roots that were trapping him, Caixing immediately thought of the worst-case scenario and couldn't help but feel anxious. Just as Caixing was preparing to disregard everything and unleash the power of the great Tao within the 9-dragon cauldron to break free from the tree roots and transmit a message to the nascent soul cultivators on the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, a voice he knew all too well came from beyond the void. I've only been gone a short while. How come just any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to act so arrogantly at the Dance Weapon Academy? As soon as he finished speaking, a finger radiating holy light descended from the sky, like a meteorite crashing down, landing in this dark void. The evergreen tree branch, which had already taken root in this small void world, burst forth with an unprecedented eerie and mysterious light, as if a sea of trees had descended, densely packed and terrifyingly powerful. However, no matter how terrible the tree roots and branches were, they all turned to ashes with a mournful cry as the finger fell. To the astonishment of Caixing and Yan Xinji, the dark and void miniature world was completely shattered by this single finger. They returned to Chicheng Mountain once again. A familiar young man with a refined and elegant appearance stood in the air. Behind him, the nascent soul cultivators, including Deng Dayan, the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, stood respectfully. Streaks of silver light appeared, transforming into renowned cultivators from the immortal sects, some at the nascent soul stage and others at the divine transformation stage. But whoever it was, upon seeing the boy, They all greeted him with a solemn expression. "Greetings, pure Yang true lord. Congratulations on your return." The moment Yan Xinji saw Chen Mobai, the shadow of being killed in the past resurfaced in his mind. Without any courage to resist, he immediately took out the talisman given to him by the Changchun ancestor. With an eerie silver light flashing, Yan Xinji vanished from his spot in an instant. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array flickered for a moment, but he could not stop it. What kind of talisman is this? It can actually ignore the sealing power of the Great Formation. True monarch Yunhai was somewhat surprised when he saw this. He was the first nascent soul cultivator to arrive, because when Chen Mobai descended from beyond the heavens, he didn't even try to hide it. He immediately took over the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, which immediately alarmed him. That's interesting. It's a rough application of the great Tao of Void. It's just a pity that using something like this in front of me is like showing off your skills before an expert. Chen Mobai activated his void sky orbit vision and immediately saw through the reason why Yan Xinji was able to escape. As he spoke, he extended his right index finger and hooked it. In an instant, everyone present felt the power of the void between heaven and earth vibrating. If their usual void shift is like throwing a stone into a river of void, then this is like turning the entire river upside down. A scene as if time had reversed appeared before their eyes. Yan Xinji, who had just escaped into the heavens, suddenly descended with a look of terror on his face. Struggling, he landed step by step in front of Chen Mobai. Back when Yuan King was practicing the Void Realm, she easily killed the White Bone Dharma King and other demonic cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage using this method. Chen Mobai's comprehension of the Great Void Tao, derived from his study of the Great Void Book, surpasses that of Yuan King. Not to mention Yan Xinji escaping in front of him. As long as they are in the Tianyang star system, where Diyuan star is located, none of them can escape his void sky orbit vision. In Chen Mobai's current perspective, all members of the Ascension sect outside of earthly origin star are right under his nose. If he wanted, he could kill all of Yan Xinji Shenyuxuan's true forms in an instant. However, considering that Yan Xinji was part of Qing Nu's lineage, Chen Mobai merely used his saintly virtue to turn the 137 divine seed incarnation of the divine imperial pavilion master into nothingness. As for the main consciousness of the divine imperial pavilion master, it had actually already died under the Yuan Yang sword light. Even the weakest fifth-tier bash is still at the level of a nascent soul cultivator. If the divine lord of the imperial palace wants to control and unleash its power, the only way is for his main consciousness to descend into it and seize control. Under the light of the holy virtue sword, his devouring god technique was like ice and snow exposed to the sun. Before the bash could be dismembered, it was melted away by the holy virtue and died completely. Pure Yang true lord, hold your hand. I am your father-in-law. Without me, there would be no Qing Nu. Yan Xinji realized that his body was out of control. Remembering Chen Mobai's ruthless methods, he immediately began to beg for mercy. Chen Mobai, who was originally planning to ask some questions, immediately darkened his face when he heard that Yan Xinji dared to say that he was Qing Nu's father. With a flick of his finger, he slapped Yan Xinji's nascent soul out of the body before him. Without uttering a word, he gathered golden demon-slaying lightning and struck, turning it into dust. "You bastard, you dare mention Qing Nu." After annihilating Yan Xinji's nascent soul, Chen Mobai spat and cursed. The nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators from the surrounding immortal sects all lowered their heads, pretending not to have heard. "Chen Yang, I owe you a lot this time. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been in serious trouble." In the end, it was Kaixing who spoke, breaking the somewhat dull atmosphere. "Let's talk about catching up later. I'm going to meet the mastermind first." Chen Mobai waved his hand. The reason he killed Yan Xinji was that, under the void sky orbit view, the source of the everlasting spring technique tree branch's power was clearly visible. "It just so happens that I made a promise to the spirit of the great Chun, and I can take this opportunity to resolve it at the same time. Do you already know who it is?" Upon hearing this, Kaixing was immediately taken aback. Although he had guessed that the mastermind was hidden in Jumeng Academy, he really couldn't imagine who in this lineage possessed such great power. Just then, a silver light flashed in the air, and a graceful and beautiful girl in a green dress stepped out. When she saw Chen Mobai surrounded by admirers, she was first startled, then suddenly realized what was happening. I didn't expect it to be you coming back." Upon seeing Wenren Zhuwei, Kaixing's expression immediately turned stern, and he coldly ordered Yunhai Qingping and the other person present, "Take her down." Yunhai and Qingping hesitated, not making a move, but instead looking at Chen Mobai. After all, times have changed, and Chen Mobai has long been in charge of things on the immortal sect side. Moreover, they didn't know why Wenren Zhuwei was being arrested. What does the star-piercing ancestor mean by this? Wenren Zhuwei glanced at the heaven-mending mark on Chen Xingxing's forehead and recognized the former twin saints of the immortal sect. She was somewhat puzzled as to why he was targeting her. Was it too late for me to come and see Chen Mobai? Surely there isn't such formalism in the immortal sects. The dragon tiger ancestor, accompanied by a fifth-tier bash and a branch imbued with the power of the everlasting spring technique, attacked the dance weapon academy. Xing happened to be resuming his post near the back gate and was almost taken away. It was Yu Tianguang who spoke. He had already come out of the 9-dragon cauldron carrying the birdcage. When he saw that Wenren Zhuwei did not admit it, he immediately gave a brief account of what had just happened. Upon hearing the name of the fifth-tier bash, all the cultivators from the immortal sects present looked in fear at the black snake's corpse, which had been cut in half, not far away. If Chen Mobai hadn't intervened in time, with Bash's innate supernatural abilities, it might have wreaked havoc on the Dance Weapon Academy and could even have caused a huge bloodbath. They already knew this when they arrived and saw the corpse of the Bash. However, many people only learned about the branches of Changchun Gong after Yu Tianguang told them. "I knew it. Jumengdao Academy still harbors treacherous intentions. Wenren used the Changchun technique to reach the divine realm. If he were to practice with Dachun and devour the essence of the entire Earth Star, he might be able to reach the void realm. The Changchun ancestor wanted to do just that in the past, and as his successor, he must also have this idea." Those who said these words were actually kicking someone when they were down. After his failure to reach the divine transformation stage, the Kunpeng Dao Academy, which was originally the leader of the 4 great Taoist schools, has completely fallen to the bottom position in the past century. After all, although Shui Xian is nominally from their lineage, the latter is notoriously lazy and hasn't even come to see Chen Mobai yet, which speaks volumes. With Zhongli Tianyu stepping down from his post, the Kunpeng lineage has no successor in the 3 main halls. However, no matter how much it has declined, the prejudice against the Jumeng lineage is ingrained in their very bones. Whenever and wherever there is an opportunity, they will bring up the Changchun Kung Fu threat theory. It wasn't me. I'm only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. No matter how profound the everlasting spring technique is, it's impossible for it to trap ancestor Kaixing. Wenren Zhuwei spoke up to explain, but faced with the doubtful looks of the crowd, she remained calm and composed. Besides the fact that she really wasn't involved, it was also because she trusted Chen Mobai. "You may not have that power, but the spirit of the great Chun tree does." Bei Ming continued, saying that if Da Chun hadn't been the foundation of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, their Kunpeng lineage would have even considered breaking Da Chun down and turning it into resources to enhance the overall strength of the immortal sect. "This is indeed not Wenren's Changchun Kung Fu, but someone else's. You all wait for me here." After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he stepped into the void. Just as he was about to disappear, Kaixing hurriedly said, "Can you take me with you? I want to know who is trying to attack me." "You're overthinking it. Yan Xinji isn't here to see you. He's really here to see this idiot." After saying this, Chen Mobai thought about the matter of unsealing the Grim Reaper incarnation, which he hadn't told Kaixing yet, so he didn't refuse. "I'd also like to know, within the Jumeng Dao Academy, who else has achieved divinity through the everlasting spring technique?" Wenren Zhu couldn't help but be curious as well. "You really don't know?" After hearing this, Chen Mobai gave Wenren Zhuwei a strange look. "I have some guesses, but I want to see it for myself," Wenren Zhuwei said with a determined look. "All right, since that's the case, let's just do it together. Anyway, it's all an internal matter of the immortal sect, and all 4 branches should know about it." As Chen Mobai spoke, he waved his sleeve and activated the Great Dao of Void, instantly teleporting all the immortal cultivators present to the Jumeng Dao Academy. Of course, before leaving, Chen Mobai did not forget to collect Kong Feiken's body. After Kong Feiken's body was possessed by Yan Xinji, all his spiritual consciousness had already been devoured by the devouring god technique. Although it was his own fault, he was still Qing Nu's younger brother, so Chen Mobai planned to take him back to the Heavenly River realm and bury him in the Yellow Dragon Cave along with Yang Jing's body. Should we bring the silly bird to Qingnu as well? Chen Mobai is still considering this matter. Is this where the peach blossom's true form resides? After teleporting there, Kaixing looked at the island in front of her and quickly remembered its origins. The mastermind behind this is none other than True Monarch Peach Blossom. I advised True Monarch Jade Hang back then that lifting the restrictions on her would cause trouble, and now look, it's exactly as I predicted. Beiming instinctively targeted the Jumeng lineage, but before he could finish speaking, Yunhai Zhenjun silenced him from afar. Yunhai Zhenjun has not forgotten that it was Chen Mobai's suggestion to lift the restrictions on Taohua Zhenjun and allow him to become a god. Chunyang is petty, you should say less. Yunhai Zhenjun transmitted his voice to Beiming Shangren, but after he finished, he noticed that Chen Mobai was glancing over. Within the void sky orbit vision, the telepathic communication felt like a secret plot being conspired right in front of him. Although Yunhai Zhenjun didn't know what was going on, he realized that Chen Mobai had heard what he said behind his back, and he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. However, Chen Mobai's cultivation level is now higher, and he has also obtained the great Tao of saintly virtue, so he will not settle this score in person, but will keep it in mind for now. Moreover, I've come here today on important business. Fellow Taoist, will you come out to see me yourself, or should I dismantle these illusions and come to the island to see you? Chapter 1382 The Truth. Chapter 1382 The Truth. As Chen Mobai finished speaking, the fog around the island began to dissipate slowly, and a person who surprised everyone walked out. Sanju, it's you. I never imagined you'd be hiding this so well. That's impossible. If you were to reach the divine realm through the everlasting spring technique, how could you possibly have no aura whatsoever? When the three absolutes walked out, everyone from the immortal sect looked on in disbelief. But a few looked as if they had suddenly realized something. After all, there are only a handful of people in the immortal sects who can reach the nascent soul stage, and the three absolutes are one of them, and they even obtained the resources for the nascent soul stage. In their view, the three techniques should have been successful, but they deliberately said it was a failure. No, you're not practicing the everlasting spring technique. But at this moment, Kaixing shook his head. Although he had not yet recovered to his full strength, his Fengkunchu realm had not fallen. It was immediately obvious that the three absolutes were not at the nascent soul stage, and there was no trace of the everlasting spring technique. Wenren Zuwei also frowned. The moment she saw the three wonders, many images and things she had never understood before flashed through her mind. Does Kyuyer know? Wenren Zuwei couldn't help but ask. But Sanju ignored everyone. With emotion, he simply bowed to Chen Mobai and said, "Greetings, pure Yang True Lord. I never thought that I would be able to see you return to Diyuan Star in my lifetime." From the perspective of the immortal sects, even if Chen Mobai and the other four nascent soul cultivators were able to reach the void realm after venturing into the cosmos, the possibility of their return was extremely slim. It is precisely for this reason that the three wonders frequently appear to do things for the ancestor of Changchun. After years of research, and with the help of information from the Ascension sect, he has prepared a body for Ancestor Changchun that can unleash his full power. As long as Ancestor Changchun is able to be reborn, the great Chun divine tree, which is the central hub of the Earth origin star's spiritual veins, will naturally obey his commands. In that case, the heavenly curtain earthly network array, which the immortal sect relies on most, will not become an obstacle for them. Without this grand formation, even with the combined strength of all the nascent soul cultivators from the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, the Changchun ancestor would not be a match for him. However, that body belongs to a predecessor, and its cultivation level is already fixed. Once Ancestor Changchun takes over, it will definitely be unable to cultivate to the void realm. Having waited for thousands of years, the ancestor of Changchun naturally desired the best possible body. Therefore, he gave Yan Xinji a chance. But unexpectedly, Kaixing was reincarnated and ended up at the Wuki Dao Academy. However, the old ancestor Changchun did not take the strength of the star-piercing technique seriously. At most, he would only expose himself. However, one misfortune after another occurred, and Chen Mobai, who had left long ago, unexpectedly returned at this time. When his supernatural powers were broken, The old ancestor Changchun was alarmed. The peach-blossom divine tree he now relied on was also one of the key points of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, and since Chen Mobai did not hide it, he naturally sensed the latter's presence. At the same time, the ancestor of Changchun also sensed a strange gaze falling on his true form, Peach Blossom. He knew that the time had come for him to have to lay his cards on the table. Chen Mobai is about to come knocking on our door. The Changchun ancestor also attached great importance to this most talented nascent soul cultivator in the history of the immortal sect, feeling that he had to use all his strength. When Chen Mobai saw the three absolutes master, he realized that the master came from the Jumeng Academy, and his expression suddenly became clear. But considering that he had saved Chen Ziohe back then, he was still given a chance. Sanju, were you acting under someone's orders and had no choice but to do this, or are you just going along with it? Upon hearing this, the three masters were taken aback at first, then sighed but did not answer the question. Instead, they made a gesture of invitation. Everyone present understood that Chen Mobai was giving the three absolutes a way out. As long as they admitted to being coerced, at least their lives could be saved. No one said anything about this. Firstly, Chen Mobai was highly respected. Secondly, as a doctor, Sanju had a debt of gratitude to almost everyone present. This way, please. Master should be familiar with his physical body by now. Seeing that the three masters didn't appreciate his offer, Chen Mobai didn't repeat himself and directly led the way onto the island in front of him. The members of the immortal sect immediately followed suit, but in their minds they were wondering who the master of the three absolutes was. Which senior figure is still hidden within the Jumeng Taoist Academy. But after counting them up, they found that, apart from Peach Blossom and Great Chun, the three wonders were now the most senior members of this lineage. As the group stepped onto the island, blades of grass, blooming flowers, and medicinal herbs suddenly sprouted from the ground, accompanied by a delightful fragrance, as if they had entered a small world full of spring and about to reap a bountiful harvest. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the members of the immortal sect changed slightly. This is indeed an ability that only those at the nascent soul stage of the Changchun Gong possess, and it is not an ordinary nascent soul stage. At the very least, one must comprehend and control the great Tao of life. Although the cultivator of Changchun Gong had a contract with the spirit of the Great Chun, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he could only passively activate the great Tao of life at the moment of death. Such a proactive display, and clearly at an extremely high level, is unique in the entire history of Jumeng Tao Academy, spanning thousands of years. At that moment, everyone saw a tall, slender figure standing in front of the peach blossom tree in the center of the island. This is an extremely young man, but with an aged look in his eyes and snow-white hair. He wore the oldest blue Taoist robe of Jumeng Academy and stood under the peach tree with its petals falling. Endless vitality surged within him, like a furnace, making those with low cultivation levels dare not look directly at him. How is that possible? It was you. Didn't you die of old age long ago? Kaixing, Wenren Zuwei, and the others were shocked the moment they saw the white-haired youth, clearly not expecting that he would be the mastermind behind it all. Chen Mobai used the heavenly calculation beads to search through images of all the teachers and students of Jumeng Academy, and quickly found out the origin of the white-haired youth in front of him. His name is Kaio Boyang. He is one of the generation of Immortal Affairs Hall Masters of the Immortal sect. He was also a practitioner of Changchun Gong, and after his death, he donated his body to benefit the people of the Immortal sect. No, you are not him. But after checking the information, Chen Mobai shook his head and said this. If Kaio Boyang truly achieved godhood through the everlasting spring technique, he certainly wouldn't allow people from the immortal sects to dissect and study his physical body. Even the most loving deity could not have gone this far. Moreover, within the immortal sect, there's no need to hide one's attainment of the nascent soul stage. Directly taking over the three main halls of the immortal sect, or even controlling the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, would surely allow one to achieve their goals more quickly and do what they want. Even if one were to use the everlasting spring technique to absorb the essence of a planet to cultivate one's illusory nature, it would certainly be easier for someone in a high position. As expected of the number one person in the history of the immortal sect, I am Changchun. According to seniority, I am the same generation as Yun Yazi of your dance weapon lineage. When facing Chen Mobai, the old ancestor of Changchun did not pretend to be mysterious. He directly and frankly admitted it and revealed his name. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the immortal sect erupted in uproar. Of the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect, is there still one alive? Is this the mystery of Changchun Gong? No wonder they were able to hide it so well. Kaixing's expression was solemn. He had already taken out the 9-dragon cauldron and was preparing to activate the illusory power of the great Tao that he had painstakingly condensed over the years, in conjunction with the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, to once again perform the feat of suppressing the incarnation of the god of death. The pressure exerted on him by the Changchun ancestor was second only to that of the death god in his 2,000 years of lifespan. At the same time, true monarch Yunhai also realized something and quietly activated the heavenly calculation beads, but soon his expression changed drastically. Not good, the spirit of the great Chun is countering the heavenly curtain and earthly network. As the central hub of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the 6th-order Great Chun is restricted by the array, and its power is constantly being drawn away. However, if she does not cooperate, she can turn the tables and restrain the array. The Chun is my closest companion, and she can never hurt me. Ancestor Changchun smiled slightly, and then a rich, verdant spiritual light shot into the sky not far away, which was where Dachun was located. Dachun's 6th-order spiritual energy merged with the continuous Changchun true qi within its body, transforming into a celestial aura containing vast vitality. Chen Mobai had witnessed this ethereal aura on Pei Qingshuang. It was called the longevity immortal spiritual light. Senior, please do not aid and abet evil. I have come to the immortal sect today to fulfill my promise to you, to release you from the great formation and restore your freedom. Although he knew that since the resurrected ancestor Changchun had the great Chun divine tree as his natal spiritual value, it would definitely be on his side. Chen Mobai, out of nostalgia, decided to give her a chance to turn back. Chunyang, you never intended to keep this promise in the first place, did you? Don't deceive Dachun again just to shake her heart. It will make me, who originally had a high opinion of you, very disappointed. Before the spirit of the great Chun could express its opinion, the ancestor of Changchun shook his head and spoke, expressing his dissatisfaction with Chen Mobai for still lying even now. I'm talking to Senior Datsubaki, not to you. Chen Mobai glanced expressionlessly at the Changchun ancestor, then looked towards the Jumeng Dao Academy where the great Chun divine tree was located not far away, waiting for its reply. A beam of green and white light shone beside ancestor Changchun, and countless flowers on the island gathered together, transforming into the form of the great Chun spirit. She shook her head at Chen Mobai, expressing her stance of standing with the Changchun ancestor. I owe everything I have today to my master. Even if I die, I will be buried with him. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, indicating that he understood her determination. Senior. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei bowed to the spirit of the great Chun with a trembling voice, feeling both reluctant and understanding, and said, I'm a cultivator of the immortal sect. If Ancestor Changchun really wants to devour the essence of the Earth origin star to refine his void realm, I can only stand on the side of the immortal sect. Upon hearing Wenren Zuwei's statement, Kaixing and the others were all surprised, and Beiming Shangren felt secretly ashamed. Even the old ancestor of Changchun and the 3 wonders were somewhat puzzled. Wenren, you have mastered the everlasting spring technique, so you are my successor. Once I successfully cultivate the void realm, this earthly star will be useless to me. At that time, you will be the master of this planet, and you may even have the opportunity to go to the central dojo with me to pursue the realm of longevity immortal. Why ruin your future? Clearly, the ancestor of Changchun also had a very high opinion of Wenren Zuwei. Even back in the White Crane dojo, only a handful of people in their sect were capable of mastering the everlasting spring skill. Although he was confident that he could master the void realm, Ancestor Changchun still wanted to leave behind his legacy, and Wenren Zuwei was the best choice. What use am I to the Earth star that has been drained dry? Besides, I was first Wenren Zuwei of the immortal sect, and only then Wenren Zuwei of the Jumeng Dao Academy. Upon hearing this, Master Beiming felt ashamed of his earlier attack on Wenren Zuwei. Chen Mobai also showed an expression of appreciation, thinking to himself that she truly was his confidant, like a Trax-like, and she shared his high moral character. He thought that in the future, he could guide her to pursue a path related to saintly virtue, which might lead to even greater achievements. Master, can you spare her life? Even the spirit of the great Chen could not help but plead for Wenren Zuwei. Others may not know the level of the Changchun ancestor, but her natal spiritual plant knows it best. It has long been ready to step into the void refinement stage at any time, but without a physical body and with insufficient spiritual energy, it has always restrained itself. Although she was born ahead of schedule, her sixth-order divine sense, coupled with her Tao of life, can almost be regarded as an alternative form of void refinement. Although the immortal sect has many nascent soul cultivators now, without the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, they would absolutely not be a match for ancestor Changchun. Yes, she's just naive because she hasn't experienced hardship. I'll shatter all the beautiful things she values and make her face reality. The ancestor of Changchun gladly granted the request of the spirit of the great Chen. But this only made Wenren Zuwei's eyebrows furrow, her face showing slight anger. I have another question, Senior Uchun. Did you already know the truth all along? Chen Mobai was already planning to take action, but he wouldn't misunderstand any good person, so he asked again. She is simple-minded and can only sense that I am still alive. In the past few thousand years, I only contacted her after Peach Blossom left, for fear that if she knew of my existence, Wenren, my fellow practitioners, or Yunhai, who was inspecting the immortal sect's great formation, would see through my disguise. The answer came from the same person, the old ancestor of Changchun. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that he understood. Then let's just punish the ringleaders. As he spoke, Chen Mobai activated his divine sense, and a transformed, radiant Yuan-Yang sword flew out from the Dharma realm. After being baptized by the Purple Cloud Palace, this sword gained supreme virtue and is now a 6th-grade superior sword. Because the great Tao of sacred virtue has a master, if the Yuan-Yang sword wants to reach the 7th rank, it can only choose the acquired great Tao related to sacred virtue. However, for Yuan-Yang sword, this was already an earth-shattering joy. When it first submitted to Chen Mobai, it only hoped that it could reach the 6th rank in its lifetime. Unexpectedly, it now has the path to the 7th rank, and there are many of them which it can choose at will. Chunyang, should I take action? Just as the Yuan-Yang sword flew out, a voice that was very familiar to everyone in the immortal sects came from the Dharma realm. The golden-haired spirit Venerable stepped out, a half-smile playing on his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly gazed at ancestor Changchun. Chapter 1383, One Sword Suppresses the Great Chen. Chapter 1383, One Sword Suppresses the Great Chen. Greetings, Spirit Lord. The cultivators from the immortal sects present all showed respect upon seeing the Spirit Venerable's sudden appearance. Even when observing the stars, one should still follow the etiquette due to a junior. Only the old ancestor Changchun looked slightly surprised, instinctively recalling the unbearable scene of being suppressed by Long Chuo and Ling Zun. But soon he burst out laughing. It's you, you wretched beast. I didn't expect you to come back. It just so happens that I have a score to settle with you, so let's settle it here as well. Clearly, the ancestor of Changchun believed that even the Spirit Lord was no match for him. After all, he was no longer the same person he used to be, and he even hoped that Long Zhuo could come back to life so that he could vent all the anger he had suffered back then. Upon hearing the words of the old ancestor of Changchun, who was utterly reckless, Chen Mobai couldn't help but shake his head. Since you have a karmic connection with him, it is most appropriate for you to take action. I will leave Da Chun to you. Knowing the Spirit Venerable's strength, Chen Mobai feared that she might take advantage of her hatred and destroy the great Chun divine tree as well. This is, after all, a 6th-tier spiritual plant, extremely precious. Even if she was momentarily confused and chose the wrong side, Chen Mobai, out of consideration for their past relationship, was still willing to give her a chance to make amends. Thank you, Chunyang. After hearing this, the Spirit Lord said something very politely. This scene greatly surprised everyone in the immortal sect. After all, even when facing Kaixing and Baiguang, the Spirit Lord had never shown such a kind attitude. You're so arrogant and ignorant. Ancestor Changchun snorted coldly, thinking that Chen Mobai and Lingzhen were not joining forces to deal with him, which clearly showed that they did not know that his true strength could be considered as that of a void-refining cultivator. Today, I will show you the realm that all the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect have dreamed of. As he spoke, Ancestor Changchun had already absorbed the life force of the great tree of life into his body. This force was vast and boundless, like a bottomless ocean, far exceeding the level of the fifth rank. Even with his sixth rank divine sense, he felt slightly strained when controlling it. However, the everlasting spring technique was indeed extremely profound, and with the great Chun spirit's full assistance, the everlasting spring ancestor still broke through that bottleneck and mastered the power of the sixth order great Tao. Boom! A beam of seemingly pure white yet tinged with emerald green light shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the celestial and terrestrial array and piercing into the cosmos. The boundless essence of the sun, moon, and stars was absorbed by the longevity immortal light of the ancestor of Changchun, causing his primordial spirit to fully bloom. From afar, it looks like a huge, lush, and blossoming spiritual root of heaven and earth, rooted on the Earth star and reaching into the cosmic starry sky. Under the influence of the everlasting spring technique, the flower of this spiritual root began to bud, gradually forming phantom images of golden fruits. As soon as these phantom images appeared, Earth star began to tremble. Chen Mobai clearly sensed that the spiritual energy of the entire planet's earth veins was uncontrollably trying to break through the soil and rush towards the fruit, pouring into it to help it fully bear fruit and take shape. Huang Zhongli, so your foundation is the earth element. Recalling the origin of the Jumeng Taoist Longchen Gong, Chen Mobai suddenly realized. The three sacred plants of Changchun Gong are the Chinese tun, the flat peach, and the yellow plum. They represent the three systems of wood, water, and earth, respectively. Among them, the great Chun became a spirit, and the peach blossom took human form, but Huang Zhongli did not see any planting or cultivation at the Jumeng Taoist Academy. It turns out that the ancestor of Changchun didn't need it. Don't worry, my current body can't break through to the void refinement stage, so I won't devour the essence of Earth origin star right now. After I kill you, I'll have Yan Xinji and Sanju slowly adjust the body I need, and then, in front of you, I'll drain all the spiritual energy from the planet you cherish, turning it into fireworks for my advancement to the void refinement stage. After the ancestor Changchun evolved a sixth-order primordial spirit Dharma form, he felt an unprecedentedly powerful force and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The immortal cultivators led by Kaixing were also pale-faced at this moment, but they still did not give up. Activate the Link Sail Palace immediately. Even if it means destroying Earth origin star, we cannot let him succeed. Kaixing made a decisive decision and issued the order. To unleash the power of the Link Sail Palace, the heavenly curtain and earthly network array is needed to draw spiritual veins from the blessed lands of the Earth origin star as energy. Relying on stored spirit stones can only sustain it for a short while at most. Yunhai Zhenjin said with a bitter expression, for the immortal sects, the heavenly curtain and earthly network array is the foundation of everything. People's livelihood, war protection. All of this is based on the premise that this great formation can function. With the great Chun divine tree countering the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the world-destroying chaos primordial energy cannon was completely unable to be unleashed. Chen Yang, how many people can your Dharma realm take away? Since self-destruction was not an option, Kaixing began to consider a way out. But after hearing his words, both Chen Mobai and Ling Zun looked over with strange expressions. Not planning to run, but fighting to the last one. It's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just that I feel the immortal sect still needs to preserve some roots. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Kaixing misunderstood that Chen Mobai and the others wanted to fight to the death, and her expression became anxious. She then tried to persuade them instead. That's not what I meant. It's just Changchun, an old thief who hasn't died yet. The spirit lord and I can easily handle him. Your reaction is a bit excessive. Chen Mobai began to speak, saying that although he had been back on Earth origin star for some time, one thing after another had kept him occupied, leaving him no opportunity to mention that he had been practicing the void refinement technique. You can't just say, I've mastered the void without any buildup. That's a bit too deliberate. This doesn't fit his usual character of making a big splash out of nothing. And now this scene is pretty much complete. Chen Mobai nodded with slight satisfaction and flicked his finger at the Yuanyang sword. In an instant the sword rang out, and Changping, the strongest defensive sword of the immortal sect, was unleashed. The Yuanyang sword flew past Chen Mobai, leaving behind a trail of golden characters that danced like tadpoles, weaving together a magnificent landscape painting as it flew towards the Jumeng Dao Academy, where the great Chen divine tree was located in the distance. A dazzling golden light crisscrosses the sky. All the teachers and students at Jumeng Academy were stunned as a golden sword image appeared overhead, blotting out the sky, and descended towards the center of the academy's lake with an unstoppable force. The sixth order Great Chun divine tree, which had suppressed the Earth origin star for thousands of years and was regarded as the #1 treasure of the immortal sect, burst forth with unprecedented vast vitality in the face of the pressing Changping sword technique. The rich, verdant green and white spiritual light transformed into azure divine light, bursting forth from the branches like 10,000 swords traversing the sky, striking the dazzling golden light that had already reached the treetop. Under the tense gazes of everyone in the immortal sect, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Although they were both sixth-order forces, the azure divine light and the myriad swords of life that erupted from the great Chun divine tree seemed to encounter flaming butter the moment they touched the Yuan Yang sword light. After violently churning, they collapsed with a bang. The phantom of the great Chun spirit emerged from the tree trunk. She looked at the golden characters that covered her body along with the Yuan Yang sword and couldn't help but be shocked. In the most direct confrontation, she was utterly defeated. Moreover, Chen Mobai did not rely on the immortal sect's grand formation. He only used one sword strike. An uninformed bystander might think that the Yuan Yang sword was powerful, and that Chen Mobai was able to suppress De Chun by relying on a magical artifact. However, De Chun, who had actually taken a direct hit from the sword and was powerless to fight back, understood that this was the absolute gap in strength between himself and Chen Mobai. "Oh no, master." After the spirit of the great Chun came to its senses, its first thought was not its own life or death, but the safety of the Changchun ancestor. She struggled to break free from the tree and completely merge into the body of the Changchun ancestor, sacrificing herself to help him reach a higher level of Changchun Kung Fu. In this way, she might have a chance to escape from Chen Mobai, who had already reached the Void Realm. But since Chen Mobai has made his move, and it's his first battle after reaching the Void refinement stage, De Chun is a formidable opponent, so he's bound to win decisively. Knowing its master's personality, Yuan Yang's sword didn't even need Chen Mobai to speak. It had already activated its holy virtue power, unleashing an even more brilliant golden sword light that firmly suppressed the spirit of the great Chun. From a distance, it looks as if the trunk and branches of the great tree of life are engraved with golden characters, and no matter how powerful the power of the great Tao of life is, it cannot break through the binding of the golden light. Considering your ignorance and the fact that you have served as the linchpin of the great array, protecting the immortals for thousands of years, although you have committed a crime today, it does not warrant death. I will punish you with confinement. After dealing with Changchun, I will discuss with my fellow disciples before deciding on your next punishment. Just as Chen Mobai was about to make a move, he saw that the Yuan Yang sword had already suppressed the great Chun divine tree, and spoke with a calm and collected expression. At this moment, the lake where the great tree of bamboo was rooted began to tremble violently, and the tremors quickly spread, even shaking the entire planet. HMPH stubborn as a mule. With his divine insight and the power of the earth, Chen Mobai quickly realized that De Chun was trying to reverse the power of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to break through the shackles of the Yuan Yang sword, and his expression turned cold. He teleported in front of the great Chun's main body, and the instant he landed on the lake surface, he lightly stomped his foot. In the blink of an eye, all the earth-shaking tremors subsided. When Kaingsing and Yunhai saw this scene, their eyes widened in shock. Only the two of them present could see the power of Chen Mobai's kick. In that instant, the great Chun divine tree, which served as the hub, was directly separated from the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. It's important to understand that the construction of this grand formation was the result of thousands of years of effort by successive nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect. Even when Kaingsing reorganized it using the heavenly calculation beads, it still took hundreds of years. As for directly altering the central structure, Kaingsing believed that even as a sixth-tier formation master, he and Yunhai together would need at least 1,000 years, and there was even a possibility of failure. With a light kick, Chen Mobai directly detached the great Chun divine tree from the great formation. This level of skill in formations has completely exceeded Kaingsing's imagination. Could it be a seventh-tier item? In that instant, Kaingsing and Yunhai thought of the same thing and both gasped. Compared to that, suppressing the great Chun tree with a single sword strike is somewhat more acceptable. After all, although De Chun countered the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, it was also constrained by the array and could not unleash its full strength. Moreover, Chen Mobai had the assistance of the sixth order Yuan Yang sword. After putting shackles on the great Chun tree, Chen Mobai was about to take the opportunity to explain his void refinement realm when a sharp gale suddenly howled in the sky, followed by gusts of sharp golden wind that made one's hair stand on end. The golden wind, like countless feathers, coalesced in the vast universe into a sky-covering golden wing, like a golden divine blade that cleaved the heavens and earth, severing the spiritual root of heaven and earth formed by the primordial spirit of the Changchun ancestor without any hindrance. With a deafening roar, Huang Zhongli, who stood atop the universe and on planets, disintegrated and transformed into the Changchun ancestor, whose body was cut in two, his face filled with disbelief. His body was trying to heal under the influence of the great Tao of life, but a strange dark gold sword aura was flowing around the wound, preventing the process from happening. This is impossible, cough cough, you've actually reached the void realm. At this moment, the ancestor of Changchun was completely unaware of his own physical condition. He looked at the golden-haired, golden-eyed spirit venerable standing in the void, wielding the great Tao of wind, with a look of shock on his face. Faced with a true void refiner, his fake void refiner was utterly vulnerable. Any last words? Please remember we came here together back then. The spirit lord calmly uttered these words. For her, the old ancestor of Changchun was the last surviving old acquaintance in the world. Unfortunately, she took the wrong path, and even friends wouldn't be spared her. When the old ancestor of Changchun showed signs of devouring the earthly origin star to cultivate his void realm, their friendship had already been completely severed. Moreover, the only thing that Long Zhu was worried about before he left was this matter. The spirit lord even suspected that Long Chu's failure to cultivate the void in the universe might be due to this line. What happened yesterday happens today. This thread, which has been entangled for thousands of years, is ready to be severed today. I never expected that all five of us who came to Earth Origin Star together failed to reach the void refinement stage, but you beast, have successfully taken this step. I'm not reconciled. Even at this point, the old ancestor of Changchun still failed to grasp the situation. He roared and summoned the great Chun tree, trying to forcefully merge with this natal spiritual plant, forcefully take the step of the void refinement stage, and hope to have a fair and square battle with the spirit venerable at the same level. But something shocking happened. De Chun was imprisoned by a power far exceeding the Tao of life and could not move. A flash of silver light, and Chen Mobai's figure stepped out of the void and landed beside the spirit venerable. It seems that you have already grasped the basics of the great Freedom Emperor's method, Senior. Congratulations. Chen Mobai immediately spotted the dark golden sword energy that was preventing the Changchun ancestor from healing, and couldn't help but smile as he spoke to the spirit venerable. It's better to have mastered the great Tao of saintly virtue than to have merely touched the threshold of innate killing luck. The spirit lord's words left the Changchun ancestor, who had been wanting to resist, completely stunned. He looked at Chen Mobai and asked tremblingly, You've also reached the void realm. Chapter 1384, The Great Enemy in the Universe. Chapter 1384, The Great Enemy in the Universe. Isn't this just common sense? Seeing the terrified look on the face of the Changchun patriarch, Chen Mobai spoke calmly. That's a void refining stage. How many years have you been a nascent soul cultivator? How could it be so fast? I've accumulated thousands of years of experience, and I've barely crossed this threshold. The old ancestor of Changchun was extremely agitated, and blood kept gushing from the wound where he had been cut in half at the waist, staining the void beyond the sky red. He could barely accept that the spirit venerable had successfully cultivated to the void realm. After all, he was an innate true spirit with an extraordinary origin. However, he could not accept Chen Mobai's cultivation of the void realm at all, since he had watched this young man grow up step by step. Back when Chen Mobai was renowned throughout the immortal realm, he single-handedly suppressed all the foundation establishment prodigies of the Jumeng Dao Academy before the great Chun tree, and no one dared to disobey him. Later, he achieved the core formation, nascent soul, and deity transformation stages. Although his breakthrough speed was unprecedented, At least there was the Yuan Yang ancestor as a benchmark, so it was still within the normal range. And now, he has successfully cultivated the Void Realm at less than 400 years old. Such achievements are extremely rare, even within the central dojo. Moreover, many of them are innate beings like the Void Serpent, who can cultivate the void upon reaching their complete form. For someone like Chen Mobai, a human who has acquired his cultivation, the White Crane Dojo is definitely not in the memories of ancestor Changchun. How could such a person be born from a mere earthly star? What's so difficult about practicing emptiness? If you can't do it, it just means you're not good enough. If I hadn't been at the nascent soul stage, I would have comprehended far too many great Taos and could have already stepped onto the Tao of saintly virtue. Chen Mobai responded calmly. For him, the void refinement realm was the easiest breakthrough he had ever made in his cultivation so far. There were no ups and downs at all. He just took that step and it was done. Is there anything else you need to ask him? If not, I'll kill him. The spirit venerable spoke to Chen Mobai, saying that the ancestor Changchun was protected by the great Tao of life, making it difficult for other great Tao powers to kill him. This was why she and Long Zhu were helpless in the past. However, she has now sublimated and condensed some of the innate killing luck power of the great Tao of wind, which is just right to counter it. As expected of a senior, it seems you've already discovered it. Chen Mobai smiled lightly. He had just been suppressing the great Chun divine tree on Diyuan Star, and was about to tell the immortals about his cultivation of the void realm when the void sky orbit vision detected a strange power of the great Tao approaching from outside the Tianyang system, and immediately teleported up. My innate killing power suddenly became very active after I attacked Changchun, as if something was attracting and targeting it. When Lingzhen revealed her discovery, she initially thought that the old ancestor of Changchun had some hidden trump card, but because Chen Mobai was behind her, she wasn't worried. Changchun, is your idea to absorb the essence of Earth origin star to cultivate to the void your own, or is someone behind you instructing you? After listening to what the spirit venerable said, Chen Mobai turned around and asked a question that left the Changchun ancestor looking puzzled. He is the mastermind behind the entire immortal sect. How could there be anyone else hiding behind him? It seems you didn't know. As Chen Mobai spoke, he had already captured the power of the great Tao that was invisible to the naked eye using his void sky orbit vision. He raised his left hand, spread his 5 fingers towards the distant cosmic starry sky, and a silvery void spirit pattern emerged from his palm, then spread and lit up the surrounding darkness, instantly taking control of all the void within the Tianyang system, covering all 67 stars. You cowardly coward, come out now. With a sharp shout, Chen Mobai unleashed the divine power recorded in the Book of the Great Void. Strands of silver light flickered in the dark universe, intertwining into chains that pierced through an extremely dark and deep space, carving out a void prison. Wow, this junior's mastery of the void is so profound. A slightly surprised, aged voice rang out, and at the same time, a huge gray-white eyeball emerged in the cosmic starry sky, scanning directly at the ever-shrinking void chains all around. In an instant, the void shattered. An old man in black, with his hands behind his back, stepped leisurely out of the broken void prison and headed towards the Earth origin star. Behind him, a large, jet-black flag fluttered in the wind. Any light that fell on the flag was swallowed up and disappeared as if it were entering a black hole. Clearly, the old man had used this method to conceal his presence. However, Chen Mobai's gaze fell on the gray-white eyeball that the old man had placed on his head, something he found very memorable. This is the path to destruction. It was he who released the news on the Demon Market platform, which led to the 6th-tier Three-Eyed King being surrounded and killed by Song Qingyi and others. His destruction eye, the essence of the great Tao of destruction, fell into the hands of the old man in front of him. Coincidentally, he later went to Kangliuxing, found the spirit lord, and formed a karmic bond with Chen Mobai. Okay. So it was you, you old codger. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've already shown up at my door. I might as well take care of you today and cut off another line. Upon seeing the dark vortex, Chen Mobai instead laughed and clapped his hands. HMPH, ignorant brat, don't think that just because you've reached the void refinement stage you can fight me. If it weren't for Zixel Palace, I could have crushed you with a single finger. Dark Vortex clearly left a deep impression on Chen Mobai, and if he could, he would not want to antagonize such a mysterious entity. However, he stripped the spirit lord of the northern darkness Dharma realm, and the hatred was as deep as the sea. Moreover, most importantly, the spirit lord actually obtained his opportunity. The great freedom emperor's law is the legacy of my sect. You will pass on this legacy to me and then commit suicide in front of me. In return, I will spare this planet behind you. Dark Vortex glanced at the killing intent emanating from the wound of ancestor Chanchun, then looked coldly at the spirit venerable and issued a notification. To express his determination, Dark Vortex unleashed the power of his natal artifact. In an instant, invisible darkness surged from the banner in all directions, covering the entire Tianyang system in a flash. On the planet Earth, everyone saw the sun, moon, and stars in the sky disappear at that very moment. Boundless darkness swallowed all the light and descended upon the immortal gate. The terrifying sixth-order Dark Tao caused the heavenly curtain earthly network array to activate automatically. However, this sixth-order array, which the immortal sect was so proud of, was retreating step by step under the cover of the Dark Vortex's supreme Tao, constantly shrinking towards the surface. Oh no, a void refiner has arrived, even more terrifying than the incarnation of the Grim Reaper. After Chen Mobai separated the great Chun divine tree from the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, Kaingsing re-established a connection with the array. He and Yunhai immediately sensed just how terrifying the overwhelming power of the great Tao was. Especially Kaingsing, who had fought against the incarnation of the Grim Reaper, but compared to the current Dark Vortex, the incarnation of the Grim Reaper was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The Spirit Venerable has reached the void refinement stage, and it seems that the pure Yang has also broken through. If we unleash the destructive power of the Chaos Primordial Chi Cannon, it should make this mysterious void refinement cultivator think twice, right? As Kaingsing murmured to himself, a glimmer of hope appeared on the faces of everyone present, a stark contrast to their despair. After all, compared to the time of the Death God's tribulation, at least now the immortal sect has Lion Su. I'm afraid that won't work. Liang Su has already stepped into the great Tao. If Chenyang forcibly controls the power of destruction, it will conflict with his own great Tao power. Kaingsing was the one present who knew the most about the refinement of Emptiness Realm. Just as he spoke with a worried expression, a loud laugh suddenly came from the universe. From your sect, ha. Everyone in the immortal sect recognized Chen Mobai's laughter. Although they didn't know why he was laughing, they instinctively calmed down. After all, Chen Mobai has never lost a match since his debut. Since he's smiling, he's obviously confident of winning. Why are you laughing? In the universe, seeing Chen Mobai acting so recklessly, the Dark Vortex roared in anger. The eye of annihilation above its head flashed, and a gray-white divine light of destruction burst forth. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and starlight vanished. The Changchun ancestor felt the shadow of death looming over him with just a touch of his divine sense. Even with his peak Changchun technique, he would perish in the face of this destructive divine light. The Three-Eyed Clan. Ancestor Changchun recalled the first war that the immortal sect had experienced, in which he almost perished. It was because of this that, after the war ended, he decided to pursue the void refinement realm by any means necessary. So when he saw this divine light that shattered the magic, he instinctively began to tremble. However, something shocking happened. Faced with the attack of the Dark Vortex, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, and a warm and clear holy light emerged. The magic-breaking divine light that could destroy all things and phenomena collided with it, just like a drop of ink that had been absorbed into the ocean, and was instantly dissolved by the power of holy virtue. The great Tao of primordial saintly virtue, how is this possible? Upon seeing this, Dark Vortex's pupils constricted, and he was utterly shocked. He was cultivating in the border area of the Xuan Palace not far away. The Spirit Venerable used the power of innate killing luck, which triggered the reaction of the secret treasure left behind by the Tao Lord of Withered Glory. Sensing that it wasn't too far away, Dark Vortex didn't hesitate and followed the clues of its sect's secret treasure to find its way here. Upon seeing the Spirit Lord, Dark Vortex thought his luck had finally turned around. The Tao ancestor's legacy, which he thought he could never regain, was unexpectedly returned to him in such a dramatic way. But he arrived too late and missed the conversation between Ling Zun and Chen Mobai. Therefore, even with his composure, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw Seidoku Seiku. Although he was at the peak of the void refinement stage, He understood that at this stage of cultivation, it was a contest between the great Taos. The innate Tao and the acquired Tao are fundamentally different. Except for certain special acquired Taos, the rest are simply crushed when they encounter the power of the innate Taos. The only thing Dark Vortex can be thankful for now is that its innate saintly virtue is not known for its magical combat. Moreover, this young man in front of him has obviously only recently reached the Void Realm, and his accumulation and mastery of the power of the Great Tao are not very extensive. If he were to unleash the foundation of his 8,000 years of cultivation, he might not be without a chance of winning. Heaven cherishes life, and I happen to cultivate saintly virtues. Out of compassion for my fellow disciple, I will give you a chance. Hand over the northern darkness Dharma realm that you stole and everything on your body to me, and then commit suicide in front of me. I will forgive your great disrespect. Chen Mobai revised the words of Dark Vortex from before and returned them. Upon hearing his words, Dark Vortex's eyes widened in shock. Because the lineage of the Kururong Taoist temple originates from the compassionate Tao ancestor, it is a secret that must never be revealed within their lineage. Even he only learned this when he was studying the final volume of the Kururong Taoist scripture. That is why he spent thousands of years searching for the great Freedom Emperor's Dharma left behind by the compassionate Tao ancestor. But now Chen Mobai has revealed the truth in a single sentence. Recalling the sight of him in Zixil Palace and the origins of his ancestor, the compassionate Tao ancestor, his heart sank, and he asked incredulously, "You are a successor of the Purple Cloud Palace." Although after the Purple Cloud Taoist Venerable transcended and departed, the Purple Cloud Palace traveled throughout the vast universe, leaving the path of cultivation to sentient beings with affinity. Many beings could call themselves disciples of the Purple Cloud. But what Dark Vortex is asking now is definitely not that, but the real direct disciple who has entered the sect of Taoist Zixio. According to seniority, you should call me Junior Grandmaster Uncle. This was the first time Chen Mobai had openly admitted that he was a disciple of the Purple Cloud Taoist. After all, he had been certified by the Purple Cloud Palace, and even if the compassionate Taoist ancestor were in front of him, he would dare to call him second senior brother. He simply doesn't believe that compassion dares to deny it. Upon hearing this, Dark Vortex did not hesitate at all. He immediately put away his pitch-black banner, turned around and vanished without a trace. Although he was confident that his cultivation level far surpassed that of Chen Mobai and Ling Zun. Moreover, Taoist Zixio had long since transcended and departed, so Chen Mobai was unlikely to be a direct disciple of Taoist Zixio. However, he did see Chen Mobai with his own eyes in Zixio Palace. Therefore, he dared not gamble. If he really is a disciple of the Tao Venerable, he might have a protective innate magic treasure. Even if he tries his best, he can only barely unleash a 7th-level attack at most. There's no need to use your trump card, which you've honed over 8,000 years, on the second generation of this central dojo. Dark Vortex turning and running away was somewhat unexpected for Chen Mobai. It was completely different from the arrogance he displayed when he first arrived. HMPH, today I say I will settle our karmic debt with you, and you must die. Now that Chen Mobai has revealed his identity as a disciple of Zixio, he certainly cannot let Anwo escape alive. Although I'm not afraid of it being leaked, it's true after all. But that would definitely be very troublesome, and it doesn't fit Chen Mobai's low-key development personality. Therefore, when facing his first true opponent who had reached the Void Realm, Chen Mobai immediately unleashed his strongest power. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth, transforming into a vast and boundless holy light that illuminated all the darkness within the Tianyang system. Dark Vortex's form, which had just vanished into the void, was now completely exposed to the light. He looked up and saw a very familiar, ancient palace appearing overhead. Chapter 1385, Xuanwang Pagoda. Chapter 1385, Xuanwang Pagoda. The moment the Purple Cloud Palace appeared in Chen Mobai's right palm, the entire void of the heavenly sun system began to tremble. Dark Vortex's expression changed drastically. He felt an irresistible power of the great Tao surging in from all directions, not only freezing all the void he could perceive, but even the rich and pure dark Tao within his body began to dissipate. This is because the path of light is a subordinate path to the path of holy virtue, and it is precisely the path that counters the path of darkness. Therefore, now that Zixil Palace has fallen, Anver is unable to even desperately activate its own great Tao. Impossible. How could Zixale Palace recognize you as its master? With its own natal Tao being suppressed and restrained, Dark Vortex could only frantically activate the Destruction Eye, its gray-white divine light constantly bombarding the surrounding void, attempting to tear open a path to escape. However, the once invincible divine light of destruction, when it encountered the holy light of virtue, was like a clay ox sinking into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. Chen Mobai remained calm as he slowly pressed down with his right hand. The purple cloud palace descended, seemingly slowly, but in reality it was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the boundless holy light suppressed the shattered Dharma Eye and was taken into Chen Mobai's possession. At the same time, the momentum of the purple cloud palace remained undiminished and crashed down towards the dark vortex. Realizing that the Eye of Destruction had completely lost contact with him, Dark Vortex gritted his teeth, opened the Dharma realm, and solemnly took out a section of the broken pagoda. This is the Xuanwang Pagoda, a supreme treasure passed down from the Curio Decheng. However, it is not complete, it is only the tip of the tower. It was precisely through the Xuanwang Pagoda that Dark Vortex was able to locate the Spirit Lord's innate killing power. In the face of life and death, he disregarded the fact that this treasure had been revealed and directly hurled the pagoda towards the Zixale Palace. Chen Mobai naturally saw the Xuanwang Pagoda and recalled how, back in the Zixale Palace, his compassionate senior brother maintained classroom discipline with a sword and a pagoda, making many Dao lords tremble with fear. He had initially thought this battle would be a piece of cake, but at this moment his expression turned slightly serious and he began to take it seriously. As the pure Yang scroll circulated, the purple cloud palace, which had been somewhat restrained, suddenly burst forth with boundless light and golden rays. At this moment, all darkness in the entire Tianyang star system dissipated, as if 1,000 suns were blooming simultaneously, dazzlingly brilliant. The Xuanwang Pagoda, upon encountering the holy light, seemed to awaken from its slumber. Centered on its spire, golden wheels rippled outwards, endlessly dividing the universe in two. Above lay the boundless light of the Zixale Palace, and below lay the dark vortex it protected. Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly solemn. He was unsure how his Zixale Palace would fare in its first battle against his compassionate senior brother's Xuanwang Pagoda. The members of the immortal sect, unaware of what was happening, watched with tense expressions as the two supreme treasures clashed in the cosmic starry sky. The death tribulation left a very deep impression on them. Although they had confidence in Chen Mobai, they still couldn't put their minds at ease until they saw a real victory. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the Zixale Palace, bathed in boundless golden light, crashed heavily onto the boundless golden wheel of the Xuanwang Pagoda. Dozens of stars in the Tianyang star system, including the 20 closest to the Earth origin star, erupted with their final fireworks at this moment, turning into cosmic dust in the aftershocks of the clash between the two supreme treasures. Then Dark Vortex's shrill screams echoed through the starry sky, and his physical body began to crumble inch by inch. The Xuanwang Pagoda directly withstood the backlash from the Zixale Palace, something that a mere void refinement cultivator like him simply couldn't withstand. Dark Vortex unleashed its life's cultivation, with 8,000 years of Tao power erupting at this moment. The pitch-black banner fluttered in the wind, as it used a secret technique to transfer all the backlash it had suffered onto this natal magic weapon. With a cracking sound, the sixth-tier peak banner broke as expected, its surface shattering. The dark path it contained was about to erupt when it was suppressed by the surging holy light, without causing any disturbance. Dark Vortex, having bought some time using his natal magic weapon, also discovered that the previously sealed void had been reopened amidst the clash between the two supreme treasures. Without any hesitation, he abandoned his severely injured and shattered physical body, and with the power of the great Tao, his primordial spirit attempted to escape the Tianyang star system and return to the Xuan Palace. I keep my word. If I say you're going to die today, you won't live to see tomorrow. Chen Mobai's cold voice rang out. Having just escaped into the dark vortex of the void, he was devastated to find that he seemed to have crashed into an impenetrable wall and was bounced out again. Looking up, Anwo saw Chen Mobai standing in the universe, one hand supporting the purple cloud palace's Xuanwang Pagoda, while the other hand's 5 fingers hung down, the fingertips like chains of silver light sealing the void. The silvery void chains instantly traversed the distance between Chen Mobai and the dark vortex, firmly binding the latter's primordial spirit and rendering him unable to move. Of course, this is mainly because the dark Tao, which Anwar has cultivated throughout his life, has been broken by Zixel Palace. Who exactly are you? Sensing that death was looming overhead, Dark Vortex stared intently at Chen Mobai, wanting to know the answer. I don't think I've given my name yet, but since you've received the transmission from Brother Sabai, I'll let you die knowing the truth. Chen Mobai of Zixel Palace. Did you remember that? After speaking, Chen Mobai raised his eyebrows slightly, and a vortex appeared in the void above his head. A majestic sword with a white blade flew out from it. It was the purple lightning sword. Although the Yuan Yang sword is of a higher grade, it is far inferior to the Zai Dian sword, which is imbued with the power of destruction. When it comes to dealing with cultivators who have stepped into the great Tao and are at the stage of void refinement. After the purple lightning sword flew out of the Dharma realm, it did not pause at all and pierced through the dark vortex primordial spirit that was imprisoned by the void divine chains in an instant. Destroy. Feeling the pure white light that annihilated his primordial spirit, Dark Vortex recalled that he had been practicing the Annihilation Eye for so many years, yet he still hadn't been able to extract a single trace of destructive power. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Is this the difference in talent? After 8,000 years of cultivation, he only saw the threshold of killing and destruction, but he was unable to cross it and elevate his acquired path. This junior before him had not only stepped onto the path of innate saintly virtue, but had also mastered the destructive power that he had been seeking but could not obtain. No wonder he was able to become a disciple of Zixel Palace. I wonder which Taoist patriarch's direct disciple he is. Even at this point, Dark Vortex still didn't believe that Chen Mobai was not a disciple of the Purple Cloud Taoist, but rather the direct descendant of one of the pure Yang great powers of the Purple Cloud Palace. Dark Vortex wanted to beg for mercy, but surrounded by the power of destruction, he couldn't even open his mouth. Finally, under a brilliant white light, his primordial spirit along with the great Tao was annihilated into nothingness. After Dark Vortex died, Chen Mobai sensed that the surrounding void suddenly began to grow and expand. It's not that the water in one tank has increased, but rather that the overall capacity of the tank has increased. In the professional terminology of the Taeksu Heavenly Book, this is the process of returning to emptiness. Every cultivator who has reached the void refinement stage is a crystallization of the great Tao. Therefore, their death is a return to heaven. Not only will the corresponding great Tao become clearer, but even the cosmic void will grow slightly larger and plumper, as if it had eaten a sumptuous meal. In a moment of sudden realization, Chen Mobai used the void divine chains to halt the process of the dark vortex returning to heaven. Within the Purple Cloud universe, each major sect has quotas for refining the void into spiritual energy. If the dark vortex returns to the void, even if the heavenly sun star system expands, it will not benefit the immortal sects. He might as well condense it directly into a spiritual vein, so that it wouldn't be considered Chen Mobai refining the void and wouldn't occupy any quota. Based on the standards of dark vortex refining, it should be able to transform at least a 6th-grade low-level spiritual vein. This is of little use to Chen Mobai and Lingzun, but it is the foundation for the immortal sects for all eternity. As the golden wind howled, the spirit venerable landed beside Chen Mobai. She looked at the Zixel Palace and the Xuanwang Pagoda that it suppressed, her face filled with shock. Chunyang, I never expected you to be a disciple of Zixel Palace. Although he knew that Chen Mobai's achievements today must have come from some great opportunity, Lingzun never expected that it would be Zixel Palace. This is different from when she and others like Kaixing Beiguang merely stepped into it and comprehended it. Judging from how he controlled the Zixel Palace, it's clear that Chen Mobai has truly obtained the transcendent inheritance of the Zixel Daizan. Before my cultivation was complete, I dared not call myself a disciple of Zixel Palace. Only after stepping onto the path of saintly virtue did I gain the recognition of this innate treasure and refine it. Chen Mobai had nothing to hide from the Spirit Lord, and told him that he was now the master of Zixel Palace. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Lord was utterly astonished, a primordial, supreme treasure. She was someone of some standing, so she naturally knew what a supreme innate treasure represented. It is the strongest magical artifact in this universe. Even if it is not as powerful as a true pure Yang master, any one of them is comparable to a true immortal Taoist. Moreover, she had heard in the Candle Dragon Path that most of the named innate treasures in the Purple Cloud universe were in the hands of powerful pure Yang cultivators. Unexpectedly, Chen Mobai also had one. Moreover, it was the Zixel Palace, which she knew very well. This is the sacred ground, where the transcendent master Zixel preached his teachings. At this moment, the spirit venerable remembered the heavenly river realm again, which Chen Mobai said was the Dharma realm of the central Taoist temple, Taixu Deazu. She had been wondering how Chen Mobai found that place, and how the Taixu measuring ruler had intervened to protect him when the Water Mother Palace's primordial water control flag attacked. It now seems that this was probably arranged by the pure Yang Grandmaster, Taixu Deazu. After all, as fellow disciples of the Zixel sect, they certainly wouldn't stand by and watch their junior brother, Chen Mobai, suffer a loss. After understanding everything, the Spirit Lord looked at Chen Mobai, this junior, with a sudden hint of respect. Could it be that Bai Guang knew this all along, which is why he struck when Chen Yang was young and powerless to resist? The thought suddenly flashed through Lingzhen's mind. The white light that she used to think was a bit simple-minded suddenly seemed very cunning to her. Just then, a huge palace flew from the Earth Star and landed not far away. It was the Lingxale Palace of the Immortal Sect. Although the battle here has ceased, the power of the Great Tao is surging, and the void is changing. Only with the protection of this sixth-order magic artifact can the Immortal Sect members come over. Kaixing and the others were standing in the square in front of the main hall, all looking at Chen Mobai with awe. Chen Mobai and Dark Vortex were fighting, and they thought it would be a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, Chen Mobai easily killed a peak void refinement expert with a simple gesture. "Chen Yang, what should we do with this?" After regaining his senses, the Spirit Venerable asked Chen Mobai in a very polite manner, pointing to the Changchun ancestor, whose face was ashen, not far away. Having witnessed the dark vortex being slain, he finally understood what kind of being he was facing. After all, he contributed to the construction of the Immortal Sect and participated in the pioneering wars, so let's give him a quick death. As Chen Mobai spoke, he used the Void Divine Chain to retrieve what the dark vortex had left behind. He quickly sensed a familiar power, which was none other than the Northern Darkness Dharma realm of the Spirit Venerable. Because the purple lightning sword killed everyone cleanly, this item was left intact. This can be considered one of the gains from this battle. "Chen Yang, can you spare my life? I'm willing to atone for my sins by dedicating the rest of my limited life to unblocking the earth's veins for the immortal sects and bringing blessings to all living beings." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the old ancestor of Changchun immediately abandoned his pride and begged for mercy in a humble voice. Too late. The one who spoke was the Spirit Venerable. With a cold face, she remotely activated the innate killing power she had condensed, spreading it from the wound where the Changchun ancestor had been cut in half at the waist. Even with his sixth-level divine sense, the ancestor of Changchun was utterly powerless against the Spirit Venerable's ruthless method. With a loud bang, first his purple mansion sea of consciousness shattered, his head exploded, and then his entire body was torn into countless pieces, turning into clouds of blood mist under the power of killing luck. However, the Spirit Lord's innate killing luck was only at the beginning and he was not yet proficient, so after the death of Ancestor Changchun, a golden seed was still left behind. Chen Mobai recognized them at a glance as seeds of the yellow plum. After thinking for a moment, he used his holy virtue and purifying light to refine and purify it, and then handed it to Wenren Zuwei in front of everyone from the Immortal Sect. Since you have the Immortal Sect in your heart, the Immortal Sect will naturally not let you down. Take this and refine it to improve your everlasting spring technique. Wenren Zuwei's expression was very complicated after hearing Chen Mobai's words. She had only stood up instinctively, not wanting to collude with the old ancestor of Changchun, but she never expected that this action would bring her such benefits. "Thank you for the reward, senior brother Chen Yang." Wenren Zhu accepted the gift with a solemn expression. She didn't really want it, because she knew that after the death of the Changchun patriarch, the other three branches of the Immortal Sect would reach their peak of suspicion towards the Jumeng Dao Academy. However, Chen Mobai's action showed his support for her. Compared to the Huangzhang plum seeds, this support moved Wenren Zuwei even more. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already retrieved the northern underworld and handed it to the spirit lord. Upon receiving it, the spirit venerable was overwhelmed with joy at having regained what she had lost. She had thought she would never be able to find this Dharma realm again in her lifetime. Finally, Chen Mobai looked at the Qianwang pagoda that had been suppressed by the Zixil Palace. Chapter 1386, The Path of Merit. Chapter 1386, The Path of Merit. This Qianwang pagoda is clearly also a supreme innate treasure. However, because it was damaged, it was suppressed by Zixil Palace during the direct confrontation. Chen Mobai was fortunate that he was on the path of saintly virtue and had good luck. If Dark Vortex had a complete innate treasure, it definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him today. After this battle, his slightly inflated ego, which had been somewhat emboldened after reaching the void refinement stage, made him cautious once again. The Dark Vortex has the Qianwang Pagoda, and other void refining realm cultivators in the Purple Cloud universe may possess complete innate magical artifacts. Although Chen Mobai's Purple Cloud Palace is a treasure of saintly virtue, it is not skilled in killing. If he encounters other void refining realm cultivators in the future, it would be best not to take action unless absolutely necessary. Having thought this through, Chen Mobai had already looked through the Qianwang Pagoda inside and out. Although only the spire remains, the broken section appears to have been forcibly snapped off, appearing very rough. Mysterious inscriptions are found both inside and outside the spire, seemingly expounding profound truths. At this time, the Spirit Lord had already refined and reorganized his Dharma realm, discarding everything that was not his own. One of the wooden scriptures caught her attention. After reading it, she couldn't help but look surprised and called Chen Mobai over to take a look. "Chunyang, this should be that person's inherited scripture." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately read it through. The scripture is called the Scripture of Withering and Flourishing. The first half records specific methods of cultivating the Great Tao, while the second half expounds the concept of mutual opposition and circulation, which is the so-called withering and flourishing. The concepts of prosperity and decline are explained by the two innate principles of fate and merit. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that this was the pure yang path of his compassionate senior brother. This Qianwang Pagoda represents one of the 5 virtues, merit. But he quickly thought of the heavenly emperor of the spirit void immortal realm, who also attained the great Tao of merit, but it was the opposite of the great Tao of destiny, and he proved to be pure yang, which is more in contrast to merit, bad luck or destiny. Given Chen Mobai's current level of understanding, he certainly cannot determine who is right and who is wrong. After all, the heavenly emperor and compassion are both pure yang. This means that all paths are viable. The difference lies in whether one can go further and attain the 9th level of creation. Thinking of the heavenly emperor of the Lingkang immortal realm, who had always been looking for a successor to step down, Chen Mobai felt that his compassionate senior brother's path might be the right one. However, none of this mattered to Chen Mobai. After all, his path was already set. Once he stepped onto the path of saintly virtue, he could only follow the pure yang scroll taught by Taoist Zixio to the very end. I wonder why this Qianwang Pagoda broke. Did Brother Saibai encounter a formidable enemy? Chen Mobai looked at the dilapidated Qianwang Pagoda and secretly speculated. The spirit of Zixil Palace once said that many fellow disciples of Chunyang left this universe with senior sister Tianhai. I wonder if senior brother Saibai was included among them. If not, with compassion's strength, even if he encountered the demon lord, he might not necessarily lose, let alone the destruction of the innate treasure. If it wasn't a battle of magic, then it's likely that when Saibai attained the 9th level of creation, he encountered an unforeseen event, causing even the primordial merit Qianwang Pagoda to be unable to protect him. After all, the spirit of Zixil Palace said that when the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit failed to attain the 9th level of creation, she died and her Tao disappeared. Even the Qian Palace, one of the 4 palaces, was destroyed. However, these are all just speculations. As for the truth, only the great void Tao ancestor probably knows. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai respectfully took back the Zixil Palace. If it weren't for this innate treasure, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Anwo, who was at the peak of the void refinement stage. Before taking it back, Chen Mobai did not forget to use the Zixil Palace to suppress the Qianwang Pagoda into his own Dharma realm, intending to study it carefully when he had time in the future. But as soon as the Qianwang Pagoda entered the Dharma realm, he realized something was wrong. The same situation as before, with the remains of the progenitor black dragon, occurred. The Xuanhuang pagoda trembled slightly, and golden wheels appeared. The Dharma realm could not withstand this and began to tremble violently. Chen Mobai's own power of the holy virtue Great Tao was also being rapidly depleted. Fortunately, he has already reached the void realm. If he were still in the nascent soul realm, he would probably have been drained of his life force in an instant. Is this a supreme innate treasure? Even if it is already damaged, it is still something that the ordinary Dharma realm cannot bear. With a thought, Chen Mobai immediately flung the Xuanhuang pagoda out of the Dharma realm. Sure enough, after returning to the Purple Heaven universe, the Xuanhuang pagoda settled down again, and the golden wheel of merit that appeared at the top of the pagoda receded and returned to calm. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown slightly. He had previously returned to the heavenly river realm to report the good news during his cultivation practice, and had also tried to bring the Purple Cloud Palace with him, but found that it was impossible. He guessed that the power contained in the Purple Cloud Palace was too great, and the turtle treasure could not be teleported. After all, this is equivalent to transmitting the entire innate sacred virtue Great Tao of the Purple Cloud universe to the heavenly river realm. Putting aside the consequences of losing a primordial Tao in this universe, even if Gui Bao were to achieve it, it would likely clash with the original Holy Virtue Tao Master, Kainkyu Saint, in the Linkong immortal realm. However, there is no problem with the Holy Virtue Mark condensed by Zixil Palace. Of course, Chen Mobai has not yet used the power of Zixil Palace in the Tian realm, so he doesn't know what would happen if he really used this power. He had already made up his mind. If he encountered a powerful opponent he couldn't handle in this universe, he would use the power of the Purple Cloud Palace. If he encountered one in the Heavenly River realm, he would use the mark of the Great Void Measuring Ruler. These two seventh-tier powers are enough to allow him to roam freely between the two realms. If a seventh-level true immortal Tao Lord were to come knocking on his door, he would not hesitate to unleash the hand seals from both hands. Even if the holy virtue path in the heavenly river realm clashes with the power of the Purple Cloud Palace, it's still better than dying on the spot. Even if there are problems, that's something that happens afterward. Perhaps the true king of the void can solve this. The current state of the Xuanhuang pagoda clearly indicates that Chen Mobai's Dharma realm is too weak to withstand the power of the innate merit and virtue it carries. Is this something that can only be carried with you at all times? Should we take it directly to the heavenly river realm and try it out first? After all, the great Tao of merit contained at the top of this tower is incomplete because it is damaged, and turtle treasure should be able to do it. Just as Chen Mobai was feeling that the Xuanhuang pagoda was useless, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the spirit venerable not far away. "Chen Yang, what's wrong?" Seeing Chen Mobai's gaze, the spirit lord asked, puzzled. "Since you have mastered the great freedom emperor technique, it is clear that you are destined to meet your compassionate senior brother. This Xuanhuang pagoda is one of the innate treasures that helped your senior brother attain the pure Yang Dao, and it embodies the great Tao of merit that is the opposite of the innate killing luck. The fact that Dark Vortex was able to find this place today shows that heaven wants him to deliver this Xuanhuang pagoda to you." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the spirit lord's expression was a mixture of surprise and delight. After all, she had witnessed the scene of the Xuanhuang pagoda withstanding the Zixil Palace. Even though it was damaged, it was still the foundation of a supreme innate treasure, capable of unleashing the seventh-order great Tao of merit. However, since this was suppressed by Chen Mobai using the Zixil Palace, it was considered his spoils of war. So, although he had some thoughts about it, he felt that he was not worthy of taking it. Now that Chen Mobai has taken the initiative to speak, the Spirit Lord will naturally not stand on ceremony. "Pure Yang, if I achieve the great Tao in the future, I will never forget your great favor today. Senior, you are too kind. I owe my achievements today to your protection of Earthstar for thousands of years." Chen Mobai laughed heartily and reached out to present the Xuanhuang pagoda to the Spirit Venerable. Strangely enough, the Xuanhuang pagoda, which had shown no reaction in Chen Mobai's hands and even resisted when it entered the Dharma realm, suddenly lit up with Xuanhuang immortal light on the inside and outside of the pagoda's tip when it fell into the hands of the Spirit Venerable. It seemed to come alive, and the words flew out one by one, seeping into the skin of the Spirit Venerable's palm and merging with it. The Spirit Lord sat upright in the cosmic starry sky and began to accept the refinement of the Xuanhuang pagoda. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, understanding that this was indeed an opportunity for the Spirit Lord. "Come back with me, all of you. Don't disturb the senior." As he spoke, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve and used the void divine chain to set up a restriction around the Spirit Venerable, isolating and protecting him. Then he turned to the immortal sect members standing in the Lingxiao Palace and said, "I will obey the true Lord's decree." Everyone immediately bowed in response. Yunhai Zhenjin began to control the Lingxiao Palace to change direction. Chen Mobai saw that their movements were too slow, so he simply landed in front of the palace and, with a swirling of his divine sense, took over this strongest sixth-order war artifact of the immortal sect. I almost forgot something. As Chen Mobai piloted the Lingxiao Palace back towards the Earth Star, he recalled how, when he annihilated Pluto with the Chaos Primordial Cannon, he teleported the Lingxiao immortal armor he was controlling to help Bai Guang. That is why Yunhai and the others are finding it somewhat difficult to operate smoothly now. This destruction eye perfectly matches the attributes of the Lingxiao Palace. Dark Vortex sent it here today, clearly to allow me to completely perfect this war artifact. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out the destruction eye of Dharma that had been suppressed by the holy virtue and pure light from the Dharma realm. He then used his unparalleled weapon refining skills to combine it with the Lingxiao Palace. At the same time, he adjusted the restrictions of the palace and the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, transforming it into a new hub connecting the two. In the future, even without activating the Chaos Primordial Cannon, we can still gather the energy of the Grand Formation through the Lingxiao Palace to unleash the light of destruction. After completing his design, Chen Mobai demonstrated it to the immortal sect members around him. The Eye of Annihilation rose from his hand, flashing a white light of destruction above the Lingxiao Palace. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated and meteorites turned to dust. What the Dark Vortex couldn't accomplish even after a century, Chen Mobai accomplished in the blink of an eye. Besides Chen Mobai already having comprehended the power of the white light of destruction, the Lingxiao Palace was also built specifically for this purpose. It's quite a coincidence. The Cloud Fang ancestor designed and built this sixth-tier war artifact to deal with the Three-Eyed Clan. But now, it is thanks to the Three-Eyed King's destruction eye that it has reached its peak and achieved its complete form. Chen Yang, your weapon crafting skills and array formations are undoubtedly the best in the history of the immortal sects. Seeing this, Kaixing was filled with admiration. Leaving aside the previous suppression of the Dark Vortex, since the Void Refinement Realm was beyond their comprehension. But in just a few breaths, he combined the Annihilation Eye with the Spirit Cloud Palace and perfectly integrated it into the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array, elevating this war artifact, which the immortal sect had been constantly perfecting for thousands of years, to its complete form, a feat of difficulty he could comprehend. Even with materials like the Destruction Eye, it would take at least 1,000 years for the star tracing technique to be adjusted to this level. It's even possible that it might not be possible. After all, the power of the destructive white light was too terrifying. If one was not careful, it could turn around and blow up the Lingxiao Palace. If you, senior brother, reach the Void Refinement Realm, you can do it easily too. Chen Mobai said modestly, without taking back the Eye of Destruction, leaving it suspended above the Lingxiao Palace, like a heavenly eye guarding and observing all directions. He then took out a beautiful jade from the Dharma realm, inscribed the incantations for refining the Eye of Annihilation and the Lingxiao Palace on it, and handed it to True Lord Yunhai. To unleash the full power of this complete war artifact, the key lies in the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array. Having finally escaped from mundane affairs, Kaixing certainly wouldn't bother with these matters anymore, so giving them to Yunhai is the most suitable option. After receiving the jade slip, Yunhai was somewhat puzzled as to why Chen Mobai would use such an inconvenient item, but he guessed that this was probably how the suspended gourd dojo operated, so he didn't say much. He simply asked the question he was most concerned about. "Chen Yang, after you separated the Great Chun, the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array no longer has a central hub. Don't worry, I have a plan." Chen Mobai had thought about this matter long ago. Even without ancestor Changchun, he planned to separate the Great Chun Divine Tree from the Great Array upon his return. As for a replacement, the sixth-order heavenly calculation beads that Kaixing originally refined can be used. However, this will have to wait until the Grim Reaper incarnation is unsealed. Chen Mobai only told Kaixing about this matter through telepathy, since it was a rather advanced topic for nascent soul cultivators, and it was best not to get involved. Upon hearing this, Kaixing's eyes lit up. The incarnation of the Grim Reaper was his deepest concern. Even after reincarnation, it remained a constant worry, as he feared that the seal he had set might break down, and the immortal sect would face another calamity. Now that Chen Mobai and Lingzhen have returned from their void refinement training, and are ready to resolve this matter completely, he feels a great sense of relief, as if a huge weight has been lifted from his heart. After witnessing the fates of Dark Vortex and Changchun, Kaixing no longer took the Grim Reaper in the eye. Pure Yang, what should we do with the three absolutes? At this moment Kingping, who hadn't spoken until now, asked the question. The three absolutes were also imprisoned and taken to the Lingxiao Palace. However, after witnessing the death of the ancestor Changchun at the hands of the Spirit Lord, he stood quietly to the side, silent, seemingly awaiting his fate. Meanwhile, the Lingxiao Palace had already returned to Earth. Outside the heavenly curtain array, figures stood. It was Yuan Su, Chen Ziohe, Pei Qingshuang, and others. At the beginning, some of them went into seclusion, while others had other matters to attend to, and none of them teleported to Jumeng Academy. After the Dark Vortex unleashed its great Tao, creating a massive commotion that covered the entire star, they all finally realized what was happening. However, by then, Kaixing and the others had already left Earth Origin Star aboard the Lingxiao Palace and missed it, so they had been waiting there ever since. Chapter 1387-2, Many People to Be in 2. Chapter 1387-2, Many People to Be in 2. With a flash of light, Chen Mobai took in all the familiar faces from the immortal sect. To be able to reach outside the celestial canopy, one must at least be a nascent soul cultivator. They were all acquaintances of Chen Mobai. He looked at a pair of female cultivators with equally aloof temperaments at the edge, namely Yan Bingxuan and Yan Qiangji. When Yan Bingxuan and Chen Mobai's eyes met, her lips melted and her gaze became incredibly gentle. Relying on the resources left by Chen Mobai, she has successfully achieved nascent soul formation over the past 100 years and is currently the vice principal of the Natural Academy, devoted to teaching. Because of her old leader, True Lord Yunhai, she was spared from all the power struggles and infighting that plagued the three main halls of the immortal sect. This time, the scene of Dark Vortex using the Great Tao to suppress Earth Star was so grand that she and Yan Qiangji came up together to see what was going on. The moment Yan Bingxuan saw Chen Mobai, her cold demeanor vanished, and she couldn't help but want to step forward. "Dad, you're back." But at this moment, Chen Ziohe had already shouted it out, and without any hesitation, he rode the finger-profound sword towards the Lingxiao Palace. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "Although it's not that I don't want to announce my relationship with Yan Bingxuan, I'm afraid my daughter won't be able to accept having multiple stepmothers. Besides, Bai Guang is still out there and his fate is unknown. If Yan Bingxuan were to join the family now, it might break my daughter's heart. Let's talk about this privately when we have the chance." Thinking of this, Chen Mobai laughed and went to greet him. "Ha ha ha, the first thing I thought of after I succeeded in reaching the Void Realm was to come back and see you." The father and daughter's long-awaited reunion caused Yan Bingxuan, Meng Huinger, Hua Zijing, and the others who originally wanted to come up to stop in their tracks. Upon hearing Chen Mobai say that he had reached the void refinement stage, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the nascent soul cultivators of the dance weapon lineage, who were extremely excited. Meng Huinger's delicate body trembled, her whole being filled with immense joy. She wondered if Chen Mobai could help her transform into a deity after he reached the void realm. However, even in this state of mind, Meng Huinger kept her duty firmly in mind. But looking at the affectionate father and daughter, I still felt nothing but envy. What she regrets most is that, when Chen Mobai was still in the immortal sect, she was too afraid of the white light to become Chen Ziohe's stepmother. Now that Chen Mobai has reached the void realm, this matter is probably even more impossible. After all, she knew that Chen Mobai was concerned about his reputation and would consider the impact on his image. Oh right, I almost forgot. After listening to his daughter's story, Chen Mobai saw Pei Qingshuang surrounded by nascent soul cultivators from the three major halls, including Lan Haitian, not far away. He couldn't help but think of the letter that Tao Hua had asked him to deliver. When Kaixing and the others left in the Lingxiao Palace, they sent a telepathic message to the three palace masters, instructing them to join forces to capture all the Jumeng lineage cultivators in the various departments and await their fate. Among them, Pei Qingshuang, as the leader of the Jumeng lineage, is naturally of paramount importance. However, because Wenren Zuwei sided with the immortal sect at the last moment, she was still relatively polite to Pei Qingshuang. Upon seeing Chen Mobai arrive, Lan Haitian and the other two withdrew their suppression of Pei Qingshuang's aura. After all, even the Changchun patriarch is dead. Now, what awaits the Jumeng lineage is Chen Mobai's attitude. What exactly is going on? Pei Qingshuang was unaware of what had happened, since she had already been controlled by the three palace masters when she killed ancestor Changchun. However, she had already guessed something in her heart. Looking at the three absolutes master in the Lingxiao palace, whose cultivation was imprisoned, her beautiful face, which had fully matured and blossomed, was slightly pale. Sanju assisted Changchun in colluding with the Ascension sect, intending to conduct forbidden human experiments. Changchun also planned to devour the Earth origin star to refine his void realm, but Lingzun and I have already killed him. Chen Mobai briefly recounted what had happened. At this time, since they had already entered the Earth origin star, the immortals from the Lingxiao palace also flew out. Sanju followed behind Kingping, his face full of bitterness. What do you intend to do with our Jumeng lineage? Pei Qingshuang took a deep breath and looked up at Chen Mobai. Once the matter is investigated thoroughly, we will proceed according to the rules of the immortal sect. Don't worry, if it is confirmed that they were unaware of the Changchun incident, I will not implicate the innocent. Chen Mobai has always been a person who handles official business strictly. Although the other three sects of the immortal clan now regard the Jumeng sect as a monstrous threat, in his view, it was just an incident that hadn't even started. One cannot convict someone simply because they have opinions. Needless to say, within the Jumeng lineage, those who have been able to come into contact with the Changchun ancestor are probably very few and far between. At least Wenren Zuwei has already passed the test with her previous performance. As long as she is there, Jumeng Dao Academy will at most be suppressed, but will not be completely eliminated or banned in the immortal sects. I paid my respects to Ancestor Changchun and received his guidance, which enabled me to activate my longevity immortal bloodline. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Pei Qingshuang didn't hide anything and confessed on the spot. Then let's cooperate with the investigation. Senior brother Kaingsing, who do you think should be in charge of this matter? Out of consideration for his friendship with Pei Qingshuang, Chen Mobai would not offer to cover it up, but he also hoped to investigate the matter concerning the Changchun ancestor thoroughly. Therefore, he asked Kaingsing, who was the most meticulous among them. I'll do it myself. Kaingsing didn't stand on ceremony and directly recommended himself. After all, although the ancestor of Changchun has been killed, the inheritance of Changchun Gong still exists. If we don't get to the bottom of this, it might trigger such a calamity again in the future. Next time, it might not be such a coincidence that we happen to run into Chen Mobai and Lingzun returning home in glory. If Kaingsing were to investigate personally, he would be able to see the smallest detail with his small book, and there would certainly be no mistakes or omissions. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. Chen Mobai originally intended to have Yuan Su handle this matter, since he still planned to unseal the Death God avatar. However, considering that with Qian Xing's cultivation level, investigating this matter wouldn't take much time, and that the spirit venerable was still in seclusion, and it was unknown when he would be able to refine the Xuanwang pagoda, he decided to let him do it. Here, this is what your mother asked me to bring to you. After finishing his story, Chen Mobai casually waved his hand, took out a letter from the Dharma realm, and handed it to Pei Qingshuang. After thanking him, Pei Qingshuang hesitated for a moment before opening the letter in front of everyone. The content above is quite extensive, including peach blossoms longing for Pei Qingshuang and some cosmic observations from outside earthly star. Finally, he added, Senior brother Chunyang has reached the void refinement stage. This is fantastic news. Once you know, please inform Sanju as soon as possible so he can share in the joy. Upon seeing this, Pei Qingshuang gave a wry smile. This news came too late for them. Then Pei Qingshuang raised her head and conveyed this message to the three absolutes. Upon hearing this, Sanju looked up to the sky and sighed deeply. If the timing hadn't been so coincidental, and if I had met Yan Xinji 10 or 15 days later, I could have completely avoided this calamity. Knowing that Chen Mobai was practicing the Void Realm, the ancestor of Changchun would definitely continue to stay in the Jumeng Dao Academy and avoid his sharp edge. Unfortunately, everything was just so unfortunate. It seems that Peach Blossom also knows about it. After hearing this, Kaixing's expression turned slightly cold. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the primordial spirit of the Changchun ancestor was residing in the Peach Blossom spiritual plant, which is why he was able to survive for so many years. I will handle Peach Blossom's situation personally after I return to the Xuanhu dojo. Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that although it hadn't affected him much, he didn't like the feeling of being deceived. Okay, I will investigate this matter as quickly as possible, and it won't affect your important matter. Kaixing nodded, waved to Yungsu and Kingping, and escorted Sanju and Pei Qingshuang to Jumeng Academy. It's rare to see him so motivated. The one who spoke was Narcissus. She was actually no younger than Kaixing and knew the latter's personality very well. He was just as lazy as she was. However, during the time when the two saints of the immortal sect were together, Beiguang only cared about fighting and killing, so Kaixing had to take on the main responsibility, managing the heavens, the earth, and the people. Why hasn't your cultivation improved much? The Spirit Lord came back with me this time. Chen Mobai was somewhat disappointed to see that Xu Xian and her energy had been stagnant for over 100 years. He worked diligently throughout his life, treading on thin ice to achieve his current level of void refinement cultivation. Therefore, he felt deeply saddened by someone like Xu Xian who was lazy and wasted time. After all, Xu Xian has exclusive access to the resources of the sea. If it were Qing Ping or someone else, they would probably have to break through at least a minor realm. I'm not talented enough, and I don't have the potential to become an immortal like you, so it's normal for me to be stuck at a bottleneck. Narcissus, however, was quite self-assured, saying that this was all the talent she had, and that she was already grateful to have achieved the level of a deity. You, wait until the Spirit Lord comes out of seclusion, then let her deal with you. Chen Mobai and Shuixian were friends, and seeing her like this, he shook his head and didn't bother to say anything more. By the way, aren't you practicing the void refinement stage? Could you refine a pill that will allow me to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm after taking it? Xu Xian was still somewhat afraid of Ling Zun. She glanced at the group of stars in the universe shrouded in Qianwang immortal light and shamelessly asked Chen Mobai. No. Chen Mobai simply uttered 2 words, then led Chen Ziohe and the other cultivators from the immortal sects into Wanggu Cave Heaven. Soon, the news of pure Yang true monarchs returned from the void refinement stage spread like wildfire across the major news media of the immortal sects. Over the past century, many new classes of students have entered the Taoist Academy, so the younger generation, while aware of Chen Mobai's existence, only knew of him from textbooks and assumed he was a figure from a very distant past. They never imagined they would live to witness the return of this mythical figure. Soon, all sorts of details about Chen Mobai's life were unearthed. At the time of foundation building, he suppressed all the geniuses of the Taoist Academy and Palace. No elixirs needed. It allows for the spontaneous formation of the core and nascent soul, reaching the deity transformation stage in the fastest time. All the records left by Chen Mobai are of him being the #1 in the immortal sects. There has never been anyone like him before, and there will never be anyone like him again. After all, other cultivators struggle to even reach the nascent soul stage when they are over 300 years old, while Chen Mobai has already reached the void refinement stage. This is too powerful. I want to go to the Dance Weapon Academy for a pilgrimage. Many senior high school students from the immortal sects who were struggling with how to fill out their college application forms all had no more doubts after learning about Chen Mobai, and they all filled in the application for the Dance Weapon Academy. Among these, Jumeng Academy was banned from enrolling students this year due to a corruption scandal at its top. Also banned were other affiliated academies and schools of Jumeng, such as the Imperial Physician Academy. However, because the news of Chen Mobai's return from the void refinement stage was so explosive, the news that all universities of the Jumeng lineage were banned from enrolling students was overshadowed. This was intentional on Chen Mobai's part, since most of the people involved were innocent. Only a handful of people know about the ancestor of Changchun. Throughout this process, Wenren Zuwei also demonstrated great responsibility, staying by the side of Kaixing and his 2 disciples the entire time, and mobilizing all suspected Jumeng lineage cultivators to actively cooperate with the investigation. However, the key figures are still the three masters. Even Pei Qingshuang only knew that the Changchun ancestor was still alive. After she formed her nascent soul, she spent some time on the island receiving guidance from the ancestor of Changchun, activating and controlling her immortal bloodline. As Kaixing's investigation deepened, and the three experts cooperated, the matter concerning the Changchun ancestor quickly became clear. It turns out that Pei Qingshuang was also one of the backup bodies prepared by the Changchun ancestor. After all, it is the bloodline of the immortal of longevity that has already been activated. If it were to possess another body, the void refining cultivator would have a certain chance. However, since the best is a 3-day spiritual root and immortal sprout, and it is possible to create one, the Changchun ancestor has been waiting for it. In addition, there is the remains of the previous Changchun Gong cultivator, so he has not used Pei Qingshuang's usable physical body. Upon learning this, Pei Qingshuang turned deathly pale. She was completely unaware of this. After hearing Sanju's explanation, Pei Qingshuang asked frantically, "Does my mother know?" The three experts remained silent, heads bowed. Although it wasn't said, it was clearly an implicit acceptance of the answer. After all, the peach blossom was also the natal spiritual plan of the Changchun ancestor, and compared to his daughter, the master was definitely more important. Pei Qingshuang was devastated after learning the truth. If Wenren Zhu hadn't intervened and suppressed him with her Changchun Gong, he would have almost gone mad from internal energy deviation. When Chen Mobai learned of this, he sighed deeply. It can only be said that, compared to humans, the spiritual plant's feelings for their daughter were somewhat indifferent. At least in his mind, his daughter was second only to himself. She was treated the same as Qingnu and other wives. During his time back at the immortal sect, Chen Mobai spent most of his time at his home in Wanggu Cave, enjoying family time with his daughter. At night, he would teleport to the Natural Academy to keep Yan Bingxuan company. Because they hadn't seen each other for over 100 years, Yan Bingxuan was so persistent that he didn't even have time to see Meng Huinger. Fortunately, Meng Huinger didn't complain. She only texted her to wait anywhere, such as the apartment in Wanggu Cave where the two of them used to meet often, or the villa on the mountaintop after they studied at the Taoist Academy, or even Dangxia Mountain. Chen Mobai also felt deeply guilty about this. Fortunately, Meng Huinger was understanding and reasonable. Otherwise, he would have been truly overwhelmed. End of this chapter.